Dorong dirimu di setiap langkah.
Đấy chỉ còn be the best of the best.
จงกลายเป็นจุดสนใจซะ
This your moment.
Tunjukkan keberanian seorang pemimpin.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
Assalamualaikum, saya Sultan dan saya merupakan pengulas untuk PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh bagi tahun 2022 ini. Untuk minggu yang pertama, kita saksikan dominasi besar dari pasukan Thailand di mana nombor 1 hingga nombor 6 semuanya disambar oleh mereka.
Tak ada masalah. Ini memang chicken dinner untuk mereka. Sekarang ini shooting akan berjaya terapkan Infinity.
Untuk pasukan Malaysia, Yoodo Alliance menjadi pasukan Malaysia terbaik untuk minggu yang pertama dengan berada di tempat yang ke-8. Kemudiannya diikuti oleh 4 lagi pasukan Malaysia yang lain untuk minggu yang pertama ini. Itu pun sebenarnya kalau kita lihatkan di dalam overall standing kita, pada mulanya kelihatannya macam satu dominasi yang terlalu besar datang dari FaZe Clan. Tetapi tiba-tiba pada hari yang keempat, pasukan Thailand lain pula yang mula mengejar dan mengejar, disambung pula kepada hari yang kelima, membuatkan FaZe Clan mungkin sedikit keresahan sehingga ada satu masa di pusingan yang terakhir, tetapi seperti rezeki yang berpijak, pada saat-saat terakhir FaZe Clan mendapatkan kawasan bulatan dan itu memudahkan mereka untuk mendapatkan winner-winner chicken yang di pusingan yang terakhir untuk menutup minggu yang pertama dan seterusnya nombor yang pertama untuk mereka.
Winner-winner chicken dinner untuk FaZe Clan.
Pandangan saya tentang tim Thailand, diorang punya liga memang keras-keras lah.
Kalau bagi saya, liga diorang antara liga paling terkeras dekat SEA, kuat lah. Terutamanya Infinity lah, diorang power.
Dari semua aspek memang diorang lebih tapi tak jauh.
Kalau weekly tu kita orang target at least top 5 lah supaya dapat bonus poin yang tinggi. So overall saya tak berapa okey lah. Sedih sedikit.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang memang dah expect untuk week 1 punya SEA ni kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
So itu tak ada prediction tapi kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia.
Kami akan berusaha untuk perform lebih baik berbanding performance kami waktu week 1. So insyaAllah semua dipermudahkan.
Liga ni panjang lagi, masih ada 2 minggu. Mungkin dalam 2 minggu ni kita lebih lagi daripada apa yang kita expect ke. So good lah.
Kita harapkan agar pasukan dari Malaysia mungkin engage dalam fight dengan lebih kemas kerana boleh dikatakan itu adalah antara perkara yang pasukan dari Malaysia struggle untuk minggu yang pertama. Dan dengan apa yang terjadi pada minggu yang pertama membuatkan saya rasa sangat-sangat tak sabar untuk melihatkan apakah aksi yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kesemua pasukan Asia Tenggara ini pada minggu yang kedua. So jangan lupa untuk saksikan PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh 2022 pada minggu yang kedua ini. Malaysia boleh!
Dan walaupun mungkin nanti saya akan berhenti bermain, saya still akan groom player-player muda untuk teruskan bermain. Saya kekalkan bermain PUBG ni sebab saya ingin teruskan, sebab saya minat dengan PUBG Mobile ni. Dan walaupun mungkin nanti saya akan berhenti bermain, saya still akan groom player-player muda untuk teruskan bermain.
Kalau cairan Geek Fam depends dengan manajemen apa yang orang bagi. And then kalau join tim luar tu, saya minat tim Navi sebab gameplay dorang pun nice. Terus spot kita orang pun sama. So, dorang lah.
Mula-mula diorang tak setuju juga saya main game ni, tapi saya banyak menang tournament kecil and saya tunjuk kebolehan saya lah untuk main dalam Esport ni, PUBG Mobile ni. And bab seimbang dalam belajar tu kena pandai bagi masa lah. Kalau saya free, saya belajar.
I don't think so because it's just the same when you're streaming or you without streaming. It's just the same. It's just how the way you manage yourself lah and how you're thinking. Like put a lot of positive thing on your mindset lah.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguise gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring 1 skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, Disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, there's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates: Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in Ranked Mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan silam, se elemen, Papa Boy. ค่ะพี่ มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเราโฟอีฟคูลสุดๆดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยปุยนี่ชุดระดับอีพิกและเลเจนดารี่สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะแต่เธอไม่ชัดเจนหรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่คือที่เจอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรามีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GNexus. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and then just check in hotel and then just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it, to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! 5 lines. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GTD03. Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. You are with me, Contra, and this is Sir Cloud, your commentators for the entirety of the evening. And we are here in day 2 of the championship, and we've seen the rise of many of all these teams as they try to book their slot into the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League.
And we won't be here. All of us will not be here if not because of our official smartphone partner, Realme. This is the GT Neo 3 that comes together with MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset as well as a dedicated display chipset.
Exactly that, and of course, if you guys really want to check out all the latest news of PUBG Mobile Esports and many more things behind the scenes, make sure you follow us on our official livestream partners, TikTok, and you could be the one with the TikTok challenges, and you could basically follow us on everywhere. You know, we got the PUBG Mobile page, we got a PUBG Mobile MY official, PUBG Mobile Esports MY, PUBG Mobile Esports SG, PUBG Mobile official PH for those of you guys who are around Southeast Asia, and there's a lot more other pages too. But that's all for now, and we also want to thank GrabFood for always filling our tummies, so you can grab yourself that 50% off your GrabFood order up to $10 with minimum spend of $10 itself. The promo code is PUBGMXGrab while stocks last, so make sure you key in that code real quick before dinner time.
Yeah, and of course we still have time. You can make your order now, and the food should arrive by the time we have that extended break later on after the second round or after the first Miramar, that is. And let's have a little bit of a recap of whatever happened yesterday. Yesterday, well, we entered the grand finals thinking that it's going to be Thai supremacy.
Exactly.
But it wasn't the case. Yes, they're still on top, but we see other teams starting to rise.
Exactly that. And we have seen a lot of great plays out of teams hailing from Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and of course, Thailand themselves. Let's go back into the schedule as well as format for those of you guys who are brand new to the grand finals itself. So we've already passed the Championship Fall League when we played 5 matches per day. Now on the top 16, 6 matches, 3 inside Erangel, 2 inside Miramar, and 1 in Sanok. And we're looking for that 5 slots remaining to qualify for the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League,
which will be happening really, really soon. Hint, hint, I already got some of the already qualified to PMGC coaches texting me like, hey, we're gonna see each other soon, hint, hint, but I won't spoil it too much for you guys. But this is something that, well, I will spoil it to you in case you are not familiar with the point system. The winner chicken dinner for each round will receive 15 points, second place 12 points, third place 10 points, fourth place 8 points, fifth place 6 points, sixth place 4 points, seventh place 2 points, 8 to 12, 1 point, 13 to 16 will not receive any placement points, but as usual, 1 elimination per point. And of course, what these players, what these teams are eyeing for is the $200,000 US prize pool together with the shiny trophy, literally shining out there.
Exactly, and this is that coveted trophy that all the teams have been eyeing on for. Defending champions DX will definitely have a lot of work to do to be able to claim it right back. But let's also talk about the bonus points, because this is very relevant to those teams that have played it out to qualify for top 16. Now, first, during the league itself, they collect points, and all the points that they collected within the week will reward them with all the bonus points. And remember this, all the bonus points gathered will be their starting point of the SEA Championship Finals, and we've already seen it take effect throughout the course of day 1.
Now, some teams are on top because of this bonus points, and of course, fair enough, they've achieved so much in the league, but if not because of the bonus points, 4 rivals will actually be number 1. Fun fact for you guys.
Yeah.
But here is the teams that will be playing today. So introducing the Infinity, TEM Entertainment, FaZe Clan, Bacon Time, Alter Ego, Vampire Esports, Buriram United, Xavier.
And we also have GD, GIDS, Geek Fam, ShineLikeDiamond, 4 rivals, Yoodo Alliance, NFT Esports, Boom Esports, and of course, Ego Esports from Vietnam. And not only do we have that $200,000 cash pool of a prize, the performing players of each respective team will be basically running for some of these titles up for grabs, and each of these titles are worth $3,000 apiece. Gunslinger, Survival Field Medic, Eagle Eye, Grenade Master. I think we've seen quite the variety heading into the grand finals itself. And let's also take a look at the overall rankings before we kickstart Grand Finals Day 2.
Yeah, right now, TEM Entertainment overtook the Infinity for that number 1 spot. They are 20 points ahead. FaZe Clan, the Infinity didn't really have a good start on day number 1, hence they dropped down to number 3, 115 points. But of course, besides who is going to be the championship, is what's going to be important is also the slot onto PMGC. We will have 4 teams will be eliminated for sure and will not see the next round. For now, we have Buriram United, SLD, Boom Esports, as well as Ego Esports. Now, some of these teams yesterday, they did show some light. Like Boom, they did show some good performances. In fact, Ego Esports as well did show some good performances. So even though some of the teams currently, they have the slot onto the next round, they cannot be complacent.
Exactly that. And to make it into the PMGC spots, you really have to secure that top 10 of the entirety of the rankings. Though we are here in the midway point of day 2, we've already seen a glimpse of brilliance coming from teams like TEM Entertainment. They got themselves a chicken dinner back in Miramar, and they've also had performed consistently against all the other teams hailing from Thailand. But what have impressed us the most has got to be Appy from 4Rivals.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this guy, I mean, he is still the holder of the most eliminations in a single round for an individual player, that is 10. The round that he did a miraculous chicken dinner flick and just clutched it out 2 teams, that was amazing. And of course, 4Rivals, as what I mentioned, if not because of the starting points, they would be currently at the number 1 spot. They gained the most points in day number 1. Of course, the big question mark is that can they be consistent? But let's not forget about D Xavier as well. What a comeback as compared to week 1 of the league.
Yeah, and they've seen that steady rise coming in from the veterans of Vietnam, where they're still vying for that top spot. Though Infinity, they weren't exactly stacking off, though we may not see that same level of performance compared to the league, they still managed to secure themselves the top 2. And it was between a 1v1 with Newsy almost clutching it out. Well, too bad that vehicle just exploded and they managed to secure at the very least a 2nd spot. But we're going to be moving into Sanhok for our very first round of the day. And these are always the team that we should be looking out for. This Xavier has already climbed up the charts. And I'm thinking that they do stand a really good chance here. Though Bacon Time, they have the lowest elimination points per round. I'm hoping to see something different coming in from Bacon Time today.
Now, not like I have any hate against Bacon Time, right? But their gameplay is so predictable. They'll drop around Sami, they'll open up 1-1-1-1, and they'll open up big, and they will just try to play for the healing game. So I think it's about time that if any team wants to catch up to them or want to get points, they can consider to do something about that. But this is something for the players to do about. So yesterday we did see a dominant performance from Newsy in terms of these charts. Now Tony K is back as the number 1 damage dealer.
Yeah, and not only that, remember that there was a little bit of a slump heading into the first few matches of Infinity. Tony K has been able to catch up to that fragging numbers. The last I checked, I think it's about 136. So he's honestly not too shy to take that Terminator title away from Newsy. But yesterday's best performer, I think the top Terminator has to be Appy.
Yeah, definitely. Appy was at forefront as of yesterday, but let's see if we can catch up today. The format will still remain. Today's matches will begin in Sanhok. We'll play 2 Miramas back-to-back, and we'll end the day with 3 Erangels towards the end of the day. So in case you just joined us for this grand finals, it's not your 5-game round. It's going to be 6 rounds, so we're going to extend the show a little bit more, but of course that is all for good intention of giving you the best entertainment possible. And speaking about entertainment, this voice pack is very entertaining.
Exactly, and if you have watched Bibu's live stream or have always catch him on all these other platforms with him uploading amazing content, I'm pretty sure that you will love him to whisper to your ear and call you baby. So it's giveaway time for all of you guys who are playing PUBG Mobile. All you have to do is to complete daily mission, use that token for a lucky spin, and hope for the best where you can get voice packs coming from Mew, Baby Love, Bu, Capone, Tony K, and many more.
I don't know why when you mentioned that, you know, Bu whispers to your ears, call me baby and stuff like that, my imagination goes wild.
Wow.
Yeah, like...
Wow. Okay. That is from Sir Cloud. I don't think we'll get his voice pack, but you can get the Masked Crusader set. It's coming along with the new Royale Pass that's currently available on RP16. So this is absolutely cool. We've already getting we've already got so many cool new updates that you can also get the first original PUBG mobile sports car, and that's the Facilious True Speed, Real Attitude.
And do you notice that on the top right there is a sentence there, ride for freedom, battle for pleasure.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good...
Sharp eyes. I couldn't actually see those.
I know, right? It took us many times to actually find it out, but it didn't take too hard for us to find this out because Bobo Boy Quasar Elemental is currently in game, and you might see some of the players actually using some of these items. I did notice some of the players using the bag. It has the lightning symbol, so that's from Bobo Boy. You guys can check it out in game as well. Get it for yourself.
That's right, and if you guys want more, you can always join us in the watch party for PMCC 2022 Grand Finals happening in Malaysia. The top 4 teams will qualify to the PUBG Mobile National Championship, and we're going to be hanging out at Lepak in KL on the 29th to 30th, so make sure you'll be there by 5 p.m.
Yeah, top 4 will move on to PMNC. This is the biggest opportunity as compared to previous PMCC shows. Previously, it was only the champion of PMCC that sees the light of PMNC. But this time, we have top 4 campus teams. That also means that we might see new talent because they are, of course, young talent, obviously. But speaking about talent, these teams definitely very talented.
I like the fact that we actually started off here with the Indonesian PMPL teams because yesterday they really kicked off the round real good, and they've got themselves 2 chicken dinners apiece. So I'm starting here with Boom, where we've already seen when they do have great running engines on their side, they actually close their round with like 10 frags and maybe even more.
Yeah, arguably during the league, they were the quieter region, arguably. So in the grand finals, they've been showing us that, hey, you know what? We know that we're the quieter region, but we're not going to let you forget about us. So they have shown a very good gameplay yesterday. Hence, it's in our prediction, of course. Hoping they can continue on the momentum. It's nice to see a new region actually getting on the chart. But you know what else is nice to see?
What's great?
Your hairstyle.
My hairstyle?
Yeah. Tell us more about it. Why this color?
Well, why this color? I'm feeling a little bit more of a mixture of black and white. So
right.
I'm always standing in between because I can't tell who's going to be crowned as the champions of this season's very own PMPL Southeast Asia Final. So, of course, with a match coming at us in less than a minute, we've made our prediction. We hope that you guys will do exactly the same. Drop in the comments right down below as we want you guys to support your favorite players, your favorite team, and we'll see how much can they offer in our very first round of Sanhok.
Yeah, while you do that, you guys can predict as well what color of contrast hair will be tomorrow. Who knows? It could be a different color, or maybe no hair at all. You guys, if you want it, do leave it in the comment section. We'd like to know what you guys think. But let's think about Sanhok as our first game today. Let's go.
It's time to be the one as we head to Grand Finals Day 2 in the very first match inside of Sanhok. This time the flight path comes in from the southern part of the terrains, cutting across Sami all the way up to Hatin. But of course, most often than not, when it comes down to Sanhok, the team will be able to reach every single destination without much complications, unless if there's going to be teams who will be challenging each other in the early span of the round. Now, I do see Renale dropping out really early. They should be folding into Camp Alpha along with the rest of Alter Ego. For a moment, I was kind of concerned because it looked like he was about to go to Ruins where Geek Fam's usually at.
Yeah, Renale, that's normally where they drop on the left side, so that's kind of common for them. Although at some point it does look like they're going towards Geek Fam, but yeah, they will avoid each other, especially during the early fights. But what's going to be interesting as well is that Bacon Type again doing the same thing, dropping around Sahmi, 1-1-1-1, and again, no one punishes them. They will have free reign to play the healing game to number 2.
As for TM though, they're looking to punish Hexas. We've seen this scene before where Boom Esports definitely have been able to basically contest. Now, Sozip doesn't seem like he has weapons, but that goes a couple of shotgun shells coming from Mormon, and they will secure First blood for TEM.
This almost feels like a deja vu from yesterday. The same thing happened. Boom, dropped into somewhere where TEM Entertainment is at, around the areas of Quarry, and they got punished for it. But speaking about punishment, Boom happened to lose another player to FaZe Clan. We saw on the elimination feed, Tony K got an elimination for himself. Not too sure what happened, because if we kind of think about it, Quarry and Bootcamp is really, really far away, but yet that still happens. So I'm not too sure what the plan is for Boom.
Yeah, I guess like they might have actually scattered out for those loots, just like how Bacon Time did. Meanwhile, we do take a look at some of all these utility usage. We see TEM Entertainment really offering a whole lot in many of all these occasions. I guess like with all that sort of utility, that is their recipe to success. When you take a look at the standings overall, TEM still sits at the top one. They do have basically one full round to spare. FaZe Clan did match up to them with securing themselves 1 point apiece in this round, and both basically punished Boom Esports in the early span of a couple of minutes ago. But look at what BRU's up to.
Talking about punishment, right? So let's see who will punish who. As the Eagles, they're moving towards compound where Sky Only is at. Mining Piece on the left, and they have some sort of a backup on the other side as well. So I'm worried that this is some sort of like a trap for the Eagles. Now Chua just right beside Sky Only. Sky Only gets a preemptive shot, but not able to get the knockdown to Chua. Chua 10% of health. F1 takes over his position. And they're going to go in all full force onto Buriram United, but one of them went down, but it's okay. There's a trade happening there, but backup's on the way.
Well, that was really concerning where we saw Chua getting
here we go.
First, here comes my name, P.
Here we go!
Redemption coming in from Buriram United Esports. And they will not only get two, all three in the back, leaving only a member standing from Ego Esports.
Man, that was a worthwhile trade. And now Tuanzi is last man standing. He's not done yet. Tries to get Kengzo. 10% of how Kengzo survives the spray for Tuanzi. Second time around, him trying. He's not letting Kengzo go because he knows it dished out enough damage. But Kengzo managed to recover himself. Now the disadvantage is towards Tuanzi as he's on the lower ground.
Kengzo tries to reposition, but with the push coming into effect, Tuan, he's still hunting him out. He doesn't really seek him all too far. This shot
there
away.
you
That
go.
makes it easy for Kengzo. Buriram United with an ace to kick off their round in day 2.
I want to remain positive by saying that at least the Eagles, they had 1 point. But because they're number 16, it's hard to be positive.
Yeah, it's a little rough, I would say, especially when you're also having teams to catch up to. Buriram United on that borderline of the slots remaining. Sure, we do have a lot of teams who have already secured their PMGC slots via their own local championship, heading into, I believe, did the Country League actually offer any?
The Country League?
The Country League did.
Well, not at this stage, unless you already qualified.
C League itself, not really. But
yeah.
Overall, I think like they have also proved to have a lot of great performances, and with teams like Vampire Esports, which have performed internationally, they directly get seeded into the global rounds.
Yeah. So the Country League, whatever that's calculated there, we're done and dusted with that. So the teams that qualify straight onto PMGC, we already know who they are. I mean, if you want to recap, you can just wait for the scoreboards to come out. So those highlighted in
red and green.
Yeah, those are the ones that already got the slot onto the next round. Green is the ones that still haven't got a slot, but they need to fight their way through this round. So it so happened that the Eagles are actually not in that slot category. So they are still fighting for lives unless they want to go for an early vacation.
Exactly that. And we talked about 4 teams to be eliminated by the end of the grand finals. I guess like most often than not, majority of the teams are actually playing for the trophy, playing for prize money, which is the correct mindset where nobody is basically slacking off. And the cutoff point right now is at Yoodo Alliance, right? The top 10, where Buriram secures that 4-pointer. Oh, VokiLP moving into Ban in a really risky route, though. I think they've been able to hear him on those roaring engine, as he's currently surrounded by both GD as well as BRU, who have just concluded their fight.
Oh yeah, Daybot waiting for the right moment. Voki, he considered he was lucky. He should count his lucky stars that he didn't move further forward. If not, he'll be caught. But speaking about a player that's currently caught, MR5 doesn't seem to know that someone's in the same area. He's still moving freely. It's a little bit of a risky move here, but let's see what he can come up with. He seemed to be all alone, though, a little bit concerning there. But besides that as well, it's quite interesting to see that MR5 and the rest of FaZe Clan, they came all the way from bootcamp into Quarry.
Ooh. Spots Beviel through the hills. FaZe Clan tries to tag him out. Misses the pixel, but Tiger finds another one from TEM Entertainment. As so is it will fall, though. And My Name P adds one more to the block. 5 elimination points in 7 minutes. That's like an average of 1.2, 1.3 kills per round.
Yeah.
Per minute.
Yeah, I know, right? We're
off to a good start.
They are off to a good start, and they need the points to the back because right now, Buriram United, they are at the second half of the page. So obviously, it's not a comfortable position. That was contributed by them eliminating the Eagles. That's 4 points, and they just added 1, and that brings them up to 5 eliminations. So very, very good start for them. What I'm noticing right now is that for FaZe Clan, they seem to be playing the go to the middle sort of strategy. Hence, they move straight into the areas of Quarry, try to find those high grounds, prime positions, and park themselves there. But the worrying thing is that for MR5, if he's caught out here and if he goes down, it's very, very tough for his teammates to come and recover him.
Exactly that. And usually, FaZe Clan comes up with this sort of tactic to gate every other team from moving into the central area. MR5 is the anomaly here. I think you've already heard some sound coming from Morph. He's going to pop that grenade. Oh, so close. He managed to dodge that just in the nick of time. And MR5, he's getting ready with the DBS on hand. The question here is there going to be any sort of backup being provided? We do have a vehicle for him. I don't think he's going to be able to sprint off, but Ventores has been keeping watch. So TM Entertainment, they may not be able to push MR5 for now, but eventually, once they do, I'm pretty sure that FaZe Clan is ready for that fight.
Just look at the amount of spread, right, for FaZe Clan as well as TEM Entertainment. I'm really liking it. It just shows the confidence that they have. They spread out like, okay, 1%, two of the players in the same compound, but they're kind of spread out with different buildings, and you have one person on the other side, and they're playing as a trio, yet they still have that area dominance. FaZe Clan, as a full squad, you can see that, 3 of them are at the high ground, but even though if they're in the same high ground, just look at how wide they have opened up themselves. This will also give them a lot of information, and at the same time, if anyone comes by, they can chase them away through warning shots. So a lot of advantage for doing that. However, for them to pull that off, they need to have skill, obviously. You need to be highly skilled, and they need to be super duper confident. And I'm really liking what they're currently doing. It's no wonder they're currently at the top.
Exactly that. FaZe Clan doing so well through the league into the grand finals, and they definitely have shown that they can be top contenders in the global rounds as well. We have seen them perform back in the World Championships before, but that has been quite some time. FaZe Clan trying to make their mark once again. They've been sharing the compound with Mormon for quite some time. MR5 just feeling the itch to make a move, but they can't do anything all too drastic. But he is saying, okay, it's time to just book out for now. Shamil from Yoodo Alliance will catch on to Rabis. That's going to be a really big pickup against the Savior, but it's just going to be a knock for now. But look at the zone potential coming from Shamil. He's already on that watchtower, and I don't think DX can do anything about this.
Man, I really want to see the circle because I wonder what DX is doing at the areas of Barn, because they moved from the left side of Paradise Resort all the way to the right side of Barn just to bump into Yoodo Alliance, and it seems that Rabbids is not ready for it. Just look at the location of his teammates. He could be doing the scouting work, so that's fair enough to him. But a little bit of a call out there by Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance, they're not normally the team that tries to gatekeep other teams. They're normally the team that likes to come in a little bit later. So that's where I really want to see the circle. So if the circle is like somewhere just below, but they are not in it, you can kind of expect that's a pattern that Yoodo Alliance will be playing. And Xavier probably should have been a little bit more aware of that kind of a movement or that kind of pattern rotation from Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, they're just going to be taking a little bit more of a a slower pace for now. The last time we saw 4Rivals start off the round yesterday was when they were trying to rotate through this ban area and they got caught out, right? I think like they've definitely managed to catch a glimpse of some of the VODs and to really plot things out much better for today. And this is what really prepares them for success, where yesterday they have had a smooth run on bigger maps. I think like they're basically targeting on areas to fix, and things have been looking pretty well. 4Rivals currently in top 5, and they have a solid chance for a championship title. Shamil gets another one in the back, this time against Infinity.
Right, now the Infinity's turn of making the same movement as the Xavier coming towards Shamil's path, and now Shamil takes advantage of that with Mela down. Shamil tries to secure the elimination point, but not able to land that grenade, while Oleo is coming in from the flanks. Now this is where I really want to see the circle. Well, like 2 teams are making the same moves, and because of that, they are being punished by Yoodo Alliance.
Oleo just hiding through the same hills where Infinity is trying to find a way out of this. They're going to be priming some nades towards the top side. Gatsuni has got to support from a far range where they've managed to spot one out. Oleo may not be able to hold that angle too long. That grenade does clip, and that's just about enough to bring him down. Here comes Gatsuni with the taps, but Adik Luke, he's going to go in with some exchanges, but Logan's already marking the locations, dropping more and more grenades. Yoodo Alliance have got to sort this out.
And the Infinity, they are doing something that the Xavier wasn't able to. They are pushing back Yoodo Alliance, forcing Shamil to be in an uncomfortable position. And now Mela managed to nail down Oleo and eliminated him. Yoodo Alliance will not have Oleo for the rest of the round. Adelu is currently down. Ripple Boy prepping up his own nade. He needs to save Adelu, his main fragger, but can he go in? It's going to be tough as the Infinity they have no one to pick up. Newsy is still up as well, and now they are pushing it through.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance will try to fall back. They've already lost one member, and they are not willing to sacrifice their life against the Infinity. And though they were the ones that initiated this fight against the top team of Thailand, or arguably TEM for now, but in the league itself, the Infinity was one of the toughest teams to take out. And you just see Mela doing so well. Now on to Boom as they challenge Geek Fam, pushing up the hill. Can Razy do it? No, he won't. Final member of Boom Esports out of the match.
You know, this feels like a deja vu. Yesterday as well, inside our sign off, Boom and Ego Esports were the first 2 teams to be eliminated. It's the same pattern as yesterday. So something needs to be worked out for these 2 teams. They cannot afford to lose any more points. If they continue on this kind of performance today, I'm worried for their chances by tomorrow.
Yeah, certain teams actually see Sanhok as a little bit more of a bonus round because you only get 3 total maps in the grand finals. But then again, you can't really give all these points away if that's the case. Where if Bacon Time could have actually healed their way from this phase onwards, this is phase 3, by the way. So why not play the same tactic? Like, get yourself into a top 5 scenario. You don't really have to worry about any form of elimination points. And if you can basically ensure that you get at the very least 8 points to close the round, I think that's the biggest takeaway that you could possibly get. But here we see many teams circling around the quarry region where we've seen phase 3 already showing us where exactly the fights will eventually take place.
Oh, Lycan now spots out Geek Fam. Now it's going to be Geek Fam's turn against FaZe Clan. Snipes. He's where Tony K is. The shot's being taken onto Tony K. Tony K is still alright, 40% of health, but now the pressure is on the Geek Fam as they're currently on the outside of the circle. FaZe Clan will be the ones to be the immigration officer.
Well, I'm not too sure if they need any passports for this, but some of the teams have migrated into a really safe location. Meanwhile, Geek Fam have been tapped from many angles. They have been dealing with FaZe Clan for quite some time. They've lost Damroot really early, but then again, we've seen Geek Fam close off chicken dinners with only 2 or even 3 players out there. Still very early inside Sanhok to dictate the pace, but Do comes in with a push. We'll see where or not he actually get it against BRU.
DBS! DBS missed! Oh no, disadvantage, but then again, he managed to recover. But Frankie is there to take Tiger out. Tiger almost got it. Almost, guys. So close.
And Du basically just baited him into that fight. He did manage to land, at the very least, 60% of the hits. And after that, going into the challenge, that was a respectable challenge, I would say, until the rest of the backup arrived. He had that full confidence to flush in, though it was a DBS.
Yeah, now looks like the Infinity, they want to take advantage of that. They heard the commotion. They saw the elimination feed, and now the elimination feed has stopped. They see an opportunity here, and they're going to take that opportunity. D Xavier, now, just look at where they are in. What situation they are in. They are, all three of them clumped up inside one house, and the Infinity have them surrounded. And if they really want to take those points, they can just rush into it from multiple angles, and it's going to be tough for D Xavier.
Exactly that. And we've already seen one player drop out from 4 rivals. That's going to be Voki, as they have been picked up by SLD. Though it was somebody else who knocked Voki down. So make sure these players have a 360 view through these angles, because we're about to have that fight to happen through the hills. So this is great prediction coming from most of the teams that are currently within that region. Vampire Esports, Yoodo Alliance, as well as Alter Ego will move in from the north. And I think like they have a lot of leverage. Sure, if they still have some first aid kit, they can hang around and then find those compounds to be worthwhile. But Infinity will be seeing who actually gets to challenge them for that central zone.
Okay, looking at the current map, I think the toughest rotation will be for Yoodo Alliance, because Alter Ego is a slow rotator. They will always like to play by the rim of it. That means they will kind of gatekeep Yoodo Alliance, and it's either them or they have to go up against Vampires. And we know that the Vampires, they are doing fairly well as well, so they're on the roll. So it's either they go in against a team that's just okay, but they like to gatekeep, or they like to play a little bit slower, or you pick your poison and go against Vampires who's kind of performing as well. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of decision that Yoodo Alliance will take.
Interesting enough, we see BRU crumble after taking multiple fights. They did walk away with at the very least 6 pointers here in Sanok, so it's not too shabby after all for them to kickstart the day. Vampire Esports, like you've mentioned, they actually have a lot of great coverage through the ground, because they get a bird's eye view of the back end, which they don't really have to worry about for far too long, unless somebody's out there by the blue. Yoodo Alliance doing exactly the same. Squeezing right in between members of Vampire Esports. Nades are flying in from NFT. Well, they have managed to get a knock against Smeb. Now currently pushing forward. They should be able to secure this corner, as the rest of SLD will just have to let him go.
Oh, now NFT, they started their round with the first elimination for themselves, but look at the elimination feed as well. Newsy getting an elimination point out of GIDS. Some fight happening somewhere else. Now SLD might need to fight up against NFT. That will be coming on behind them. 4 rivals as well, just on the right. But I believe that 4 rivals, the last we saw them on the map, they have a compound and they're currently in the circle. So they should be okay for now.
Yoodo Alliance may have actually seen some movements coming from Vampire Esports. I don't think they've been scouted out just yet. No attention being given by Vampire Esports, but now they do catch the eyes though. Vampire having Claw to run out of the vicinity, and tags are being shot at him. Schweppes will go in for a different refract from another angle, taking down Gotcha.
Oh, Vampires, they saw Yoodo Alliance, but at the same time, Vampire, they need to move a little bit further forward, because they're currently still on the outside of the zone. Repo Boy still trying to sneak in. He does have Shamil as a marker inside the circle, so he knows where is an area that he can go to. But the question is that how he's going to get there with Vampires. Probably have a little bit of an idea where Repo Boy is at. But now the circle seems to favor 4 rivals. Alter Ego, these two have the prime position of a compound, but the Infinity as well, a little bit of elevation for them. So that is a position that the Infinity likes to play, because with elevation, you can get eliminations.
That's right. I love the rhymes coming out, Sir Cloud. And this is also quite a rare occurrence where the circle actually moves nearer towards the Lakawi area. And many of these teams have been so familiar with this area of play that they have enough wiggle room. But over on attacks though, Soval getting popped with a grenade. Kwang will try to secure the number. Ramones trying to go in for an early save. Many of these smokes prime into the middle of the street. It also signates that the rest of SLD, they're willing to push ahead.
Oh, speaking of pushing, yes, they will be pushing up against NFT. And now NFT they're caught. But TEM Entertainment, look at this. Eliminated at number 12. That is opportunity for FaZe Clan Infinity to catch up. But now, focusing on this fight, Gosu is moving in with the DBS coming in from the other side. Boysil seems to be in trouble. Boysil down to 10% of health. Boysil still wins the fight. He managed to pull up his DBS just in time.
And that was quite incredible. He looked like he whipped the shot, but the second shot did not miss at all. Still availing the TEM, but there is still more fights to be continued throughout the rounds of Sanhok as we see teams dropping one after another. That includes FaZe Clan as well as Geek Fam. Now we move into top 8, and we have Nine Noisy trying to push forward. They thought that SLD were not prepared for this, but they were absolutely wrong, where SLD still managing to hold on the outskirts. Wong being knocked, but there's great shots coming in away.
The Infinity has the circle. Oh my goodness, they have the circle. They have a little bit of a compound as well, and we can see at the southern side, one of the players will be picked up. That means they will maintain all 4 of their players. Now pressure onto the other teams to get into the circle, including Yoodo Alliance right now fighting up against the Vampires, something that we have predicted before. Alter Ego coming from the right side, the long range onto Vampires. Alter Ego is butting in 2 stops, almost taken down.
Fnatic with quite the incredible range on that weaponry, but he doesn't seem to be able to control the recoil, or else he might have actually secured 2 knocks in a row. He's still attempting for it, and here goes Pombi. He'll be able to cover the grounds as the damage has been done much early on. Schweppes running inside the smoke. Alter Ego has to reposition. They don't really have the circle, but the push comes through. Lambo still fighting up against VPE.
Contra Rebel Boy is just behind. He can take the shot onto Vampire. Maybe, or even onto Alter Ego anytime. He could be the kingmaker between these 2 teams, but Rebel Boy seems to be playing the healing game, focusing onto that. But that's going to be his final first aid. Not enough time for him. He'll be taken up by the blue. That is the end for Yoodo Alliance.
Really close call, though. He could have actually been shot by other teams out there. 10 elimination points for the Infinity as they conquer the top end of the hill. And most often than not, when they do have the high ground advantage, they will command and they will conquer. The closest rivals will be 4 rivals themselves, but they're nowhere to be seen around the map. Playing by the blue zone is not going to be the way that they really want to work this out, but they have no choice whatsoever. Apel slowly bleeding out while they still have Appy in within reach, but the rest of them will have to pull through ahead. And though Infinity may not have the circle yet, they're going to swarm in real soon.
Yeah, just look at this Contra. They're the only team with a full squad at this moment. 4 rivals, despite we seeing them having 3 active players, but one of them is playing the healing game on the outside. That's going to be Apel. That means technically, inside the circle, fighting their way through, you only have 2 players. That's going to be Appy and Bamburu, so it's pretty much like a duo. Apel doesn't seem to be interested to get into the circle for now, unless they change their plans. But the moment he moves in, he will be exposed to the Infinity.
Same goes to all the other players that's not in the circle just yet. Apel now makes a run. Fnatic might actually see some of these movements of play. Now, all 3 players of 4 rivals are already in the vicinity, so they should be getting themselves ready to challenge against the Infinity. Pombi, though, on the further end has been priming grenades. One does clip onto Pambur 7, and Appy, he tries to take the shot, but it's Newsy that he's dealing with.
Oh, Newsy definitely not snoozing. With the UMP in hand, managed to get a knockdown, but now at the same time, the blue will be pressuring Newsy. He needs to move further forward. Number 5 for D-Xavier with 5 elimination points. Alter Ego still have a representative within the circle that's going to be Pombi. Newsy almost needed that. That was super close.
And Pombi is also going to be keeping 4 rivals in check. 1 player left for the side of Bacon time. Alter Ego with 2. That grenade does connect onto Newsy, though. And this might actually turn the tides around. Alter Ego still has a great chance at this. 2v2v2 unless Infinity gets the pickups.
Well, let's not forget about 4 rivals. 4 rivals might be needed up by Pombi. Pombi doesn't nail the Apel down to 10% of health. Pamburu is still well and healthy with 80%. He spots out the Infinity. Nice play coming in from Pamburu, but immediately counter fire point.
Logan coming with some really quick response. Gatsuni will be saved. Infinity will have all 4 of the members alive. But Pombi, we're seeing him attempt fate and he might just be able to do so. 2 members from inside of Infinity's low, but it doesn't seem all quite possible as the rest of Infinity are hunting him out.
Oh, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. The Infinity definitely not going to let this go. And the Titans will start off the day strongly. The Infinity with the first chicken dinner for today. And of course, I'm pretty sure it comes together with tons of elimination points. Not too sure how many, but we'll find that out a little bit later. But the Infinity, they were unstoppable in this round.
Yeah, exactly. My point throughout this course of journey, what's really amazing is that they survived that battle through Bond where we had Yoodo Alliance attacking them, and they basically challenged Yoodo Alliance, though they were on that low ground, which we don't really see all too often. I love how Infinity takes up those fights, and they have won every single team, and still have 4 players remain.
I'm just gonna point that out again, right? The fight in Bond. Like, what is the benchmark of the Infinity's movement? Xavier went there first. And they turn around the moment they know that Yoodo Alliance is there, or they didn't even consider to fight Yoodo Alliance. But the Infinity went through the same route, same story as well. Shamil got the knockdown onto one player from the Infinity, but yet they still recover and they took the fight onto Yoodo Alliance. Just look at the difference of their mentality. It's insane.
Yeah, and they do it so rapidly as well. We see a lot of close proximity action, and Rebel Boy almost getting himself that heal or even those taps onto that solo target. And we had Alter Ego as well as Bacon Time killing for most part, making their way into the top 4. And 4 Rivals really put on a show until Palmby crawls his way inwards and have been able to make it into the top 2. And by then, the Infinity outnumbers all the other teams by the final round.
You know what? I wish we had the team comms for that final elimination from the Infinity. They must be going like, the person who gets the elimination, I know, gets a reward or something, or gets a drink or something.
You need to get a Thai translator to know what's going on, though.
True. We need to get Zephyr on the line, ladies and gentlemen. So and the comms as well. I really want to know. It's like, do they like have a bet within them? It's like, okay, who doesn't get that final elimination buys us all dinner or something.
Sounds just about right, but I think like there's going to be a lot more dinners for Infinity as they are back on track, as they have been basically been outshined on day 1 by EM. Now, this is a huge 29-pointer in Sanhok alone.
Yeah. I mean, Sanhok is, well, in recent times known as the healing game meta. Hence, a lot of teams will play the healing game on the outside and they will succumb themselves to the zone, meaning that elimination points will not come as easy. And in recent times, you always see a lot of teams, at most, they would like get like 8 or 9, not even 10, but with 14 eliminations for the Infinity, it's a combination of them going around, getting those eliminations against Yoodo Alliance, that was their first one, and going into the circle, fending off other teams, securing more eliminations. That's how they got that number 14, and this could be their rise back up again. And speaking about rise back up, Newsy back on the board.
That's right, this time around with 5 elimination points, Tony K trying to catch up still, but FaZe Clan, they didn't manage to make it into the final few span of the phases of the map. And therefore, the Infinity, I think they just had that perfect mindset, the perfect rotations, and great team fighting prowess. With Newsy on board, you know he always offers great damage. And that's 6.2 MVP points. That will basically tally it up for the gunslinger title that he's been eyeing out for.
Yeah, Captain Jack Newsy, right? Yeah. So yesterday, the last we saw the stats for the MVP, the FMVP, he was tied with Tony K with the same point. Probably just a margin. That's what puts Tony K on number 1. But with this kind of performance, he's definitely back on top.
Yeah, this is the first
Whoa, speaking of back on top.
Exactly. The Infinity have managed to finally overtake TEM.
What?
And that was after how many rounds of play back in day 1. And they go into day 2, they say, you know what? I'm tired of being number 2, tired of being number 3. Let's push it all the way up. And they have definitely made volumes in this matchup. Now, the Savior did manage to also climb up to the Turk spot along with 4 Rivals. So there's a lot of catching up to do for FaZe Clan.
Wow. I mean, this is insane, right? The Infinity just needed 1 game. one game and they're back at number 1. As much as our viewers sometimes tells us, casters, that you guys have been upping the Infinity or you guys have been upping the Thai teams a little bit too much. How are we going to get away from them? They have been putting in the performance.
Exactly that, and like we put those votes onto Indonesian teams, we did see Alter Ego perform out of the money, and they came from the furthest distance of Camp Alpha. So this is an interesting route that they're taking, so let's put our focus on that. While the Infinity have always started from the northern point, it shouldn't be much of a hassle. I think the only problem was when they moved into Bond. So you see, Alter Ego, they were collecting plenty of loots. They were also trying to avoid players from Geek Fam. And just look at them. They're just scavenging around that map. Same goes to Bacon Time, which they leave no stone unturned. Even though Geek Fam started from ruins, they would have expected, okay, maybe they don't have enough spacing in their baggages, and they went in from the south side.
You know, Alter Ego came from Camp Alpha to Ruins, back to Camp Alpha, all the way up north and coming back. Like, what sort of rotation is that? That's like double, triple yo-yo rotation.
It's a treasure game for Bacon Time,
Oh yeah, I think they forgot what sort of game they're playing. I think they're playing some sort of MMO or something whereby you go around all the areas trying to get,
complete the objectives.
Complete.
Hit on the north side, the south.
You get item here.
West.
Get item there.
It's interesting though, like the amount of commitment coming in from Bacon Time itself have made us draw so much focus that we wanted to highlight Alter Ego, how they moved in, but it was more of a direct passage compared to Bacon Time. So that was quite something, but what's definitely something was that chicken dinner. That was a huge round for the Infinity. Now they are the #1 team to beat, and could it be yet again Infinity? If they can remain at the top, they can get another title here in the SEA Championship.
Oh yeah, I mean
it has been like one season that it was claimed from DX, and now they really want to take it back.
Yeah, they definitely want to. I'm sure they would have wanted it to be like, okay, back-to-back champions, but of course right now, a slight gap. But let's not forget as well, like these area, they definitely want the back-to-back championship. We have yet to see Southeast Asia having a back-to-back winner.
Yeah, and that has always been the case, where it's always the passing of the torch, where we've been seeing, sure, great dominance coming from teams back in the past, or Argentina, Bigatron, Red Aliens, and now the new generation has shown so much strength, and to call them new is also not exactly the case, because the Infinity has been around for quite some time. Newsy, well, we've already seen the stats of him getting the highest elimination points, and he'll be able to stack it up. Still #1.
Yeah, it's still #1, and I don't know, man. This guy is like the living undead, It's like, just look at how many times he's been knocked down, but yet he still survives. It's crazy. But that's also due to his team's coordination is on point. But coming into the next round, which is going to be Miramar, again, the stats didn't change. It is still a Thailand-dominated map. But yesterday was a little bit different result. The Indonesians did really well in Miramar.
Yeah, I gotta say that it was a really huge win coming in from most of these teams. There was also TEM that have been able to secure one of the matches in Miramar. So that has always been a clutch factor. But then again, there has always been a lot of all these scenarios where teams coming from Vietnam, they have been able to also pull some big number of rounds inside of this map itself. So I'm pretty sure that all the teams are pretty hungry for that chicken dinner. And for rivals, we also have to highlight that in that past round in South Sadong, a top 3 finish as they continue on that streak.
Oh yeah, correct. They still continue on the consistency despite not getting the chicken dinner. But you guys can be consistent as well by telling us your opinion. What would you like to have as part of PUBG Mobile X Dragon Ball that will be coming up in 2023? Of course, this is going to be the first time that PUBG Mobile actually opens up to you guys as part of the community to state what you want during this collaboration. I'm going to talk a little bit about yesterday, like what we want as part of collaboration. Do you have anything new in mind?
Anything new in mind? Let me see. A Vegeta scheme?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
And then you can check out other people's power level.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That I don't know what you call it.
And you can also check this out, the Celestial Power, new Power 4 series available now. And I'm pretty sure that's a whole lot of power to be offered.
Oh yeah, I can feel the power just sitting here, you know, it's just so powerful. Not only the skin, but also the Dragon Ball, we know how much power. It's over 3,000!
9,000.
Oh, 9,000, whatever the number was, you know, I'm that old to remember all these stats, but yeah, it's amazing to see all these skins actually coming into the game, and it gives you guys out there a variety of skins to try out and to make it as part of your collection. And you can match up with players like Voki, who really likes to collect stuff.
Yeah, he did collect a lot of stuff, but last round he did manage to collect points though. He was taken out very early. But the good thing for Rivals is that the whole time they were around that region, so they didn't really have to rotate all too much. So kudos to them to make it into that top 3. Now, for Rivals in Miramar though, what are their odds getting a chicken dinner?
Oh man, okay, so I think for Rivals, it's a matter of time for them to get the chicken dinner. Like, yesterday, a lot of limelight was stolen away from them just because they didn't get the chicken dinner. But like what I mentioned yesterday, if we didn't have that starting point, for Rivals will be number 1. They were the team that collected the most points in day 1. And without a chicken dinner, mind you, no chicken, no problem for them.
Exactly, and remember we have always talked about this team to be a little bit more momentum focused as compared to many others. And I felt like once they do have it, they will never stop.
Yeah, I do see that happening. But what that has yet to stop is our prediction. You got one correct yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday on the Fire Final round, I'm absolutely happy. And I'm banking on hopes that GD will be able to make the cut. You were voting for them the past round. Now this time, I'll try to take over. And GD, they've shown us that when they do have 4 players alive heading into the late game, they've always shown up incredibly well. But TEM, I think like they should be motivated to give chase to the Infinity in this round.
You know, I did say yesterday that if anyone picks a Thai team, it's like you're cheating in the prediction. I gotta catch up to you, so allow me to, you know.
I don't mind. Just go ahead. Go ahead. Take it away. I mean, you guys can do exactly the same. Put in your predictions right now. We're preparing ourselves for our run inside of Miramar. As match 2 should be underway real soon. So let's also talk more about what has been the case for the past matches, where we've seen yesterday in round 2, the team from Indonesia have been able to claim that, was it PMPL Esports?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But speaking about like teams like on the second half of the page, right? Like PMPL Esports, like Ego Esports, right? They're kind of struggling. Not only in terms of overall performance, but even today as well, the first game, they were the first 2 teams to go out. And I think that for them to make that comeback, it's still mathematically possible for them to get into PMGC. So they shouldn't give up. That's number 1, motivation-wise. Number 2 is that they need to get their hits together. Like we can see that their coordination, they get caught out by other teams. Their rotation allows their players to be sacrificed. And not only 1 player, it was like 2 players in the previous round. That left them handicapped very, very early on. And you don't want that to happen, because if you're down to only 2 players during the first circle, there's not much you can do but actually play survival. But let's see if that changes in Miramar.
As we have the plane cutting through the air, we're going to be having this flight take off from the corners of Porto Paraiso as well as Impala to be headed all the way up north. And let's see if there's going to be any form of winds of change, as we'll have quite a significant area that will be cut off from the entry. So Montenegro is going to be quite the stretch for some of these teams. Same goes to Buriram, Chimachera, Valdemar. So a lot of the teams might actually have to switch locations. And I'm looking at Los Leones. That could be a temporary shelter for teams without a home for the time being.
Winds of change. I really like the Scorpion reference there. I see it. But anyway.
Do you have a flute too? Or like something that we could play that music?
I don't have a flute, but I do have a flute kef.
Oh.
Yeah, with Vampire
But that's
Esports.
a flute. That's not a...
Flute kef.
Yeah.
I mean, he ain't a flute for sure.
Close enough.
But Contra, just look at this. Keep your eye on Impala.
Oh my
Ego
goodness.
Esports and Buriram United.
Are we
Let's
actually
go.
seeing 3 teams? It looks like it's 3 teams.
It looks like a 2, but that's good
Buriram
enough.
as well as Ego Esports. I think we're going to be keeping our eyes close to this. Ego Esports already landing some shots onto BRU. And that's a vector shot connecting as well. They've already got first blood. Eagle Esports bouncing back up ahead.
Well, I kept my eye on the timer. It was 1 minute 24 seconds for the first blood, one of the fastest in the grand final so far. Wow, Eagle Esports, what are you guys doing here? I mean, they were the ones.
Surprise.
Yeah, exactly. They normally drop around the areas of Chupacera. So I understand that the flight path is far, but for them to drop inside of Impala, where Buriram United is at, Buriram United will be saying that, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna get back at you for sure. I'm pretty sure that's their call.
But remember the last time Geek Fam did exactly the same against BRU? Remember what happened? Like, they tried to bait them into a compound, and after that, sandboxed them into a corner, and they just dropped plenty of nades. This time around, the scenario is absolutely different for the rest of BRU. C-Sky only books off of that city, running towards the back, not having any vehicles, no first aid kits, and only 1 grenade to work with. They're not really stocked up, and I don't think that this is going to be a green light for Buriram until they get into a different location, and he's already eyeing on that warehouse on the further end.
Yeah, that warehouse, hopefully he can get a vehicle, because without a vehicle inside of Miramar, it's just not doable. At least the good news is that the circle is not too far away. So that's at least a good, some sort of good news. But the bad news is that they had to succumb to the Eagles. But okay, I'm just going to flip it onto the other side, right? So the Eagles, they are desperate for points as well. And I can understand as well why they kind of challenge Buriram United, because Buriram United, they don't have to start on the PMGC too, so they're in the same condition as the Eagles. They're still on the outside of that. They're still at the bottom 4, in other words. So naturally, you will want to try to eliminate your closest rivals, which is those in the bottom 4, so that you can go up.
I think like this is definitely a very solid plan, but then again, there's always going to be other teams that needs to be targeted as well. But when you are currently in game, like, you don't really get to pick all the fights that you always want. The fights will come to you eventually as well. So I think those form of preparation is absolutely important. But since we were talking about Miramar on certain play styles of the team, remember back in the very, very early seasons of PUBG Mobile Esports, where certain teams would take like circle number 2, circle number 3 to finally rotate. A lot of the play styles have changed through the course of time. But from time to time, we also see adaptation coming in, especially for the Infinity. Some of the late rotators into the matches in Miramar, especially when the circle is not favorable to them, where they have to travel further distances, they don't basically spend the quickest time to rotate to the middle circle. They'll take it as slow as possible and be the latecomers of the scene, like a VIP.
Yeah, do you think that that's also because like wherever the draw spot is and depending on where the circle is, that's how they play it? Or is there any other factor that's that
usually if it's going to be far, that's where they will implement such a strategy when they are already upon it, or if it's just by the outskirts. They don't mind sitting around for a little bit more, but they can basically opt to just relocate for a tad bit. Speaking of locations though, Booms, in the middle of nowhere through the hills of Impala, it's just trying to be seeking a higher elevated angle as he tries to make his climb to the top. Boom Esports have gotten their chicken dinner from yesterday's bout, back in day 1, where it might have actually looked a little rough for today, but keep in mind they've been able to show their strides, take up ample fight, and Octa definitely has been their key player, offering an average damage of 216.
It took me a minute to process that when you say Boom from GIDS, and the moment you said that, the camera pans over to Boom Esports. And I'm like, wait a second, why are they that far away? Oh, wait a second, it's
Boom
totally different. Yeah.
Instead of Booms.
Yeah. It took me a while as well, especially during the league.
And don't worry, we got a whole lot of time on our hands in the early game to get accustomed to.
Yep.
Logan, though, on that Mini 14, still scavenging for medical aid. I don't know what's with his luck though. I mean, there's so many compounds and not even a single damage on the ground. Now there's a little challenge for He's got only 2 actions. 1 HP left. He did get the drop onto his initial, and Alan will be marching forward, should be able to get this easy peasy.
Easy spray there for Alan. Alan secures the elimination onto Sky only, but that also means that Buriram United has 2 casualties. Now, and this kind of happened because of the Eagles dropping to Impala, and they kind of won the fight there. GIDS, they are on the southern side, and that's where normally they drop around the areas of Puerto Paraiso. So this is where it becomes very, very difficult for Buriram United because they don't have anywhere else to go. The moment they move out, they will bump into GIDS, and unfortunately that had to happen.
Exactly that. A rare occurrence to see snipers being in play on bolt action rifles. And for most part, back in the days, we've always seen players like Luxy to favor M24. I think like it have slided out of favor. And we haven't really seen that many spawns of the AWM as well, one of the hot favorite weapons back in the days. Basically, one tap will be able to take anybody out there that wasn't wearing a level 3 helmet. And even if you do, it still punctures your health bars. While we have a lot of long-range scouting up ahead, Vampire Esports will expect FaZe Clan to be all around the lower end of Graveyard. Geek Fam by the warehouses. So hopefully Fukov will be able to get some of these pickups as he's trying to draw a little bit of attention to himself.
Yeah, Fukov, well, with the winds of change, looks like he's not really changing his location where he stays still with the high ground. Now we move over to 4 Rivals, another team that is not talked about that much. Well, we talk about it, but I'm pretty sure that they don't get enough limelight because they haven't got the chicken dinner yet. But they are on a rise right now. Number 4 in the overall charts and only 22 points difference from the Infinity. Right now, what I would say is that 4 Rivals, they're on the right track. They're okay. But they also need to depend on whatever happens on top of them. If on top of them, the Xavier TEM Entertainment, the Infinity, they continue to perform, it's still going to be tough for them. But if not, if it's only on them, they're okay.
Yeah, and also don't count out Big in Time as well as Ego Esports, Vampire Esports. One chicken dinner could basically tie the knots all around, and then that top 5 will be absolutely up for grabs for everybody else. So one more chicken dinner would see some of the teams coming in from top 3, like the Xavier as well as 4 Rivals, to overtake the number 1 spot currently. Yuhai, as well as the rest of Geek Fam, we haven't really seen too much of a performance coming in from the squad. Throughout the course of day 1, perhaps they have been able to revitalize themselves, now landing a couple of taps onto some vehicles where 4 Rivals have already made an appearance. Geek Fam knows that this isn't exactly the best spot for those fights. Therefore, we see more migrations happening across the map, and we are getting a familiar Minas Generalis circle.
Oh, I really pity Buriram United. Look at where Kingzo is on the right, and look at where Tiger is on the right as well. They're so far apart, and they only have like 2 players left. So if any one of them gets knocked down in this kind of spread, that's it. It's the same as a short elimination because they can't back up each other.
Yeah, inside of Miramar, it's always going to be pretty rough if you don't look out for one another. As for NFT, they ensure that they try to cut across with a little bit more of a distance of a convoy, driving side by side, just like the 4 wheels. But then again, NFT Esports, I think they've definitely shown a lot of stride on the rounds that we had yesterday, as they've managed to still pull up into the top 10. And not exactly in the really bad spot, because you look at the current score, Genesis Dogma, NFT Esports, as well as Yoodo Alliance currently tied, but GD, they only got 1 point of difference that they've managed to secure in this round.
Infinity now moving towards SLD. They did come a long way. From all the way from the left front, now they're currently in the circle. Mela spots an opportunity on the Guangji, tries to take him down, but not able to, being counterfired upon instead. And Mela, knowing that he's still in a disadvantaged location, immediately retreats.
Going back to the hills where Four Rivals is at, Minas will have a lot more teams coming nearby, and Voki has to be on his sharpest aim overall. Despite having quite an average damage, we see the average elimination to be 0.8, and thus far, Voki hasn't been that flashy player in most of these instances where Four Rivals were contending for that chicken dinner. But he has always been able to supplement the team, and that definitely show a lot of improvements coming in from his adaptation. Namchin spots the moving vehicle, Alter Ego moving out, and Namchin misses that opportunity.
Yeah, onto Alter Ego, and Alter Ego now managed to get away, but SLD, let's see if they can survive this against the Infinity. Newsy spots a couple of vehicles passing by him, and an explosion! Smap going down. That means it's going to be a free pointer for Newsy. And Newsy really is the monster that we know from the league now in the grand finals.
Nobody dares cut across Newsy though. And this is the very reason why Gatsuni, hoping to actually secure the compound, which is now surrounded by SLD, makes a swift U-turn. That's good on the rest of the members of Infinity. And now we expect a little bit more of a drastic movement going deeper into the Dongyang territory. And keep in mind, this circle is very familiar. I think they've played this out before yesterday.
Yeah, you know what? And despite Buriram United, they had a tough start, but at least the circle is fair. They're still given the circle, and they managed to meet up with each other again, so they're back as a duo, safe, sound and safely. So that's kind of okay for them. And on the right, there are lesser teams. So Buriram United should be all right for at least maybe 1 or 2 circles.
SLD trying to land the shots against the Infinity, though. It's going to be pretty hard to actually catch them on that speed. I guess they do have the facilities with them. True speed, real attitude coming in from Infinity to claim that top 1 position. But TM, they are crouched onto Infinity. They really get the pick against Bevy the moment they've landed.
Oh, and now the Infinity knows TEM Entertainment is the one sharing the same compound. They would love to eliminate them because they're the closest rivals to the #1 spot. And if they can do that, they will definitely be surely at the #1 spot by the end of this round, because the Xavier has a 20-ish point gap. And now TEM Entertainment tries to win this fight, but they only have 2 players, and it's up against the Infinity we're talking about here.
And Newsy managed to claim 2 lives from the get-go. Fluke is now challenging FaZe Clan. All the tag teams are picking this fight. Newsy, big zone away, bottom Molotov. Great coverage coming in from TEM, but they're just basically waiting until they get that full push ahead. They know that there's going to be SOZIP waiting on the exits, but there's going to be more nades to be primed onto the corner. So they still have to keep a lookout. 1 HP left for SOZIP. He's not going to be able to hold on for far too long.
Oh, let's not forget there's another team actually overlooking them, so they need to be careful of third parties. Now it's down to Onza Express, SOZIP, the last 2 men standing for TEM Entertainment. They cannot afford to lose this fight. If not, they will definitely lose that opportunity to overtake the Infinity. At the same time, we can see that Vampires fighting against another team on another area, and that is going to be FaZe Clan, another top team.
FaZe Clan is getting more and more drops upon Vampire Esports, and landing the blows. And it seems like they're almost done for. FaZe Clan still survive with 2 members left. And for some reason, TM has been able to hold on so long, though Ansons has been knocked out. The M249 will secure it. Well, they provide Newsy with more and more of these numbers. He's going to be able to maintain that Terminator title unless SOZIP makes the change.
Looks like no change will happen here. TEM Entertainment eliminated without any point in this round. And there it is. It is very, very, very likely now that the Infinity will be #1 after this Mirama. But FaZe Clan, with 4 eliminations in the bag, they could catch up. But unfortunately, the bad news is that FaZe Clan will be playing the rest of the round with only 2 players.
But the rough bout for most of these teams. And remember this sort of circle that has happened before back in the league stage on week 3. GD secured that compound. They tried to defend it, and there's just a flock of crowds that will be fighting for that section. Ego Esports, they do have the leverage of the high hills, while Alter Ego keeps a watchful eye over the northern section overall. SLD playing by the craters. They have to play it slow, and they will eventually get a catch onto NFT.
Oh, the fight between two teams with similar color, it seems. NFT and SLD just next to each other. At least the good news is that they're all within the circle, but NFT kind of open. A little bit more open than their opponents, SLD, and Drongzin takes advantage of that. Ramones goes down, immediately being deleted away from this map.
And for some reason, NFT members, they're basically out in the open. Another drop as we see Boychill runs across the smokes. Instead, only Sovel remaining here. NFT won't be able to go ahead to help Boychill for now. Sovel, he's trading right back. He says, come get me if you can.
Oh, Sovel now the last man standing on the outside of the zone, but as he moves towards the right, Xavier is actually overlooking it. Sovel needs to go down to the lower ground into the compound, but then again, Contra, he's not in the circle still.
He's moving further and further away. He will try to create a little bit more distance and a gap so that he can basically sneak in much later on. ISIS now finds Razy, Boom Esports getting a little bit more of attack going on their side, but Yoodo Alliance also does have one more member knocked out. Octa's the next one to fall. So 2 members are living on knife's edge. Boom Esports, they really want to pull this round back though. Buggy now being deterred from anything at all. Omstyles go ahead with a push. That will be an easy securance of a point as Omstyle claims it for the team.
Yeah, this is going to be the second point there for Bacon time as Omstyle not only cleans up the points, but also claims the utilities from the box. Yummy, he is now in trouble, and Shirley's coming on the left, back up on the right as well. Yummy is going up against the entire squad, and Shirley goes down. Yummy still survive, and he still managed to secure that point at least.
I just love the drop shot coming in, but there's still a little bit more refract potential coming from Ego Esports. They take out 2 members of Boom Esports, and my goodness, it could have been pretty close, but at the very least, Eagle Esports, they're slowly making waves, and they managed to beat out one of their opponents. So there is a good chance that they could basically survive to the end and claim a point.
It's going to be a crucial fight here, Contra the Eagles versus Geek Fam, number 14 versus number 16. If Eagles can win this against Geek Fam, there is a possibility that they might overtake them, but looks like Geek Fam is going to disengage. Same goes for the Eagles as well.
F1 drives directly into the compounds. They will suspect that there's going to be some players inside of the shed, but Geek Fam, they're finally into the circle, still trying to check out some of the areas of play. Alter Ego having planted all 4 members on each respective shack. We're expecting a little bit of exchanges coming in from both teams. Kangzo in the middle, open the only member left for the side of BRU, I do assume. But GD, they're in the best spot possible, and they have predicted it to be right there on the spot.
Okay, we have seen this time and time again. The Infinity, at this moment, they do not have a circle, but they can fight their way through. So let's not look down upon them, despite them not having the circle. GIDS, they are in a sweet spot at this moment with the compound at their side. Yoodo Alliance coming in from the southern side. Oleo at the forefront together with his teammates, but being spotted out by D. Xavier. Rabbit's not going to be making it easy for them.
Taking time, only getting 3 points in this matchup. Yoodo Alliance doesn't really have much to actually work with all these vehicles being blown out. Fnatic, though, coming in with some tax of his own onto Geek Fam. They're hiding inside of smoke, but that's not going to be helping out. Potato will go ahead to eliminate you, High Boy. But over on the back, we see the other remaining members of Geek Fam trying to pull through ahead. Eagle Esports ready to take them on with the grenades.
Oh, this is the fight that has stopped earlier on because of the disengagement, but now it has continued. Eagle Esports at the lower ground, but the nade on the Mika, that was beautiful coming from Nashin. And that's an opportunity for the Eagles to try to wrap this up by eliminating the rest of Geek Fam. Damroot is still alive, 50% help, but they don't know where he is, but finally Damroot will be taken out. And it's going to be another shot for another angle. That is it for them.
Back towards the side of Alter Ego, they are still trying to land those attacks against Eagle Esports. They're playing perfectly well, but they will have to reposition though. Not too far off from the circle. That's not too concerning for Alter Ego just yet. They're still hoping for those picks. They spot Altwan peeking back upon this current high, where Tony K gets landed with a couple of taps coming in from Nernauri as well as Fnatic.
The long range from Fnatic, from Alter Ego, though they do not have the circle, but they do not want to let go opportunities to collect elimination points. The Infinity, they're playing by the rim of the circle, but they'll be struggling, but GIDS kind of distracted. Now with 4 rivals coming to the same compound, Happy goes down immediately, Bamburu as well.
And he's going to try to throw it all around. He tries to pull a grenade. That's not going to help Volky at all. And that is 4 rivals dropping out at 8th spot. They claim some ranking points, but no points in elimination. Meanwhile, Alter Ego is absolutely dominating. Same could be said about FaZe Clan as well as the Infinity.
Oh, nade from Olio onto the side of the Infinity. Could they get a couple of elimination points from this? Doozy will be the next one to go down. Taken out by Adelu. Olio is not stopping, tossing utilities onto the other side. Yoodo Alliance need to be careful. Another team is on the right, but now because of the elevation, because of that cover, they can continue to put pressure onto the Infinity.
4 frags coming in from the side of Yoodo Alliance as they are still dropping every single utility, like you said. But Alter Ego, though, with this exchange, it's a 1 versus 2. And they have managed to wipe them all out. Ego Esports have found their momentum. 9 points here in Miramar.
1 more point till they hit the 10-point marker for elimination points. Yoodo Alliance and the Infinity not letting go of each other just yet, but now Yoodo Alliance, they have the Eagles to deal with as well on the right.
Adik Luke laying those tags onto the Mini 14 will only get a glimpse of it. Diamond shot being triggered out. Well, Rep Boy will be able to put a little bit more pressure to pile onto Infinity. Gatsuni holds back for the sliders, but Infinity losing members through this convoy. It's not working out on that buggy.
Well, they have no choice because they're currently on the outside of the circle. They need to get across, and that's where they gamble. They managed to get 1 player onto the other side. That's going to be Mela. 1 more player is still left on the outside. That's going to be Gatsuni, and Gatsuni will be gunned down by Shamil.
Olio still finding a little bit of pressure points coming in from Mela. He's hiding behind that buggy, but that will be not enough. Olio will still seal the deal against the Tide Titans Infinity, now at 6. Here are your top 5 teams. There are still remaining FaZe Clan, only 1 player left by the blue zone. Yoodo Alliance, Geek, GD, Buriram United to Ego Esports is still on board.
Oh, Gengzo is out. That means it's the end for Buriram United. And number 5 with 2 elimination points. FaZe Clan with the last man standing seems to be taking out the zone somewhere else. But right now, looking at the current circle, it seems to be an advantage for Yoodo Alliance. They have all of their players inside of it, and they're kind of like in the center of the circle. But the Eagles, they're not stopping as well. They want their number 10. They want the 10 elimination point at least.
They definitely will have to fight harder for it. Ego Esports, they are showing their best performance here in the grand finals with GD also tagging on upon them, but just look at them. They are invincible. FaZe Clan, they were trying to move into the circle, but it definitely took a lot of effort for them to be able to challenge through the map, and they dropped out by the outskirts. Damage being done towards GD. Should be able to keep their health bars pretty much up and running. Now, this is getting a little bit awkward because every single team that's still on board, pick a tree, are having a 4 versus 4 on each side, and it's all down to the luck of the circle. So, who's it gonna be?
Ooh, yeah, it's gonna be interesting, right? Because all these players, all these teams, they have a full squad still, so their odds are kind of even. But as what you mentioned, the circle may determine that, but now the circle seems to go in between these teams somewhat, but to favor GIDS a little bit more.
They've always gotten the circle from the get-go. All 6 phases they were here, and they have never budged. The rest of Ego Esports, they do see the red smokes coming from the crate, but it's no time for any form of loot. There's only 3 smokes left from the side of Quant if they really want to push up ahead. So they really have to prepare a safe route into that section. The rest of members of Yoodo Alliance being spotted out. Moving into the top 3 here, Adik Luke picks up 2 pointers from the earlier span of the match. And now they're basically taking 2 teams at one go.
Yoodo Alliance, going to be tough for them to cross this area. It's such an open area because the Eagles, they can shoot them down. The advantage that the Eagles have is that they still have a vehicle, so they can use that vehicle to crash into the compound and get into the circle or create a barricade somewhere in between. While GIDS, they have this compound and it is part of the circle as well. So advantage towards them. We can see that how they are holding off Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance, they're kind of stuck there in that area that they're in is not in the circle. They're with pressure by blue.
Yeah, they really have to book it right now with whatever vehicles that they have. They try to charge through the smokes. Nachi does somehow survive, charge the vehicle, but they will still make that exchange happen.
Oh, and now looks like the Eagles, they're forcing their way through, but it's going to be 5 elimination points for GIDS. They have their stronghold as their compound. Boom, putting pressure on the Yoodo Alliance, tossing things onto the other side. The smoke will be created as well, just to blur the vision of Yoodo Alliance. Adelu stopping the Eagles from coming any further. And one will be picked up by Chua. He needs to pick it up. He needs to pick up the pace faster and faster, but 20 gunned down by Damon.
And slowly the tides have turned. Ego Esports have looked phenomenal in the span of the early rounds are starting to drop. And that should be just about enough. GD secures the final point onto Ego Esports as they are taking a flight close range.
Oh, they're going in for it, but GD, two of them knocked down. This could be the moment. Yoodo Alliance, they actually beaten the odds to take down GD. A third party trying to come in, but they fail. And Yoodo Alliance, this is an amazing comeback. The odds were against them.
But they have made it all possible. Who would have thought that GD, with all that advantage, they will rush through blindly into that area. They try to push them up ahead. They thought that there is no time for reset, but all the members of Yoodo Alliance were all very healthy to take them on.
Wow.
And the response was so quick. If you bat an eye, you will miss.
Wow, I'm mind blown at this moment, Contra. I'm mind blown. They didn't have the circle, they were stuck there, and they managed to recover from an incoming third party that is GIDS to win that fight. That is crazy. You know what? I thought as well, GIDS could have done a little bit better because they had the circle. They could have like chilled and wait for Yoodo Alliance to come at them, but I understand the thought process as well because they don't want to let go of Yoodo Alliance that is recovering from the fight with the Eagles. They want to take advantage of that, but it backfired onto them.
It backfired so hard, so fast as well. And we saw a lot of interesting skirmishes in the early game, mainly catching people off of rotation. But what I do love is 1v1 challenges where we see them sort of left, right, and drop shot. But Yummy wins that trade. So we go back into GD, look at the way that they try to quick compound and they have established a chokehold. But the problem here is this, like certain teams, they were desperate, they try to run into the areas late, and I think that sealed the fate for Infinity, which had quite a long journey to move into the final circle. And this fight between Ego Esports as well as Yoodo Alliance, they thought, okay, this is that golden moment shine. But every member of Yoodo Alliance, they finished that fight, they don't even bother healing up. There was barely much damage to be done anyways. They just took that like a champion.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely amazing from Yoodo Alliance. Man, this is one of, and we're just like, what, game number 2 of today. And we've seen something so amazing like this. This is crazy from Yoodo Alliance. I mean, and guess what as well? They are the first team to receive 2 chicken dinners in the grand finals.
Yes, 2 chicken dinners. And yesterday we've seen 4 rivals making quite the splash to make it into the top 5. Now there's also a great chance for Yoodo Alliance. They should be moving up the first page with the chicken dinner. Overall, I really want to count again how many frags did Yoodo Alliance achieve, and that's a whopping 12-pointer.
12-pointer, and the only team to receive double-digit in terms of frags. 27 points being taken home by Yoodo Alliance. And the next one will be GIDS with 19 points, 7 elimination points. The Eagles, doing not too shabby, 19 points as well. But let's not forget, on the other end, TEM Entertainment, 2 rounds, they lost to the Infinity in terms of points collected. This is their worst round today so far because no points at all. And this opens up the opportunity for the Infinity to actually go ahead, as in open up the gap between them and TEM Entertainment. FaZe Clan, not too bad as well, 13 points, 4 points difference than the Infinity.
It's great maintenance coming in from the Thai teams overall, but we have to pay focus onto some members of GD. Look at that. Though it's just 2 elimination points, he has done 1,100 damage overall.
Wow.
Like, what? Take out the armor, it's supposed to be 11 takedowns. With the armor, 6. before being stolen away throughout this match. A little unlucky, but he also scores one of the furthest distance coverage that we do have in the grand finals. 359.
Yeah, I remember the Eagle Eye Award right now is 400 something.
Yeah.
It's quite hard to beat
It's
that.
really hard to hit. Like,
yeah.
it's ridiculously hard to even land 270 meters and beyond. And these guys are telling us that it is entirely possible.
Well, with that chicken dinner, it moves Yoodo Alliance to page number 1. A little bit of a comfy spot here for them to get into PMGC. But the difference between them and the being eliminated spot is about, let's say, 24 points. So that's not too far away. So, but that also means that teams on page 2 can still catch up onto the PMGC slot. So teams like Ego Esports, yes, round 1 wasn't good for them, but round 2, at least they were okay. They moved up to number 15, pushing Boom Esports down. But that also means that the gap between them and also getting into the PMGC slot is also about 20-ish points. That means one round, they could push themselves up to a potential PMGC slot.
That is all possible, and my goodness, the rivalry between all these teams have been intensified as the rounds progress. Yoodo Alliance, we really have to really see through their journey through Lost Illness. Usually they share this area of play with another Thai team, and it's not exactly the easiest to get out of, which is why they took quite a while to leave that section. But they've always been trailing by the edges of that circle, and then they make their way into La Bonita, where we see them also trailing right by GIDS.
And you know what? Every time that Yoodo Alliance gets a chicken dinner, I'll receive a text from Mr. Dogma, who is the boss of Yoodo.
Right.
So I know he's watching this. It is the weekend though. He's spending his time watching his team, of course. Great showing. And shouting out to him as well for being part of our PUBG Mobile scene.
Yeah, I mean, they've been extremely supportive throughout the course of PUBG Mobile Esports here in Malaysia, and I think like this team is one of the best that we've ever seen throughout the SEA Championship overall. And they're telling me that, you know, with only a few seasons that they've been able to establish such a strong roster, I believe that we're going to see a lot of glimpses of brilliance coming from Yoodo Alliance.
Well, we're going to see a lot of our official smartphone partner as well. That is Realme. This is the GT Neo 3 that comes together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and a dedicated display chipset. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why it's sharp and nice. And our official livestream partner, so thank you so much. Hashtag #BeTheOne TikTok Challenge. Don't forget to put that in when you create any content. And follow our PUBG Mobile pages, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.ny, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile Official PH. And it's dinner time, so make sure you make your order through our official food delivery partner, Grab Food. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget as well, do stay tuned, because we have more games coming up, but we'll be taking a Margaret break, a little bit of an extended break for everyone to have their meals. We'll be seeing you after this break.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. the crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguised gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring one skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town. Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in ranked mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan silam, se elemen, Papa Boy, ค่ะพี่ มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเรา4 Eve ครูสุดๆดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยนี่ชุดระดับ Epic และ Legendary สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะแต่เธอไม่ชัดเจนหรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่คือที่เธอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรามีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Theo from GIDS. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and then just check in hotel and then just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! Fine flying. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GTDO3, Neo Speed Awakens.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall Grand Finals, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the new and renewed hair of Contra. And thank you so much to our official smartphone partner, Realme, official livestream partner, TikTok, and our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, for being together with us throughout the entire tournament. And what a day it has been. Yoodo Alliance, what a strong finish towards the end.
That was such a swift chicken dinner that they basically finished off one fight and immediately went to another, and it was just a spark of lightning that have strike upon Miramar, and I can't wait for another round of Miramar to happen already. And I also want to highlight not only Yoodo Alliance, but every other team that has been participating in this Grand Finals have given such a great chase that we're going to see a lot of horses running to the finish line. But before we even get to that point, let's take a look at the team summary before we move into match 3. So we got Yoodo Alliance that have not taken only great fights on the final battle. They have 12 elimination points, and now they're sitting at top 6.
I just want to point out that, remember, Alan had 1,000-ish damage. Yeah, 1105. His team's total damage is 2,000-ish.
So he did all the work.
Exactly, he contributed like almost 50 to 60% of his team's damage all alone. That's why I said it's GIDS, it's like Alan and friends.
Exactly. I think like it's actually more than just Alan and friends. We've seen a lot of great plays from the rest of the players too. But Newsy, well, you could say Newsy and friends, because he's always on the board when it comes down to the damage to be offered up. But Adik Luke, I think this is where he has shined the brightest in Miramar, where he managed to offer plenty of damage. And we last saw him holding on to that M24, and the match to seal the deal with bringing a bolt action rifle. So I want to see more of that happening in this round 2 of Miramar.
I want to see more unpredictable plays, because these Grand Finals have been amazing. Yoodo Alliance went against the odds to secure this chicken dinner. And also, not to mention, they have also beaten the statistics where it's a tie-dominated map. But now, of course, we have a second round, second round inside of Miramar, our third round for today. And it's going to be super interesting to see if that streak will continue, because yesterday it was the Indonesian teams. But what's interesting as well, besides the stats, is, of course, if someone calls you baby.
That's right, we got Pew Pew online on your PUBG Mobile clan, and you could hear him speak to you all day long. It's giveaway time, and you could basically play a lot of PUBG Mobile and earn all these voice packs for free. Where if you spend time and you collect some of all these things, you could be able to spin it to win it. But of course, other than Pew Pew, we also have Baby La, Mew, Tony K, as well as Capone, and I do believe it was a Sunoaz as well. So make sure you guys grab the voice pack now, and it could be absolutely for free.
Yeah, this is not for free, but depending on how you do it. Of course, this is the Royal Pass that's currently available right now, Mass Crusader set. And you can gain as many in-game items as possible through this Royal Pass. You just need to, well, play your regular game, collect those points, and then you will get all those freebies.
That's right. And of course, with True Speed comes Real Attitude, where you could basically own one of the very first original PUBG Mobile sports car on your hand. And we got Bobo Boy, Kwasa Elemental.
Yeah, Bobo Boy, Kwasa Elemental already in game. And you might see some of the players actually using some of these items. So if you want a sneak peek, you want a preview of how it might look inside of the game, do continue watching with us. You will be able to spot them when they show up.
And we also do have the watch party for PMGC 2022 Grand Finals happening on the 29th as well as 30th of October. This is the end of the month, where you could basically hang out at Lepak in KL to witness glory of the top 4 teams to head into PMNC. But now, of course, let's bring back the focus to our PMPL Southeast Asia Grand Finals, as we have so many stakes involved for all the teams out there, where chicken dinners are being passed around every single round. And I think like it's time for us to also vote and predict for some of these teams.
Yeah, so ShineLikeDiamond, SLD, we did talk about them yesterday as one of the teams that, one of the underdog teams, and they're actually doing not too bad considering that it's their first showing in the Southeast Asia stage as well. So I do hope that they get a chicken dinner at some point because they will be able to set like, okay, we are here not because we're lucky, not because of other teams are not doing as well as us, but we are here for a reason, and that chicken dinner will tell that story.
Exactly that. 1 minute away before we get ourselves into Miramar, and there's a lot to talk about SLD where even the likes of Box Gaming with such a great showing.
Yeah, and so we will see Miramar round 2 after this. Now, coming back to the stats, of course, Thai dominant map, but in the grand finals, it wasn't a Thai dominant map. Yesterday was Indonesia, and as of today, it is Yoodo Alliance. So, do you feel that it could probably be Vietnam?
I do think it's going to be a great showing coming from Vietnam, especially from DX as well as SLD. But of course, it's time for us to find out for ourselves. Let's hit into match 3, Miramar.
Well, I'm liking the fact that you say SLD because that's my prediction. And if they can do it, I want to give out the scores with you because you already got one correct. So
we'll
I can't be behind too far.
We got to wait and see. I mean, there's still a lot of chicken dinners to go. But first, if you're counting from here on, this is the exact midpoint of the grand finals. So this will be map number 9. And we are already seeing a lot of teams playing catch-up where I believe by the end of the score lines, we'll see mixed bags of teams of multi-nations to be racing for that title. We're already seeing Malaysian teams, 4 rivals as well as Yoodo Alliance now climbing to top 5 as well as top 4 respectively. And they can actually challenge for the throne. So with Infinity currently holding that top spot, I think there's still a lot of opportunities out there for TEM and also for FaZe Clan altogether. But we just have to see whether or not will there be any form of retaliation because we have so many slots to contend for. Boom Esports, though they may have not gotten all too much back in Sanhok, these are the rounds inside Miramar where we have seen a lot of great glory for the team.
Buriram United will breathe a sigh of relief now that the Eagles went back to their natural habitat in Chumacera. And the circle happened to be on the left. Earlier on, it was on the right, somewhere on the right. So now we're going to see a very different circle. The Xavier, they had a comfortable Miramar yesterday and throughout today, not being challenged. But this time, they have a visitor in the name of Bacon Time.
That's right, and Bacon Time have also been really familiar with this sort of terrains as well back in their home region. And even before Bacon Time, there was that roster where we have ex-players from RRQ Athena to be playing. And we know them to love El Pozo as a city. Now, the question is, will they actually commit to a fight? Because this region is somewhat similar to Los Leones. A lot of tall structures involved where you basically have to find elevated grounds to be able to get a little bit of a eyesight onto the targets. But then again, when you have so many walls to basically shelter from yourself, most likely than not, these teams will remain to be very safe in the city. So you just got to make that sort of split. Which sort of compounds you want? The northern side, the eastern side, the south, like there's a lot of loots to share. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they've been up for certain challenges, but today it hasn't been the most performing map altogether for the team, as the Infinity have been able to overtake many of all the other teams out there. And even TEM, it was an absolute no-show. 2 rounds back-to-back, close to 0 points.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for TEM Entertainment, not gonna lie there. And you know, it feels like the reverse of the Infinity yesterday. The Infinity yesterday, they were the ones missing. And today, so far, I mean, to be fair, it's only 2 rounds, right? The TEM Entertainment has yet to step out the game, and that allowed the Infinity to overtake them for the top spot. And speaking about overtaking as well, Ego Esports overtook Boom Esports, and now they have like an 8-point gap. It's not that big, but you can see that Ego Esports, they're slowly climbing up. And yesterday, they did fairly well as well, towards the end at least. They did fairly okay. And I think that if any team were to sneak into the PMGC slot at this moment, as much as I would like the Cinderella story of SLD, it feels like Ego Esports have the potential.
Yeah, Eagle Esports, if they do secure one more chicken dinner, they're definitely racing for the middle of the pack teams where top 10 is absolutely doable for those who are currently sitting at the bottom 4. Same could be said about SLD, or where they're currently sitting with 79 points. NFT have been able to at least find themselves into a 98 score, or that will see them place just 1 point below Buriram United. So it's definitely a very close contest between some of these other teams. If we do focus onto the top end of the spectrum, we're looking at the savior top team of PMPL Vietnam to be able to match up with the tempo. We've already touched on some of these Malaysian teams to be able to catch up. So the ball is on the course of the top 4 currently. Like, it's going to be kind of hard for everybody else if Infinity wins another 2 chicken dinner.
Yeah, I know, right? So, of course, if is the bigger question, right? If they can do it. No doubt, the Infinity, this is one of their stronger maps in Miramar, and they know, and this kind of circle, it favors them because it's around their drop spot, that's number 1, and they know this area like the back of their hand. Even if the circle hardships towards the southern side, let's say the high grounds of Chumasera, I think they are one of the teams that actually perform the best if the circle actually goes there. So, in other words, this is like their circle. So they know this area the best. They have a good start here because the moment they drop, they're in it. They may get the first few rounds of the circle just like that without much effort. And that also means that the possibility of them being eliminated is low. And if it will be higher for other teams. And if that happens, naturally, they would have a better chance of going up the charts.
Exactly that. And for the team, even if it does shift wherever else, it should be very close for their rotation. While Alter Ego will be challenging Ego Esports. So that could be the difference maker up in the early game, where most players that do rotate into Chumasera, they like to take those high heels right above the factory. And we're already seeing smokes being popped up coming from Namshin. He got the level 3 vest. I want to see his weapons though. I believe that's going to be an
M4?
M4? AKM the side. Is that it?
Yeah, looks like it. M4 is kind of obvious because it's the only M4 Ice, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's the only M4 Ice or M4 Glacier.
Some may say the most expensive skin in the game.
Yeah, I wonder if there are others now that have overtaken that reputation.
Probably.
Yeah, but no doubt the M4, the original name, by the way, fun fact, the original name for that weapon or that skin is M4 Glacier.
Yep.
But somehow, when it reaches some level of the community, it turns into M4 Ice.
I think it's really easy to type compared to Glacier, where, you know, when you're playing mobile games and you want to chat but you don't have your mic on, that's where you know you want to get a new phone, so get the GT Neo 3 with GT Neo 3 Neo Speed Awakens with Realme.
That's a good segue.
Yeah.
I like that. Somebody give him a raise.
Yep. M4 Eyes, I think they definitely need to chill here in Miramar in the early rounds because it does get blazing later on, and those are one of the weapon skin lines that actually offer graphics on the shots. So it's easy to basically track some of the shots coming in the way. And when you do land perfectly on the target, the kill feed basically tells you, oh, this guy's got the M4 Eyes because it's shining in blue.
Yeah, and as of now, that is the only weapon skin that comes with a different color when you shoot. But after they turn into the box, then you have a lot of others. You have the M4 Joker, you have like, you have the Snowman skin and tons of other skins. But for that shooting marker, that is the only one that offers. That's why it is still very, very popular until now. You can still see a lot of players using that despite like you have a lot of skin iterations over time.
Exactly. Some of the prime skins available in PUBG Mobile. I think, like, of course, skins aside, we want to look at some of these other players that has relatively performed. SLD have also relied on SMEP on majority of the counter flank angles. And remember the fight between them as well as Geek Fam that took forever to finish? SLD actually came up on top with some of these exchange until, of course, the tide's turn. Geek Fam did get eliminated early on. This time, they're definitely not making any form of mistakes heading into this span of the round where they're taking a little bit more of a central region of play. While GIDS, yes, they're not exactly in anywhere close to the circle where Los Leones is so far away. And there's a lot of team on the south side. So this is a little tad risky for them to really rotate deep into the center.
Well, I hope GIDS don't drop the ball. Just saying.
Yep. I definitely need a brand new phone. But take a look at 4 Rivals. They're still luring around on the outskirts as well. Where it's going to be a clear passage for them at the very least when they do move in. Infinity, though. Look at God Cuny's damage. Every single round he offers an average of 1 elimination point. And that's the kind of performance you want. And he's also the main healer of the team. 307 pointers out there. He's definitely catching up to Newsy's performance. We do see him popping up on the charts plenty of times with takedowns.
Yeah, he is definitely one of the... I mean, if you talk about the Infinity, right? Like, okay, now that you open up the topic.
Did I just open up a can of worms?
Yeah, it's like a can of worms. Every time you fight against every single member of the Infinity, it feels like fighting against the entire squad. That is how strong they are. But now, speaking about strength, the Eagles have been showing strength in the previous round. Starting off with Alter Ego in this round, but it looks like no eliminations, and that's okay. As long as they stamp that domination around this area, that's fine.
Exactly that. Ego Esports comprises of veteran players like F1, Chua, as well as Namshin. Many of them came from very different teams and now finally being brought together. Ego Esports is also one of the early birds in PUBG Mobile Vietnam.
Literally. Eagle Esports, early bird. Okay.
You get the pun.
I get the reference, yeah.
Yeah, they've established themselves since year 2019. And up till now, still remaining to be really strong. Though, of course, currently in the grand finals, it's all about tenacity in this marathon heading into the final game of play. Shots being fired right now from Vampire Esports towards the likes of what I do believe is Geek Fam. And Buriram United is not too far away. And C-Sky only is just by the window. Not that he spots him out, though.
Well, Ego Esports, one of the early birds, still waiting to get that worm.
What about the vampires? They're out in the sun.
Well, oh yeah. I mean, out of their natural habitat, I must say. But it's interesting to see like the vampires, like all 4 of them clumped up into this one compound. And it's interesting to see as well that Volky got gunned down. Not a good sign there for 4 Rivals, considering that yesterday they were hot. But it looks like it's going to be a long range, so it shouldn't be a problem for Volky to be picked up by April.
We're seeing really aggressive plays coming from Buriram United for today, though. And this is not what we see all the time from BRU. Though, some can argue, back in the past round of Miramar, they were challenged very early on by Ego Esports. And they were basically pushed away from their drop spot. 4 Rivals, so far, have been keeping themselves healthy and alive. Voki has been resuscitated. 4 Rivals currently sitting at 123 points. 1 chicken dinner away from catching up to FaZe Clan as well as TEM. And perhaps by then, they should be inching closer to the Infinity.
Well, I'm waiting who's going to make the next move. Interestingly, 4 Rivals is the one making the move first. They have the circle, but they decided like, okay, no, we're not going to wait for the next circle to pop. We'll just move. I guess it's because like, okay, I can get the thought process here. It's because like they don't want when the circle shifts. And if they happen to be on the outside of the circle and Buriram United happen to be by the edge of it, they'll be gate capped. But thinking about gatekeeping, it's going to be Geek Fam now trying to gatekeep 4 Rivals for coming through.
And there's already shots being fired at the back of Appy. Thankfully, he does survive, but grenades will be lobbed right in coming from Damner. That will also pull attention coming in from Vampire Esports. The full squad of 4 rivals have arrived to the scene, and Geek Fam will need to stand on their toes for a little bit because they only have 2 members around the sector. And there's another team over the top side of the hill. We want to take a glimpse of that as well. Geek Fam, they're not really sitting in the best possible area of play. And this is going to be turning into a 4-way warfare really, really soon.
Yeah, another team that might overlook them, so they got to be careful of that. Geek Fam kind of sandwiched in between. If we look at this, let's see, Zin might have a view onto this compound. So that's not going to be good news, especially for Geek Fam, because they do not have a rooftop. But Mika gets a gun down onto Voki. Shouldn't be a problem for Voki to pick up again. Second time today, he's been knocked down.
And this is going to be a little bit more of a dicey situation for 4 rivals. They can't afford to lose their health bars here. It's still relatively early into phase 3. And majority of these teams already burning resources just to keep themselves afloat. Geek Fam, I think they've been playing rather carefully. Is that they are keeping their angles against SLD that's peeking through those hills. I should have made this known much early on. From Buru though, maybe he might just actually climb up to the rooftop to get some elevated angles against Geek Fam, but they're all hiding by the garageway. I like to call it the garage for some reason, because players just like to park their cars in there.
Yeah, it's enough space for them to do that, right? But then again, for Pumburu to go up to the rooftop, I don't think you do that. I think they're aware that there's another team at the top that's going to be SLD, and that could be dangerous for him. So he's probably going to just stay chill at the behind the boxes. That's probably his best angle if he wants to get an elevation onto Geek Fam. But look at the current circle, it's still going to be likely that those teams will be locked in the circle, meaning that it will still be a waiting game. Oh no! Okay.
Wow.
So it looks like only 2 players for Geek Fam is in the circle, and the rest of them, they need to find their way in.
Spot on prediction from you, Sir Cloud. You started off by talking about Ego Esports, and look where they are. Like, this is just outskirts of Jumasera. They managed to get into the circle relatively early for the Birds, and Snipes managed to gun down 1 player off, and that's going to be FaZe Clan, who have arrived to the scene, and they've already lost the top fragger, Tony K. Oh. 1 more nade drops right in. Geek Fam, they're looking to sweep them off the floor.
Oh, Yuhai is coming in, Snipes from the behind. Yuhai is actually the last man standing at this moment, and Yuhai manages to eliminate FaZe Clan together with his teammates. FaZe Clan, the first team to go out.
What a surprise, but there's still more blood to be spilled onto the sand. Chua now gunned down as he approaches to the compound itself. Frankie as well as Rabbit is defending, but there will be more bullets flying away. Namshin will be able to find Frankie from the top end of the hill. F1 trying to see if he can basically land that point by dropping a grenade, but Namshin's going to be finding a little bit more avenues of play, trying to spot out Lamborghini. But Tuan, he's cooking 1 more grenade. Is there any time to save him? Voki comes in with a kill onto Kwang.
Namshin needs to recover quickly. And now we can see that Xavier, they're trying to hold on. Rabis is down as well. There's nothing much that they can do to pick up 2 of their teammates on the other side. That means an opportunity for the Eagles to move in. They have the manpower advantage. They want this compound. They want this area. It is in the middle of the circle. It is a prime position, and Chua comes in. 1 knockdown for him. The last member for Xavier, and they will be out.
Chua still holding on to a very close angle of play to E. They're finding all of this close quarter combat to be favoring themselves. The X have lost 2 members out of this skirmish, and that's also because they were committing to the flight bumps for the top of the hill. That didn't really pull them much favors, though. The X relying on to make measures work for them. Still overlooking onto Infinity, though. They're not going to be able to catch those angles, so the only way out is to take on Eagle Esports.
Oh, Lamborghini now together with Duke, the last 2 members of Xavier. The good news is that they're on the other side of the compound, so they have a little bit of time. But now we move forward to the Infinity, going up against another Thai team that's going to be Bacon Time.
Bacon Time still gets a little bit more wiggle room to play shorties over lower ridges instead. The widespread coming in, but the rest of Infinity are all clumped up in the diamond formation. Noisy trying to land those taps. He does get a little bit of shot over onto 9 Noisy. Now he punches his way forward. He'll be able to get close in proximity.
DBS
shots being fired, but he does land one more blow back.
Oh, now Nuzi will be knocked down. Unfortunately, he needs to be picked up by his teammates. Gatuni still around the name of Gatuni. He could land onto Bacon Time. Bacon Time still in full squad. Gatuni with a high guy advantage. Shoots onto the other side, but he knows that he does not have the advantage anymore without his teammate right in front of him. And now he'll be retreating, but Mela will be coming in from the other side. What's going to be their plan? Looks like the Infinity going for the disengage.
They're going to pull back as they're slowly dropping one after another. Gatuni now getting clipped out by Shirties that's been holding the angles for the longest of time. Now they will push forward. They find Logan. They found Gatuni, but can they actually clear up that shack? Do they still have any more grenades? Shirties have ran out of it. So there is a little bit more time for Infinity to pull through, but they've already lost 2 members.
Oh, Mela cooking up a nade, tossing onto Bacon Time. Mela will be shot down. No, not yet. 10% health left. Gatuni looks like he's going to leave his teammate behind. But then again, he's probably going to run into Boom. He needs to be careful. Gatuni finds a little bit of an opening here for him to reset himself.
Buying a little bit more space as well as time, but how long can he outlast in this battle? He does get the center of the circle, though, surrounded by Alter Ego, Boom, and many more. By the edges, we have Vampire Esports as well as GIDS, TEM, trying to deal with the situation against members of Yoodo Alliance. More of these nades being primed right in, but nobody's going to be inside the shack, so Ravenclaw did not manage to actually get much out of that situation unless he really wants to hide inside. And Fluke, if he's trying to get those angles, the door's not even open from our side, but of course, he will be able to land some of the taps. Bobo, who has gone back into this matchup for Boom Esports, as he's the master of these terrains. But GDGID is not looking good. They're outside of the play zone already.
Oh, Vampires, they want to take out GDGIDS now. Ravenclaw with the nail onto the other side. It might land onto the member of GDGIDS. Ravenclaw at the same time. Yes, it will! Immediately knocking out Alan. And Alan is on the outside of the zone. But 2 stars will ensure that they secure their elimination point. The Vampires, they need to find their way in right now. They are a little bit far from the zone, but there should be space for them to land.
A little bit far from home as well. They definitely want to finish this up with a chicken dinner. Boom Esports playing by the outskirts. They are relying on Octa to make the measures work. Boom Esports have already gotten 4 points coming in from elimination, and Ravenclaw have to pick one up from 4 rivals. Appy out of the middle of nowhere. I don't think that there's going to be any sort of saving grace for 4 rivals, and therefore they will finish at 12.
4 rivals out. The Infinity, the Xavier, they are still in this, but Yoodo Alliance as well. They are climbing up, they are catching up. It's only like what, 31 points between them and number 1. But the Infinity is still alive with 2 players now. Speaking about Yoodo Alliance, they are coming into the circle.
Bobo, who he's going to be able to hold back the rest of Yoodo Alliance for the slightest bit. And their circle's about to close up as well. Boom Esports will eventually need to go into close quarters against Addict Luke and Co. Yoodo Alliance have already gotten a chicken dinner, and they're hot in form. They're going to be tossing those nades towards the section where Yummy's currently hiding out. And there goes Olio. He's just going for it.
Ooh, this is going to be a big move here for Olio, but Hexas is ready for it. The nade might be tossed out, but no, Hexas decides to do otherwise. He's going to chill for the moment, but Olio, no chill on this side. The nade toss out, the Hexas will not connect. Geek Fam is out at number 10 though. 2 stars will get number Chua. Olio is not done yet. He's going left and right. Ade Luke as well coming in together with him, but Olio will be gone now. Ade Luke will need to win this fight by himself.
Boom Esports managed to retaliate, takes 1 member down. And that forces Yoodo Alliance to make a decision. Either you fight us or you go in for a revive, and we will push you to the ground.
Red Bull boy, beautiful nade. 1 nade to take down Hexas. That could be an opening for Yoodo Alliance to come in. Now Red Bull boy's coming in from the left. Boo Boo Hoo, a little bit of elevation for him, but not enough space, not enough visual against Yoodo Alliance for them to take it down.
Olio now have his health bars back up online. That means it's 3 versus 2. Boom Esports still holding on. The damage is being done. Addict Luke tries to close it up. He does get some damage being done, but he's getting caught out. And that will be from Ego Esports.
All the way downtown from Ego Esports. Looks like they will be the main for Yoodo Alliance, and because of that, they're out. they are out. They had the advantage with the high ground, but unfortunately, Ego Esports needed to butt in.
A perfect defensive setup coming from Boom Esports, though. That could have been hard for them to clinch out. But speaking of which, Ego Esports, they're farming those points from this angle. And it doesn't matter if it's a Yoodo Alliance or Boom, they will find ways to take them down. A stronghold up into its midsection. Vampire Esports is currently being held by Chua all alone. Nades are flying right in. Vampire Esports pushing up the hill, trying to secure the area play, but Chua, he finds a little bit of damage onto Vampire Esports and is about to cook up those nades. Duel from the back though. DX, they outlasted many of all these other teams and they still have 2 more surviving.
Oh, the Xavier, they won some of those points as well, but Vampires will not make it easy for them. Shots as the moment. Trap with the FPP shots going out by Namshin. Beautiful play in it with the AK. Namshin gonna get a double knockdown. Yes, he will. Namshin with 2 knockdowns back to back. That save Eagle Esports.
The best map so far. Eagle Esports are gunning for the chicken dinner this time around, already securing a total of 7 eliminations in the past 24 minutes of play. Airdrop supplies for Bacon Time. Amstel doesn't even bother picking this one up just yet. He could basically last out for days, but there's still DX to deal with for sureties, as well as 9 Noisy, as well as Lambo. Let's see how they hold up though. It seemed to be a 2v2 until Onstyles go in to pick up what is in the crate. All the level 3 gears are now in the stash with a Groza as well.
Oh, but these Xavier, look at this. They're going to try to stop. They're going to try to stop their opponents from making time. But at the same time, we can see another team being eliminated. That's going to be Boom Esports with 6 elimination points. The Infinity, somehow they still survive. Mela got to need a duo that's going to do it.
Taking time, still have 4 members from Fun. He will find it from the lower grounds, taking down a member of Infinity. That leaves only Gatsuni, but they have been able to defend so well. Both DX as well as Infinity, though they didn't really have those advantage in numbers, they make the cut into the top 4. Long range for the grenade doesn't seem to be connecting. It's just going to be a little bit of smoke coming out, and that's Eagle Esports pushing outwards. They still need to find the circle though, and they will need to challenge Bacon Time.
Oh, Bacon Time, they have the circle, but then again, they have the Xavier to do it for the back line, and for the front, they have the Eagles. Let's not forget that Gatuni is alive as well. He could be the kingmaker in this fight. Gatuni moves out to the high ground, but he doesn't have the circle. Now the zone will start to close it. Gatuni will be one of the first ones to feel the wrath, feel the burn of the blue zone.
Look at 9 Noisy, he's basically closing off the section from the far western end of the map. He's still onlooking members of the Savior, forcing them to slowly climb up, and any drastic measure will turn into dust. Infinity goes out, 4th place, only with 2 elimination points. And Bacon Time, they're having the best areas of play, but Eagle Esports is up for that challenge.
It's a good location for Bacon Time, but unfortunately they are in a situation where they're sandwiched between 2 teams, and now Eagle Esports, they will not make it easy for Bacon Time to get this chicken dinner. They want this chicken dinner for themselves as well. Bacon Time, however, they have a full squad. Xavier, they're coming in closer and closer. Lamborghini with the DBS, Amstar will manage to gun down Namshin. Eagles may lose 1 player, but Duke will be gun down as well. Looks like Bacon Time may just do this.
Bacon Time now going with the DPS. Ice is looking to close it out in close range. They're going to be happy for it. And there we have it. DX still held on for quite some time. And that's a top 3 finish for them. 2 members being knocked from Bacon Time. It signals the attack coming in from the Eagles. They're rushing inwards. There's no time to save Amstal. And this could be it for Eagle Esports.
Oh yeah, Eagle Esports, they have the high ground advantage at this moment. F1 with the UMP, but F1 will be gun down. That's down to the last man standing. Can they actually do it? Can Twice actually clutch it for Eagle Esports? But looks like the answer is no. And Thailand is back inside Miramar with Bacon Time being their representative.
And what a great hold of control coming in from Bacon Time, pulling over on top of the hill. And they were unmatched by every other team. They have just shut down about 4 or 5 teams all by themselves. My goodness, such an amazing performance coming in from Bacon Time, but Eagle Esports, they put up such a great fight, and we've witnessed them claim so many points in this round.
Yeah, I really want to highlight on Bacon Time's decision making. They decided to clear the team with the lesser amount of people, and that was the Xavier, and that was amazing. And when they decided to do that, they do that quickly, and you need to finish off at least 1 angle so that if another team, namely Eagle Esports, comes up from the other side, they are prepared to receive them. Rather than they stay put, they wait, and two teams come at them at the same time, it is unmanageable if you are the one in the middle. So great decision making there by Bacon Time, and not only decision making, but the skill level for them to finish off one side of their opponent so that they can focus on the other side, that was on point.
I just love open ground terrains where many of these teams are trial and tested by playing by the outskirts, and we see so many close fights. And one of it was Yoodo Alliance versus Boom Esports, where FaZe Clan also take on Geek Fam. Both of them have crumbled, but Yoodo Alliance seemingly had a shot, but their angles were exposed, where Ego Esports have managed to catch them off guard from this sector that they've been holding out.
Oh yeah, Ego Esports as well. I mean, holding on in this fight. Just look at this. Namshin was the only one standing at the ground floor. If he failed to win against the two players from Vampire, pretty much they would lose at least 2 plays and maybe the entire game, and Vampire might overtake that. So it was a great move as well coming in from Namshin to defend that. And because of that, they managed to survive up to a second place finish, which is commendable.
Exactly that, and they managed to close off the chicken dinner with a total of 10 points overall. 2E has been coming up to such a close call where I felt like maybe if they held back for a few seconds before going on the same line of push where they're holding on to the same angles, it might actually favor them a little bit more. But you compare both sides of the score lines, they were really close to each other, but Ego Esports definitely have shown great utility usage throughout the battle. They dropped so many number of nades to clear out most of all these nooks and crannies before pushing upwards.
Yeah, Eagle Esports, considering that their team at the really at the end, well, number 15, the last we saw them, they still have this motivation to really push up. And if you really just put aside the placement, you just look at the points, it is still possible, very possible for them to get into the PMGC slot, and that's what they're fighting for. 21 points for Eagle Esports, amazing round for them despite not having the chicken dinner, and it was really tough against Bacon Time because of how the geography, how the location is. Gotta give it to them as well. 25 points in the bag, but Contra, FaZe Clan, no points at all.
No points at all. They were taken out really early on, and they were in that cross-section fighting off against Geek Fam, and both sides received a little bit more of a brunt of the short end of the stick. Boom Esports, though, they managed to secure 12 points in this round, so they're still giving chase from the bottom of the ladder. But Chua, we've seen him do impeccable work inside of this matchup. 807 damage to be dealt throughout this round, and I think like every member of Eagle Esports definitely have contributed very much equally.
Yeah, Chua, this guy, I'm losing count how many times I've seen him in different jerseys by now. Yeah, it's like from back in the day.
He's the hitman.
He is, and he's a very veteran player inside the Vietnamese scene. It's like how we would see like in the Malaysian scene, Manpa or Boyka, that sort of player. He is been around for a while. But 20 points now, difference between the Infinity and TEM Entertainment.
My goodness, they basically climb all the way from the bottom now into third team. Now they have a shot to even challenge Buriram United, who's currently sitting at 100 points. So one more good round for Eagle Esports. They will see their name highlighted in green. Same can be said about NFT Esports as well as potentially SLD.
Yeah, and I really like seeing this kind of like comeback story. Okay, of course they are not in that slot yet, but they are working towards it and it's looking good for them. And because of this very close gap between Ego Esports and Buriram United, this answers why they drop into Impala challenging Buriram United, because you would do anything to take out your opponent and to get into the next round, and that is the chance that they took, and because of that they managed to get a couple of points. They handicapped Buriram United, and now they are closing up the gap.
Exactly that. And of course, other than all those sort of great plays that we see out of Eagle Esports, I want to bring the spotlight back to Bacon Time on the way they basically held onto that area of play, because there was Infinity that they were taking on, and they managed to force Infinity to back away from the fight, which is not a natural occurrence for most part. And well, let's go back to the starting point overall. Eagle Esports, I think they have the smoothest of rotation. You could also argue that most of all these teams were basically from the western end. Infinity they got themselves that hit start against Ego Esports, but couldn't really crack out the defenses. And Bacon Time had to move from Montenevo or from El Pozo together with DX, and both sides have battled through take and through 10 to get to the top 4.
I really like the point where you mentioned that they managed to make the Infinity run with the tails behind their legs.
Right.
Yeah, it's not all the time we can see a team doing that. If you remember inside the sign-out, the Infinity, despite they were shot at by Yoodo Alliance, one of them were knocked out, but they still went at it. But in this case, it was like Bacon Time, just like, you know what, we'll take that fight with you. And if you try to come at us, we will come at you first, and not many teams are able to do that. So you got to give it to Bacon Time too for that.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight that Bacon Time has utilized the best effective strategy with controlled aggression, where they don't overly commit. That's also the way that they've been able to pepper spray them from quite a distance. And DX, they were forced into a compound, and it's like, okay, if you're going to sit put, we know your location. We'll deal with you later. And then they focus on the Infinity. And later on, exchanges were happening. We saw those jump shots out of Bacon Time. Those were beautiful moments out of these players where you see the full squad jumping right down below just to secure a few corners. Yep, that is commitment from all 4. So kudos to that to get themselves that chicken dinner. Quite a hard-fought victory for some of these teams where we see the players from Vietnam starting to receive more and more of the spotlight as well. And I definitely do think that they do have a lot of remarkable results to eventually compete in the PMGC.
You know what, when Bacon Time did that whole everyone jumped down to finish off
ISIS?
Ice, yeah.
Wait, ISIS was the one who jumped down.
Oh, yeah, ISIS, that was, which team was it?
Buriram.
Buriram, yeah. So when that happened, right, it reminded me of like, It's Raining Men, and yeah, that just happened.
Sounds just about right, actually. We would like to see more Rain of Chicken Dinner. Chua, as we highlighted, to be the one that dealt the most damage in the map. But Armstyle have been able to put the points back to Bacon Time. We saw how important he was. He was the one holding the middle ground of that mountain itself. And then there comes Octa when they were challenging Yoodo Alliance. So that makes up the majority of the damage.
Well, here we have it. The teams to focus for Erangel. So it's going to be, again, all the Thai teams inside of Erangel. But of course, this is based on statistics. Now, well, today's day, it's pretty good for Thai teams as well, in general.
Exactly that. But just take a look at the huge difference of elimination points just from the Infinity itself. Like, you match up FaZe Clan TEM, they look like they're holding up just fine from ranking points, but it feels like Infinity just got the secret sauce, and the numbers basically is 3, 5, 5, 5, 5. And you know what's 5 in Thai? Ha. So it's like ha ha ha.
So what's 3 in Thai?
San.
So San.
I'm pretty sure that they do have thousands to count, but I don't know how to pronounce thousands.
All right, yeah, we got to take Thai lessons here from Zephyr one of these days. But anyway, it is now the Infinity, Yoodo Alliance, and Bacon Time getting chicken dinners for the past 3 matches. And there seems to be a little bit of a pattern there, 14, 12, 10. I wonder if it's going to be an 8 after this.
Very likely. And you know, like today, it's all about the double-digit rounds for the chicken dinner. Like yesterday's run, we see only singular digits.
Yeah.
And that already tells us that the games are getting better and better as it goes. So probably more than 8 points.
Yeah, hopefully. If we do see more than 8 points, that means it's an exciting round, in other words, right? So let's see. But what else is exciting is, of course, this new collaboration coming up between PUBG Mobile and Dragon Ball. So if you want to have a voice, if you want to put in your vote, well, it's coming to voting season here in Malaysia, but anyway, if you want to have a voice, put in your opinion inside the comment section. This is coming up in 2023, and the people, the guys behind PUBG Mobile, they'll be watching your comments, so put it in. What would you like?
Yeah, for me, like, I wish that there is a vehicle that's basically Cloud that they can ride on.
Wow.
And then it plays the theme song of the
Don't
classic
ride on
Dragon
me,
Ball.
you know, I get a little bit worried.
Like, Yame Lukiro, Dragon Ball Blue. I don't know if I butchered it though, but of course, it holds celestial power for those who seek it. It's a new Power 4 series available now in your PUBG mobile client. So get it while it's still in the store.
I don't know if you have any Japanese fans or viewers around, but please don't butcher him for this. He just butchered himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, celestial power is in the game as well. So don't forget to add this to your collection because, well, you just should. Don't ask why.
Just don't
Just
ask.
do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know, like there's so many involved these great games. Like every game has its own highlight moments, and I think like overall, like today's matches, they were intensified by a whole lot. So now that we're finally getting into Angle, I know sparks will fly all over the map. Perhaps this is the time where FaZe Clan gets to recuperate from the lost number of rounds inside of Miramar, and also we hope to also see teams like Vampire Esports, Boom Esports to be able to play catch up, because we have seen first Vampire in the middle of the pack. They haven't been the most consistent high team amongst the rest, and I want to see more from the team that have won the PMWI.
I hope they play PUBG Mobile before they play catch up.
True.
Yeah. It doesn't work that way. You
Catch up in PUBG Mobile.
then that's
Catch
fine.
up with your friends out there.
Yeah, do catch up with your friends as well. Of course, PUBG Mobile has a lot of new features as well, just like the new sub map. I actually tried the new sub map, by the way. So the brief that we got about the new sub map, I remember that it says that it takes about 8 minutes. But I realized that when I played the map, and if you play like really aggressive, you can actually end the game within 5 minutes.
That's the quickest round possible.
Yeah, it is possible, but you need to like loot and just go around and just gun people. And basically,
it's a 2x2 map, anyways, right? Like,
it is.
It's so fast paced. I think it will definitely test you guys to the limit. So you guys could basically give yourself a shot to train in the brand new battleground.
Yeah, and you can imagine yourself like any of the stars that you see here in PMPL Southeast Asia, right? You can feel like a Newsy, you can feel like a Tony K or whoever that you want it to be inside of.
Did you manage to try the tactical crossbow?
No. When I was looting, it somehow didn't spawn at where I was at. So I guess a little bit of a luck.
Rare, I guess. Like if you do have the flaming arrows, man, you're gonna burn some pounds on fire.
I'm gonna burn my teammates first, you know. Sometimes you get into a random game and you feel like you want to burn them.
Oh, right. I mean, you got Molotovs. We could always do that.
Okay, yeah. Don't give me ideas though.
Right.
Yeah, we shouldn't be doing that to your teammates. No, that's.
I remember
that's
when
bad.
you mentioned Zephyr. The first game I've ever played with him. I remember we were in the C League back then as well.
Right.
And he invited me to the game, and it was one of my first few takes with all his new friends. Instead of throwing smoke, I accidentally throw a Molotov.
And you burn it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do not play with Contra as well. It's dangerous. But what's not dangerous is, of course, our pro teams right here. So it looks like Xavier's your pick.
Yep, and I think like it's been quite some rounds already. I think like they've been able to get into the groove. Usually they are a little bit more of a late bloomer. They do have the stamina run. So far they've been collecting quite an amount of points through the tally for today. But Erangel is where they shine bright. And I do believe that one of these 3 rounds, maybe I don't get it right now, later on they'll be able to get it.
But the moment you say shine bright, I worry that they thought that you're talking about a different team. Yeah, so you gotta be careful.
Shine like diamond.
Yeah, they are in the same region though. So just saying. But my prediction, sometimes I'm at the point that I wouldn't call it really a prediction. I'm at the point that I would call it a support. Like putting my support to Boom, because right now they're at number 16. They slid down from number 15. So they definitely, well, whatever happens, right, whether you get the slot onto the next round or not, you don't want to be the number 16 team.
Definitely not. And we're going to be moving into our angle rounds, and we expect a lot of explosiveness coming in from the top teams out there. BRU have also been championing some of all these matches when they do get a good flow. And now that there's no 7-9 around their area of play, they have a lot more safety net to begin the round. Unless if it moves further northwards, you expect teams like TM to perform. And central area, it's anybody's game. And in fact, I stand by my words, DX, they're going to shine overall. But your thoughts overall?
My thoughts is that you got to be careful, you know. Every time you say Xavier, you say they're going to shine.
Yeah, they will.
Someone from the management is going to listen to this and like, no, we are not going to shine. We're
It's a good thing, though.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let's see if it happens. Will they shine?
We're past the halfway mark, and we're into match 4 of the day 2 in the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship. And first, we still have one more play day And that is the day where we crown the champions. But look at this flight path. It's going to be quite challenging for majority of the teams who intend to move up towards the northern sector. But direct access into the Sinaka military base. And most often than not, when we see a flight path like this, the likelihood of getting the melee base circle is quite high.
Oh, I love that kind of circle, you know. Whenever that kind of circle appears, I get all goosebumps. Like,
why is that?
Yeah, because it's a very challenging circle. A lot of choke points, obviously. A majority of the teams will be on the northern side, or on the main peninsula, or on the northern side. Basically, not in the main peninsula. We only have 2 teams down there, right? And that would also mean that they will need to fight their way through. We will see a lot of action happening, and that's where it's all fun and games.
Definitely so. Alter Ego is the only team that's currently inside of the island. We'll see whether or not will Boom Esports join them in Novo Ripnoi. Instead, it's going to be NFT Esports. Vampire Esports know for the fact that Darky is going to be far away. They take over Primas while SLD will be in Gatka. Taking time, moving in from the coastal shores over the western end. Will get their access into Georgia Pole eventually. And with a lot of room to wiggle with. Unfortunately, it's not the circle in the island, but we do get ourselves something more neutral for the teams. You can't say the same for Alter Ego as well as NFT.
Well, I wish it was really neutral, but my opinion about this kind of circle is that it's still very, very tricky. It could still go either on the northern side above the river or on the main peninsula. So teams need to still decide, like, okay, do you want to be on that side or do you want to be on the other side, whichever it is. And that's going to be the tricky part. Like, if you're on the wrong side and it happen to be like the 6th or 7th circle, good luck.
Yeah, all the best to them. Oh no, April have just arrived to a difficult scene. He's not going to be able to outlast. This is definitely going to be first blood. Lambo, he's got double weapons. He's not only getting one in hand, but the Mutant will do with the VSS. First blood for DX. It's starting on a good note, I would say.
It is. They are shining, like what you said. But it's hard to see 4 rivals, you know. Like today, as compared to yesterday, it was like it feels like
it's
a
night and day.
360 change. Yeah, night and day for 4 rivals.
It feels like they're doing something different, but I couldn't really tell what. But then again, for April, he was just trying to get the vehicles. I don't think that he could control that parachute when he's so late.
I can totally understand why when you say that, okay, it's hard to tell what they're trying to do. They change something, but what it is. It's because we don't see much of them. Yes, we do see some movement, but by the time they actually do something, they got eliminated. So it's really, really hard to tell. And it's going to be hard to tell this round because they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players.
Yeah, and of course, with a lot of pressure on each and every team's back, we're seeing many of all these teams amp up the firepower very early into the round, and not only in the early phase of the round, most of them have been able to do proactive plays, even if they don't get points, so that they could gatekeep other teams. One such team is the Infinity, who's currently sitting at the top of the table with perfectly 20 points gap created between them as well as TEM.
20 points, still possible for them to lose that #1 spot this round, depending on how both teams fare. And it's not too far away as well from Bacon Time, D-Xavier. The points are super duper close. It's just like, what, 1 point difference between Bacon Time and D-Xavier, and then you have like 4 points with FaZe Clan, and then you have a little bit more gap, but it's only about 7 points with Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah.
Yoodo Alliance today have been really, really hard as well. And they might be one of the quiet ones to sneak up to the top 3 by the end of the day.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And do you also notice for the fact that the top 5 teams are also some of the best teams that are playing in Miramar? And,
yeah.
And like, I think like it's really crucial because we have more rounds inside Miramar. We see total healings coming in from majority of all these players, and I think the race for those titles are still on. Octa goes in for the exchange for Buggy, gives him a little bit more speed in exchange for defensive stats on the vehicles, whereas Nishil and the rest of GD are planted in Milta, not covered by the circle. They shouldn't be having too much trouble to be moving deeper into the first phase itself, since it's still relatively wide. But I also want to highlight for another point that for the past day, the trend of the circle usually moves back to the outskirts of Pochinki, if you've noticed. So, who's to say that this isn't one of those games where it would basically bamboozle some of all these teams and just pull it right back to where it all started?
Wow, I mean, if this kind of circle, it goes to wherever you just mentioned, outside Pochinki, it's a really, really strong pool. Like super duper. Like because like now the center is around Rosal, right? Like can you imagine like this is the first phase and like on the 5th phase and it's like just beside Pochinki, you'd be like, wait, what?
Then
Super
again,
hot.
like with Rozhok being somewhat the center, Pochinki's not that far off. So just right down on the south side, less than 300 meters away.
Fair enough.
So it could be that form of outskirts, you know, instead of the southern side of the outskirts, which we see multiple games end up concluding around that region. Yoodo Alliance found himself a chicken dinner, and like you said, 2 chicken dinners in the grand finals is an astounding feat. And we have already seen a lot of those names on the top of the list not even making back-to-back chicken dinners within a day. And that's how challenging this whole entire grand finals is for all the Southeast Asian teams that are involved. Now, 4 Rivals continue on with the journey with 3 players intact.
But till now, it seems that 4 Rivals have yet to secure a vehicle. Okay, so at least they have one. Okay, Volky has it. Pemburu took that time. Okay, I think they just arrived into Rosa because the flight path was like all the way down south, right? Just on top of military base. So it took them a while to come here. But at least the good news is that this is where the circle is centered upon. So whatever it is, they still have time. They still can chill. They like Pemburu can still like, you know, litter around Rosa. Please don't do that around wherever you are.
Well, if you're dropping some goods, then that's definitely not a problem. But don't leave too many goods behind for all the other teams because that's just going to be, you know, hurting you back. They bought by the sniper's nest, but he's going to reposition while GD passes by a couple of teams. And if they just over onto the farm region over on the south side, should be able to spot some movements coming in from these angles. They bought, here's those engines coming in from Newsy. If he does get those shots though, this could be quite difficult for Infinity to lose their top fragger.
I want to talk a little bit about Geek Fam. Geek Fam, they sliding down and down. Yes, they do have the PMGC slot, that's fine. But in terms of like performance, putting aside the PMGC slot, right? It's not at all. They started off like what, page? Not page 1 or maybe the end of page 1, something about that, something like that. And now they're at number 15.
And I noticed that all these sort of changes that they've been trying to pull off every single game may not have been the most effective way to go about. We see a lot more constant measure coming from the rest of the squads. And I think like teams have already gotten used to the surprises that Geek Fam has brought to the table. And we haven't seen them hot drop anybody so far. And usually when they do get those chicken dinners though, they score with double-digit kill numbers. And those elimination points have definitely helped Geek Fam. But now they started off in the middle of the pack. For some reason, they haven't been getting all too many points. A gatekeep coming in, and we're seeing Geek Fam on duty as we speak.
This is the gatekeep we're talking about here. And the circle, well, still has a little bit of outskirts of Pochinki. So you still have that opportunity to see that. But I'm really, really interested in what Gatekeep is doing right now. So we will see an elimination point given towards the side of Geek Fam. Now Yuha is going towards Outer Ego. And Outer Ego knows that this fight is not favoring them. They immediately bail this.
My goodness, they're immediately going for plan B. It's already phase 2. That damage is going to start chipping in. And perhaps there might just be a boat back in Novorodnoye they could still utilize, but it's far from the grounds that they need to get to. And I don't even know whether or not when they dock, they could find another vehicle, as a matter of fact, because most of them has been snatched up already. FaZe Clan, breaking windows, breaking records, and many more to go. Currently sitting in the top 5. We see them sliding down the ladder and climb back up. We see double packages over onto Rozhok. This could be a really good area of play for many of these teams. Now, Yoodo Alliance challenges the Savior.
I can totally understand why Yoodo Alliance wants this area. It is a worthwhile fight for them. It is in the circle and it's going to be a prime location if they can overtake these area. But looks like they're not going to continue on because they noticed that FaZe Clan is shooting from the other side, so they need to deal with 2 teams at the same time. It's not going to be worth it for Yoodo Alliance. If it's only the Xavier, that's fine. But because FaZe Clan shot at them from afar, they'll be like, nope, ain't nobody got time for this.
Not at all. And they've retreated back into a very familiar territory because usually back in the local league, Yoodo Alliance like to play around the water town itself. And this is going to be a decent location for them to hold out at the very least very safely without many teams to be contesting. And FaZe Clan will need to perhaps cross that bridge eventually. So they could still have a little bit more of an opportunity for a pickoff. Shamil on most of these rounds have been able to impress us with an average damage of 229. And that's almost an average of 1 point per round. So that definitely helped Yoodo Alliance to climb up the charts. Mela finds the rest of Boom Esports as they will go up close and personal.
Oh, the Infinity. They want to make sure that they maintain their lead against TEM Entertainment. Boom may be the next one to contribute points towards the Infinity. And now the Infinity only managed to get 1 elimination point. The other player of Boom managed to get away.
Infinity is holding on to the major rotation angles. And we see Kengzo having a little bit of a trip, literally. And for Infinity, they're just holding all these long angles and they will keep close watch onto Boom Esports that are currently separated across those forests. So it's going to be a little bit of safe refuge for Boom Esports for now. But Infinity, now that they've taken the entirety of this hill as well as the compounds, they could basically hold out for quite a long time. And remember that game where Buriram United was holding inside the sector? That was also one of the finishing point for one of the rounds that we had yesterday.
Yeah, I know, right? They really know their spots. They really know their location. And most importantly, they really know how to defend their area. Now, looking at your prediction, okay, no.
Not happening.
Not happening this time. I mean, you had too many of that. But this is also a very circle.
This is going to be pretty awesome for us to see how this battle happens because 25%, or should I say less than that, is covered by water. And it's really hard to decide should you be across the bridge into the 70 sector, which we are already seeing 2 Vietnamese teams, Ego Esports as well as SLD, to be taking that area of play. FaZe Clan is going to join them alongside with Bacon Time, while the Infinity will just be by the edge of Yasna Pollyanna.
Yeah, it's basically the team's going to play eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It's like, where are you going to be? You want to be like on top, you want to be at the bottom, or you want to gamble to be somewhere in the middle, where most teams might go. So we'll see what happens and what are the choices for these teams. But TEM Entertainment, he's spots out SLD, trying to take them down. TEM Entertainment, they want that #1 spot back. They will try to secure those elimination points, but it's still too early if they go all in for SLD because other teams might be watching. They need to be careful of that. The Infinity, not a team that likes to be careful. They like to be all-out aggressive.
Definitely so. The Infinity is still looking for an angle of play. They're going to be booking the Hills of Stalber instead. With some of the angles is really yummy. That finds one right underneath the creases. And boom, they start off strong against NFT.
Beautiful there coming in. Just at the right timing. At the same time, we can see a look at the elimination feed. It's going wild at this moment. Fights happening left, right, and center. And now Boom Esports, they have a visitor just right beside them on the other side as well. They have Buriram United. Everyone's trying to get that middle spot. And now we go back down to GIDS versus NFT. NFT playing as a trio.
Boy, she'll immediately drop with a grenade. He's cooking one up as well. He might just actually blow up. Thankfully not on himself. Snitchel trying to close the gap. He will have him bleeding out. There's no way that he will be rescued. But then the refract comes in from Ramones.
Where did wait.
Everyone's blown up.
Everyone is just throwing nades and getting those knockdowns through that. And now looks like the opportunity taken by Snitchel as well as they want to secure those elimination points. That means NFT is out without anything in this round. But Contra, that also means that the Eagles have an opportunity to go up another position in the overall charts.
My goodness gracious. That is if they do get at the very least 7 points in total to close off this round to be assured of those points. And it's Alter Ego now challenging GD, where they were having nades being primed right in. And GID, I'm not even sure if they're going to be ready for this fight. Most of them are blindsided with all the smoke grenades.
Ooh.
And they thought he's going to have nades sent his way.
Oh, close onto Daybot. They kind of know that Daybot's there, but they do not have a good visual onto him. Because the smoke does not favor them. But look at the circle. We still have like about, what, 30% of unplayable area in the water.
Technically playable, but you won't get any frags.
Well,
if you really want to take a swim. But GD, they're slowly losing members as well. We see that battle up front, but with what 15% seemingly add up to like 40% of coverage. There's not much left. GD has faltered all to the hands of Potato.
Oh, and not only that, Alter Ego seems to be able to pick up 5 elimination points in this round so far. Xavier will not allow FaZe Clan to move freely. They'll try to stop them at the tracks. Rabbids will be the one at the forefront. Sees MR5, but not able to connect those shots.
And I also want to highlight that some of these battles are civil wars coming in completely. Like GD versus AE. They were neck and neck, and they managed to take down their opposers. Now here it goes. Buriram United dropping from the hill. Infinity challenges them, but they won't be able to get that angle. Instead, BRU, they're too far away from Tiger X, so they will have to let this one slide. Chua getting tagged as well from Uzi.
Yeah, speaking about civil war, it was, of course, the Infinity as well as Buriram United coming in from the same region. And the Eagles just behind them. But the Eagles, they may lose one player if they don't react quickly.
Mela still watching all these movements across the map. They might actually spot out Vampire Esports with this battle happening against Ego Esports. TEM getting dropped by Tony K as I speak. Civil war sparked all across the map, and TEM loses one.
And it takes a Thai team to take out another Thai team, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Newsy, 10% of health, recovering himself. The Eagles, they'll be able to pick up on their teammates, but they do not have a circle at this moment. The zone is closing in. Newsy's ready with his nade. He will toss it onto the side of the Eagles. The nade will be tossed out, but it will not connect onto anyone. Chua is currently up. He needs to reset quickly.
Newsy has lost the full armor, and that's a level 3 vest that he's on, and yet he still stands. Namchi now cooking a grenade, and there's going to be more memes coming in from FaZe Clan as well as DX to secure points back on the board. ISIS will retaliate though. Then Big Time, they're only left with one player on the board. This is not looking all too good for the Thai squad that's currently sitting on number 3. Grenades flying up in the air. Yoodo Alliance, they will pick up Big Time one by one.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance, they're coming in. They normally like to come a little bit late, and this is the late game that we're talking about. We're starting to see Yoodo Alliance coming into the circle, but they need to fight against SLD. SLD now may lose strong Zin. Guangji is down as well, down to the last man standing. And Yoodo Alliance will pick up those points, but now back onto the Infinity, stopping the Eagles from coming in.
Mela does find many of all these points against Ego Esports. Here comes Leap of Faith!
Oh!
Chua! He gets out of that match just like that. Mela still clutches it though, but such a close call against Infinity. Even though they did take them down, it would still have the rest of Infinity to fight for another day here by the top hills of Stauber.
NFT will breathe a sigh of relief considering that Ego Esports failed to collect enough points to overtake them in terms of the overall charts. But now let's take a look at the circle. But before that, the Vampire seems to be struggling to get into it. Buriram United has the circle. It's going to be hard for those teams on the southern side to get into it.
There's no way that they could basically make it out. FaZe Clan is also guarding the lake. There's going to be so little areas of play for them. But at least for now, Buriram United, they can wait for all these fights to finish off. And they didn't really have to do anything at all. Vampire Esports loses another name, but it's instead of Infinity, it's going to be Buriram United inside of the only compound that's left in Phase 6. We're not even getting to the finish line just yet. And look, we only got 12 more teams available for the time being. BRU, they're just going to be able to hold this out very safely.
Oh, the Infinity needs to deal with shots as well. They can move further forward. They know that. They know that it's somewhere down there. But at the same time, time is not on their side. The zone will start to close. At the same time, Buriram United keeps them away from afar. The Infinity, I do not think they have another choice. They need to finish off Schweppes.
Now a little bit more standstill coming from the teams where Fnatic will be able to find Appy. Rivals getting tagged. They still have not been able to achieve any points in this round in Arangel. Mormon moves deeper into the pit. And FaZe Clan will see a lot of fishes in the water. DEX, Geek Fam, they're taking a swim. But once they do arrive, FaZe Clan will be able to punch their ticket out. And Octa is going to look for pickoffs against Geek Fam. There is a prize to pay, and it's in blood.
And Nuzi eliminated shots. That means the vampires are out. Now that means that the Infinity can crash into Buriram United's compound. We need to wait and see. But now we focus on the FaZe Clan stopping Geek Fam like you mentioned.
FaZe Clan did manage to have a member to be knocked out. Lambo will be drowning in the waters instead. There's no way out for him. SLD, they make their way across, but they still have a tough battle ahead of them. For Rivals now, pushing forward, finds opportunity. The Infinity surprised by the launch of attack coming from behind, but Voki will still bow out to the hands of Logan.
And now 9 elimination points for the Infinity, but we move back on to FaZe Clan, who just eliminated another team. That's going to be another point in the bag for FaZe Clan. Lycan is the one that's going to pick up in Torres. It's going to be the duo that's going to do it to the end. But can Lycan do it? No, he couldn't pick up his teammate, but nevertheless, Lycan will still represent FaZe Clan as the final member.
Lycan trying to hold on for dear life after quite an amount of battles, but Yoodo Alliance is sweeping right in. Keep in mind, Rabbids is also trying to make the cut, but he won't be able to survive. Geek Fam does find members, and Lycan holding on with only the UMP. He still have a couple of nades left to frag out the rest of Yoodo Alliance.
Oh, can he do it? The nade, will that nade rule? Yoodo Alliance, the nade of the Rebel Boy immediately goes down. Now Yoodo Alliance has 2 players still active. Lycan is ready with the next nade. The nade bound to Lycan. It does connect, but not enough to take it down. And Lycan will secure the elimination point out of Yoodo Alliance, taking out Shamil.
Still trying to get the revive onto Rebel, but he's soaking way too much damage. Ramgroup just holding by the edge. If he make one wrong step, he might actually slide down the hills again. While Alter Ego has been waiting on the sidelines, there's going to be a push for Lycan.
Lycan going in for it. He's going in for it. Can he finish off Yoodo Alliance? Rebel Boy is up. And it's going to be Oleo from afar. Oleo saved Yoodo Alliance.
7 points in for FaZe Clan, and they finished in the top 5. A great round for FaZe Clan, but not enough. Lycan with a desperate attempt, and the saving grace came in from Yoodo Alliance Oleo. 2 great rounds for the Malaysian team. Now they are being challenged by Alter Ego though. Potato wrapping things around. There's only so little that can be done. But damage being done on Potato. It's Rebel Boy that refracted, but he will still be on his knees.
Oleo is still alive, though, 40% health. He could probably take them down from afar. Portman trying to spot out where Oleo is at. Oh, he knows exactly where he is. Oleo trying to recover himself, and Portman not taking the shot. Portman, he takes the shot finally. He does it, and that is it for Yoodo Alliance.
Perfect angle coverage coming in from Alter Ego Esports. And look at Buriram United. They didn't have to even commit into any drastic fights. Now they go on a 2-2 split against Alter Ego. Indonesia versus Thailand. But they really have to find and seek them all out because the flanks come in. Tiger X finds the first pick.
Oh, they split up 2-2. Looks like they're going to eat up Alter Ego. Alter Ego down to the last man. That's going to be Popman. 1v3. Popman is going to be tough for him. And Buriram United will close off this round with a chicken dinner coming towards the Thai region.
Buriram United has stood the test of time yet again in this map that they've been able to conquer time and time again. BRU of Thailand.
BRU of Thailand. You know what, when it reaches that stage of the round where it's only like them and another team, I worry about Buriram United because we've seen what happened before, right?
Turn of tides before, but this was such a convincing launch of attack. Like, they have all the advantage from that compound that they absolutely have zero worries in this matchup once they secured it.
Yeah, this is a perfect move here for Buriram United. Before this, we have seen them like overcommit, overextend, overdo things, but this time it's like, okay, they got it all systematic. I think they learned from whatever happened in the league. And when they go up against Alter Ego, it's not like they go like your typical 4 players just going straight at them, but they open up like 2-2, eating out Alter Ego from the side, and this is what we call divide and conquer.
Yeah, and I really want to bring it back to the early game where Alter Ego was also gate-kept by Geek Fam by that bridge itself, and they hold out just fine, where they have one player to be taken out early on. And it was so impressive that they made that rotation, they survived Turtle Lake, and it's just something that not many teams can easily do.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you gotta give it to Alter Ego, right? Like, how did they get onto the other side? That was something. Later we'll be able to review again their movement, but what a game it was as well. This kind of circle is really, really tough because of that split between like the north and south.
Exactly that, and we see majority of the Thai teams make a very quick move into the northern area of play, but even teams like FaZe Clan, despite them having a high number of frags, they did manage to outlast the majority of their members intact, and that play by Olio was just massive.
Oh yeah, Olio, good thing he was behind, he was ready, just looking at his position. He managed to support his team. If not, it would have been an earlier elimination for them onto FaZe Clan. But Olio had to be the hero. That was amazing stuff from him. And look at the travel distance for all these teams. Because of that kind of circle, everyone had to work their way into the circle.
And look at BRU. Because they're just chilling, they just need 3 smokes to get this chicken dinner. How cool is that though? Like, sure, they may have spent some time by the blue zone. Like, it doesn't matter because everybody else spent just as much time. That also includes Alter Ego because they were stuck there with Geek Fam.
Yep. But they can't beat the record of day 1 where we had like a 0-0-0. Yeah, no one can beat that. I mean, that's the lowest that you can go, right? But nevertheless, using 3 smokes in a single round, it is still a very... Okay, 3 smokes to get a chicken dinner, that is efficiency.
Super efficient. But though they may have actually got that chicken dinner, it's Alter Ego that has most of the points. 11 total takedowns. Not even Geek Fam could have stopped them.
Oh, yeah, here we go. So it's going to be Alter Ego, still ranking more points than Buriram United. So 22 points, 23 points, 1 point difference between the both of them. I'm looking at the other end though. Ego Esports had the opportunity to overtake NFT. But unfortunately, because they got eliminated fairly early, 0 points for them. But you know what? A day is not complete if we don't see something from the Infinity.
Right, and Mela was the one that have secured 6 total takedowns. We did see Nuzi going for very aggressive initiations though. He got his whole vest teared out. It's a level 3 vest, by the way. And they didn't manage to get too much out of it because of the flank that came in from 4 rivals that caught them by surprise. Though they did manage to finish the job. The circle was already closing in, so it was pretty rough for them. But look at that. Infinity extends their #1 lead to 174 points. TM remains unchanged. FaZe Clan climbs back up to top 3, along with Yoodo Alliance in #4. And that's a tie between them as well as DX.
Oh my goodness. Okay, first is 27 points between Infinity and TEM Entertainment. That's one. But look at #2, #3, #4, #5. 2 points difference between 2-3 and 4-5, and then you got 5 points difference between DX and Bacon Time, and they got 3 points difference between them and Alter Ego. That is crazy, right? It's crazy tight. It feels like anyone can break into just behind of the Infinity, and who knows, if the Infinity just drops the ball, they could overtake them.
Yeah, at any given moment from here on, every single point will matter till the very end of the round. Like, there's only so little matches left. Now, it's a total of 8 maps remaining.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? You're counting on the maps. And
I'm counting maps because
we're
looking at how many more chances are left before we finally see who will be crowned as the champions of the match. So we have a very solid flight as we go in for that recap segment. So it's just so interesting to look at Alter Ego. Okay, so there's Geek Fam that turns all the way into the bridge, and Alter Ego says, okay, Milta's a little bit risky, and they were gated off. So they lose one member here. Yep, Geek. And they finally return to Milta, and then they have to do at least a little bit of wraparound, but they have direct access to the back of Yasnaya, and that's where they managed to get those crazy frags against GD as well as another Indonesian team.
And whatever movement that Yoodo Alliance did in this round, right, it's like they prioritize going in from the northern side, despite wherever the circle might be at the end of the day, is a common movement from Yoodo Alliance. They will always do that. And the logic is that there is lesser teams on the northern side. Plus, because of the flight path is on the southern side, that also adds up to the possibility that northern side is a little bit more vacant than the south. So good move there for Yoodo Alliance.
Exactly that. And you know what? We haven't really talked about the winners of the chicken dinner that much because honestly,
straightforward.
That was the most straightforward chicken dinner. Like, I think like they barely even cleared out their bags for anything at all. Like 3 smokes, few bullets, taps. Hooray, chicken dinner.
Yeah, but we also need to keep.
It's like you just put that chicken in the microwave.
Oh wow! I mean, okay, that's a nice dinner. But we also need to say hooray to our official smartphone partner, Realme, ladies and gentlemen. This in front of you is the GT Neo 3. It comes together with MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and a dedicated display chipset. And thank you to our official live stream partner as well, TikTok, #BeTheOne. Anytime when you do your content or even clip on this live stream, do tag us as well, by the way. Follow PUBG Mobile page on PUBG Mobile official, PUBG Mobile Esports.1, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile official PH. And thank you to our official food delivery partner, GrabFood. 20% off your GrabFood order up to $10 with a minimum spend of $10. Promo code PUBGMXGrab while stocks last, so you don't want to miss out on this promo. Make sure you grab it quickly.
That's right, and of course, we're gonna grab ourselves a little bit of a drink and we'll be right back after this.
3, Neo Speed Awakens.
And once again, welcome back to the PMPL SEA Championship Fall 2022. My name's Contra, this is Sir Cloud. We've been having quite the blast here in the studios where we are seeing so many interesting chicken dinner, and that was a clean-cut finish from Buriram United.
Yeah, not as clean as my juggling there.
I saw the troll, wasn't impressed.
Yeah.
You didn't manage to catch it, did you?
No, I guess that's why I'm not a professional clown or something.
I guess like you can't juggle too many things at once.
Oh yeah.
But the players actually do.
The players can juggle everything at once. They can juggle rotation, shooting, and making decisions all at a time.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And of course, we definitely do have to thank all of our partners that have been able to make the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall a possibility. And of course, with that, we'd like to thank our official smartphone partners, Realme, as you can check out their latest smartphone, GT Neo 3, their flagship gaming smartphone. And of course, we got the official livestream partner, TikTok, and not forgetting official food delivery partners, GrabFood. Let's go directly into some of the stats. We got the most limbs coming in from Mela.
Yeah, Mela with 6. We got Potato from Alter Ego with 5, and we got Oleo. We don't always see Alter Ego players actually getting on the charts of most eliminations because their play style is fairly safe. But in this round, it's a little bit different. I guess they were kind of forced into fighting situations because of how the circle was, the terrain was tough to play, and they really need to fight their way through. It's not like they can just hang on and play it slow. They can't. But good for Potato. He managed to get on the charts.
That's right. And of course, he will be moving into the top 3 as Alter Ego managed to clinch a second place finish. Lycan has done significant damage to everybody who tries to cross the lake. FaZe Clan can only hold out for as long as they could, but that push towards Alter Ego have also seen him almost clutching it out until Oleo shuts him down. Mela, though, with the rest of Infinity, they were farming out from the Stalber Hills, and now that we've already seen multiple chicken dinners, it's been 3 chicken dinners for different Thai teams.
Oh, I wish Buriram United would have gotten one more elimination.
So it would complete that -2 journey?
Yeah, that premonition of having the -2.
Hey, for that level of proactivity, 7 is already more than enough because they didn't really have to sweep too many players off the map.
Yeah, they're kind of comfortable in that round, not gonna lie.
If they get that shot against Lycan, maybe.
Okay, to be fair, right? They were only comfortable because they made that huge rotation and the circle favored them because they started somewhere around the areas of Milta. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be comfortable, you got to get this because this calming voice will make you comfy.
That's right. And of course, good things come to those who wait, and you gotta wait first, baby. It's giveaway time where you can basically win yourselves all the pro player voice pack. What you gotta do is very simple. Complete your daily missions in-game and use some of these tokens that you have collected at the Lucky Spin. And there you go. Voila. Chances for a voice pack ranging from Tony K, Baby La, her sister Mute, Pew, and many more.
Baby La and Mute were in Malaysia just a couple of months ago.
Really?
Yeah, they were around.
You didn't tell me.
I happened to find out when I was at one of the
Was it
events.
during the other SEA Championship?
I think it was around that time.
It makes a lot of sense. There was quite a lot of players who met G9, and of course, He loves fast car, and so do you guys. True speed, real attitude. It's the first original PUBG Mobile sports car facilities.
Yeah, and don't forget to ride for freedom, battle for pleasure. If you're wondering where I got that line, it's actually on the top right. You really need to see it. It's a little bit of a, what do you call that? What do you call it, surprise?
Like pleasant surprise?
Yeah, pleasant surprise. That's a word for it. I'll remember it later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
But first we got
Easter egg.
Plaza Elemental. Oh, well, finally we got the word out.
Easter egg.
And of course, you can basically catch more than just Easter eggs. Go ahead and watch the party that will be happening. Well, go to the watch party where we'll be having the PMCC Grand Finals on the 29th as well as 30th. You can win lots of prizes. We see a lot of smartphones come from Realme. Then, of course, if you want those earbuds as well as a smartwatch or even the beautiful voice cards, you can collect it all at the watch party itself.
You know what? Just put aside the smartwatch, put aside the earbuds and all that. Give me the BB voice pack.
Just the BB
Give me
voice
the
pack.
BB voice pack.
I want that GTDO treat. You know, it's been sitting here on our desk for the whole season.
Yeah.
And pretty say, don't ever touch that, you know? Like, I wish one day we'll get to do that.
Well, you don't want to touch these two teams as well, the Infinity and FaZe Clan. So, yeah. Well, we happen to pick rivals.
Yeah, and I think like this is a very fitting match to see them really compete because both of them have been able to achieve very similar results, very high elimination points, but they didn't manage to make it into the final circle itself. Well, it was arguable. FaZe Clan was really close, but really not too far away.
And the Infinity, actually, they are doing pretty okay today.
Yeah, they're doing really well, I would say.
Very well, in fact. Way more than okay. So now with our predictions up on the board, I don't know, will this be a caster's curse or will it be a caster's blessing?
It might just be a blessing, but there can only be one winner in every single match. So you guys could also put in your predictions right now over on chat. Tell us who you are supporting, and first we'll be getting our flight in less than 1 minute. And, you know, we are voting for Thai teams. They've already gotten 2 chicken dinners today, so are we saying that it's going to be 4 in total?
Well, I guess the answer is yes. if not, then what's the point of us making the prediction, right?
Right. But of course, that's where you guys with the votes can come in and prove us wrong.
Yeah, do that in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget as well, you can leave your thoughts on what do you want to see in the PUBG Mobile X Dragon Ball collaboration as well. Our guys behind the scenes, they're actually watching your comments. So leave some good ones, and who knows, if any of them come up next time, you can claim it. But let's see who can claim the chicken dinner in the Rango.
And now we hit over onto match 5 of the Grand Finals, Day 2, the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. And this is going to be a very similar flight. Starting off from Primas, heading into Milta again. Does that also entail that we're going to get a similar ending? Maybe just turn that circle a little bit further to the left. You know, because this slides a little bit upwards to the Pampa instead. So it's been quite skewer. So no love for those who like to drop into Yasnaya Pollyanna. And I could basically understand why TEM is not really having a great run. No direct access all the time, but it's still going to be a little bit stretch. It's still doable, but maybe not the best chances of getting all the vehicles that they want to. And Vampire Esports will do exactly the same. In terms of drop spot, I don't think anything will change at all.
Yeah, well, as the great saying goes, right? You don't always get what you ask for or what you wish for. So you got to be prepared to, like, if you don't get it, what you're going to do.
Right.
Yeah, so there goes.
Question is there redemption for April? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
FaZe Clan.
All right.
Oh, no.
Looks like Ravenclaw's in the driver's seat.
Okay, he's going to pick up something from the shack, hopefully a weapon. Oh, yes, he does. Yeah. He's got AKM.
Wow, a shotgun and an AK. And the circle, pretty similar, I would say, as a starting point. Oh, but another thing I wanted to point out, Contra. Look at Geek Fam at the southern side. On a little bit on the left, we have Mika. On the right, very pier, we have 2 players. It's a little bit of an unusual move for Geek Fam for them to, like, open up that big.
Yeah, it's definitely a very wide angle of coverage that they're getting here. MR5 is hoping to get this plane flying though. Or, you know what? Just don't fly at all. Just get yourself a taxi ride. You also order that through Grab. But speaking of Grab, we got Grab food offers for those of you guys out there who's hoping to order something for supper. Put in the promo code PUBGMX Grab. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You got me distracted when you mentioned about supper. I mean, it's almost about time.
Yeah.
We do have our regular suppers. Just
Yep.
saying, just putting it out there. After show suppers.
We can definitely do that. Well, BRU, champions of the past round, has gotten direct access to that chicken dinner. They did manage to get 7 points though. They flying a few players out of Infinity by the hill. And I just love watching these players take a stroll, like calmly getting into the city. So scenic, I would say.
How sure are you it's calm? Like for them? Like in their minds?
At least for the first 3 minutes.
Okay.
Can't say the same for the first minute because they're always fighting for those vehicles. And at least FaZe Clan did survive. So it's calm.
Okay.
And quiet for now.
All right. So, but you know what? Like with the pro players that we're interacting, we actually seen them playing, like standing behind them and all that during the pro games, right? Although it sounds like it's calm, like you don't have anyone around you and all that, but in their minds, they're like thinking all sorts of possibilities.
Yeah, it's like, guys, go to this location. I marked it on the map, and okay, jump to my vehicle right now, and we're about to get moving. So that's probably the comms that's going on. But also, let's take a look at the standings overall. Infinity have created a bigger gap. We started off with 20 points. Now it's 30 points. TM has not have too significant of a deal. DX, they have just arrived to the scene, and there's only going to be Olio all alone. And I wonder if he could actually get out of this really sticky situation. Anyways, back to the point. I think like this could end up in one way or another, where FaZe Clan is tied with TM at number 2 right now. Yoodo Alliance, number 3.
Oh, okay.
Potential.
All right, potential clutch. Okay, holding the horses. I mean, it is D Xavier we're talking about here.
Oh, no.
And yeah.
He ran too far wide. I was wondering if he didn't, could he possibly actually get another one in the bag?
Yeah, if only he can beat Lamborghini. But I mean, it's going to be tough, right? We're talking about D Xavier here. But of course, no disrespect to Olio. We're talking about Olio as well. Speaking about Olio, right? So he's a player that I've seen grew from a community team up to where he is today. Like personally, like when I house scrims or rooms, he will always be the one to join in. And he will always, I remember just watching him play those days, he would clutch anyone that comes towards him. He did a 1v4 clutch, 1v5 clutch, name it, a lot in like community rooms. And he became a standout player for me. It's like, who is this guy? And then I started to discover the team that he used to play with. It was called MPX Redline at that time. And MPX Redline was the team that went through PMNC and onto PMPL, and then they had to change their name because there was another MPX team at the time, Axis MPX.
Right.
Yeah, and then they became NC. That's the whole history with looking at Oli. I'm really happy to see him right now just being at this big stage and doing well.
Exactly. A lot of these players here are hometown heroes. Some have already made a name for themselves for the past couple of seasons, and we've already seen so many bright new talents dumping into Southeast Asia bouts and really making great remarks. And of course, everybody back in their respective homes have been cheering them on. Renaure have also been impressing the Indonesian audience so far, especially in those rounds inside Miramar. Alter Ego definitely have been outclassing many of all these teams. Sure, it may not be every single map of Miramar, but they do find a lot of points in those rounds. Even on that previous round, inside of Erangel, they were finishing on 2nd place. Has been able to put them on the 7th place, and that have further slided 4 rivals into 8th just by having 2 rough rounds. So there's definitely no point to lose for majority of all the teams that are fighting for those spots out there. Though, it could be safely said that top 10 will guarantee you that chance at the Global Championship.
Yeah, you can pretty much say that because only 4 teams will be eliminated. So if you want to put aside all the confusion of like, okay, who will be at where and what, basically you do not want to be at the bottom 4. And it just so happened that Geek Fam happened to be in the bottom 4. That means that elimination slot will shift up to the bottom 5.
Yep.
Putting aside Geek Fam. So that is the pit that you don't want to be in for now.
So even NFT Esports is unsafe. Vampire Esports have already qualified with a slot. GD, we'll have to check on some of all these plays that they'll be making, but Buriram United, I think this is where they are also not in a safe situation. However, for Rivals, like, sure, they're not really fighting for those spots. It's more of like retaining glory back to Malaysia. The last time that we've seen Malaysian team lift that trophy was back in Yoodo Gang.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a few seasons already.
Yeah, I still remember it's a remarkable season for them. They went head-to-head with BTR. I remember we went down to the last game, and if Yoodo Gang lost to BTR, basically, BTR would have been champions. It is that close. And I remember the all-round celebrations that came all over the internet when Yoodo Gang actually won. It was an amazing time for Yoodo Gang itself. And now, of course, they rebranded to Sam9. It's a different era now. It's been a couple of years since then. And as any team, right, there's always this cycle, right? Like sometimes you're on top and sometimes you're bottom. It takes a while for them to come back up. And that's totally fine. That's totally normal.
Yeah, we've seen so many changes throughout the course of seasons and power shifts, the rise, the fall of certain teams. Even though we have known so many notable names here in Southeast Asia, some of them don't even get to play here. But the circle will return back to where we were, and everybody has already got a hunch of an idea. So maybe this time, not the lake, but inside the city of Yasna Polyana. TM, you know, this has been favorable for them for the past round. Maybe they didn't get that sort of rotation, but Infinity, they're taking their sweet time, trying to gatekeep some of these players coming in from NFT.
Infinity being naughty now against NFT, and now NFT, they're forced to stop here. If they drive further down, they'll be exposed to the Infinity. And unfortunately, all of them had to be tanking out the zone right now. But the Infinity, they have the better advantage because they're at the front. So any disengagement, it has to happen from the Infinity first. It was NFT's choice. Well, they have no choice. They need to fight.
Exactly that. Newsy as well as Gatuni, they are already cutting off the sector when they could basically find those angles, but they also know for the fact that the longer they stay, if one bullet hits them, then they're going to be in the similar situation, so they really don't want to commit by the bridge. Ego Esports have great rounds inside of Miramar, and they have improved moving into the 13th spot, chasing upon NFT as well as Vampire Esports as of the current. And we're looking at field blowing names, well, mainly for those who came from the island. And aside from that, Infinity by Milta. F1, also a player that has been able to secure a lot of MVP titles back in the past when he was playing in box gaming. And of course, a lot of players, they tend to move around to clubs that they find themselves maybe more comfortable in, or, you know, like, whether it's a management decision or not, we still see them trying to do their level best. Now that he joined Ego Esports, I think things have been looking rather bright for him.
Yeah, it is. I do wish that Ego Esports can do better as well. That would put up like even better record for himself. But speaking about teams that I wish could do better is Geek Fam. Right now they seem to lose one player, unfortunately, and they're taking out the blue. So that's not a combo that you would want to have.
Yeah, we managed to speak to some of the management staff, some of the players as well. All in all, I think like they still have great mentality moving into most of all these matches. Just that it does get a little bit frustrating when, if you consider this grand finals to be similar to PMGC's level, this is not a good look. And of course, there might just be slight worries that come up ahead. but they will have to pull through. Same goes to Swavel now, getting knocked down. Ramon's on duty. Still by the blue zone though. Very, very risky.
It is.
Look at the crowd now over here. The TEM, they say, hey, Buriram United got the chicken dinner from here, so maybe we should take their spot.
I know, right? It's like, just, if it works, why not just follow whatever they do? And so far, TEM Entertainment, they are in this spot, like what you mentioned. And if it so happens that next phase of circle still favors that area, then it feels like they have a really good chance of securing something really nice.
That's true. Now, let's take a look at that circle. Where will it move? Oh! Brand new airplay. Let's head over to 70. Ego Esports. They do have the main area directly in the middle of the warehouse. FaZe Clan will be their noisy neighbor by the streets, though. Geek Fam coming by from the shooting range. Most of them are already inbound. But it's bad news for NFT, GD, Alter Ego. The Indonesian teams are a little late to the party.
You know what I told you about the Yoodo Alliance likes to prioritize the northern side? They are doing exactly that again.
Yeah, it's finally a great measure for them. They will feel a lot more comfortable playing in this sector. But then again, they've been locking horns with FaZe Clan for most part for today.
Yeah, I know, right? So that's not good news for FaZe Clan because Yoodo Alliance wins most of the fights. And now because of that, they're 2 points different from FaZe Clan. And if they can overtake... Basically, Yoodo Alliance is 2 points away from second place.
Exactly. And that's why I feel like this is a 5-way horse race. Make it 6, like big time. Don't forget about them as well. Because 5 points, we've seen them coming swinging hot with 20 over points per round. SLD, they hold on to this area of play close to the center where they're going to be sharing this hillside along with Ego Esports. So this is going to be a little bit tougher for our teams to cut by. Then we do see a crate in between both Booms as well as the rest of 4 rivals. Nobody's going to be able to quickly pick it up though. Booms actually. Don't be confused with the team.
I know, right?
He can actually, prone his way through, make a quick one if he really desperately needs those loots. So, 14 minutes of play. We only had 3 players that have dropped out. And it's just solo units coming from Boom, Geek Fam, as well as Yoodo Alliance.
NFT going all the way up north, playing by the coastline. Into the circle, passing by Silverny, but we spotted off a Buriram United spray onto Ramones. A very, very risky move. Look at how open this area is. Sky only doing the same onto Ramones as well, but Ramones counting his lucky stars that he's still alive now.
This is the first time we're seeing Buriram United play all the way up north as well. Usually they'll be sweeping by the outskirts, and now Tiger finally gets a catch onto Ramones in the midst of rotation.
No.
Another one bites the dust. 2 plays out, and this time it's going to be SLD claiming the points away.
Gosu is the one that collects those points for SLD. Trying to find his second one, but Kengzo will make sure that whatever effort that Buriram United did onto NFT, they make sure to get that elimination point. And now Batman is in big, big trouble. His vehicle exploded as well. There's nowhere for him to go.
And now with a little bit of an update into the circle, we see 4 rivals dominating the southern sector. There's a little bit split between Voki and the rest of the team, though. Not too sure if that is the best area of a compound to hold out. I think they're going to reposition. Voki has already scouted out ahead. But Alter Ego, they're moving in the same direction.
We may see a clash very, very soon. But on top of that, we do see the elimination feed sort of moving. One player has been knocked down. I believe that's from afar, but looks like it's going to be Alter Ego crashing into the compounds of 4 rivals.
Oh my goodness, it does happen. April's down as well. Pommy sweeps them all away from the match, but still more attacks coming in the way. Every other team, they've been looking at the direct center, and Alter Ego, they're absolutely stuck.
But now look at this. The Eagles will be looking upon them and trying to take out the members of Alter Ego. Alter Ego not in a comfortable position. One of their vehicles blown up, so that's 1 down. But then again, they have 3 other vehicles to work with. That's still okay for Alter Ego, but the bad news is that they're all in one single shot. One nade can rule them all.
Yeah, thankfully there's no teams surrounding them for the time being, but BRU, they're doing the same thing. This is going to be a little bit safer because that warehouse is a little bit distant compared to where we saw the top side of the hill. Anybody that pops by, they could just simply spam those random grenades. It will hit either ways. Speaking of grenades, we have Tiger masking their area here with a little bit more smoke so that they can play on the outskirts and try to save the only vehicle, but the vehicle's pretty much stuck underneath. It's got a picnic table clamping that tire as well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if we can reverse and bring out the vehicle or, you know, or if we can. We need to wait and see what happens later on. But nevertheless, they are in the circle, so no big urgency to use the vehicles yet. Unless the next circle move away from them, then maybe they should start to call for the tow truck or something. But the Infinity now going to play the gatekeeping role against the Vampires.
Vampire Esports now have to go against their nemesis, Infinity Esports. Mela now having bullets flying his way, he managed to stay afloat, but the rest of the league crashes through. Big fight between VP versus Infinity.
Oh, Trash cooking out the name, wanting to toss onto the side of the Infinity, but a little bit of an over toss there. Fortunately, will not land onto anyone from the Infinity. Schwab on the other hand, nailed down by Mela.
Mela popping up the med kit, trying to heal back to 100%, but there's not much time left. They do have coverage coming in from Gatuni, and all of a sudden, the Tides will not be in the favor of Vampire Esports. Only 2 stops hiding behind that tree, and there's just no shelter left. Infinity, they close out with 4.
Just like that, they deleted Vampire Esports without losing any players. 4 points in the bag for the Infinity. And now Bacon Time will be pressured by the blue. They're currently on the outside of the circle. Armstar will need to move, but at the same time, GIDS is out.
And Bacon Time, they're going to be moving out in the open. There are a little bit of a spread coming true. Boom. They're a little bit segregated from one another, but now exchanges have been made. Hexas trying to hold out against Shirties. They're just by the edge of the circle. This is not looking the best for either team, especially for both sandwich in between. Circle will pull towards the warehouse. SLD as well as Ego Esports, they're challenging each other, and we have Buriram United with a 2-2 split.
Yeah, Buriram United, it seems like they have the circle shaman or something, calling the circle on top of their heads, but I'm putting focus on the SLD versus the Eagles, the 2 Vietnamese teams going against each other. Gosu just at the side of one of the players. In fact, he's in between 2 of them. And Gosu, they will need to win this fight against each other.
And it's a little bit of a gridlock of a situation happening here inside a warehouse. There's a lot of smokes, but no action at all. They have already had a little bit of a scuffle early on. SLD did manage to get a couple of catches of rotation, but then again, Eagle Esports, they're on a hot streak right now. Boom! He lands that grenade onto Armstalls and also Shirties. That's going to be 2 takedowns potentially coming from Boom, and many more to come.
Oh, bring on the Boom here. A little bit of an open area there while they travel into the circle, but Hexas will be spotted out. A little bit of a risky there move there from Boom. But they're going to get away from Bacon Time, but they might bump into D-Xavier or Alter Ego. 9 Noise is starting to move to the side of Boom. Boom will need to be careful. Boom will need to be ready to be sieged down by the side of Bacon Time.
9 Noisy trying to trade right back. Shooting towards the direction of Hexas as he's being held back. Frankie does lob the grenade onto Razy. And Boom Esports, they're not going to be able to leave the scene just about yet. DX, they're trailing right behind, chasing onto the Hexas, and he will have guns pointed at his buggy. Instead, Bacon Time, they got shredded out by members of Boom Esports before they do have a little bit more commotion.
Oh wait, Bacon Time got eliminated before Boom? Oh my goodness, what a mess this is. But now finally Boom is out at the 11th place with 2 elimination points. D-Xavier will be moving into the circle. Next is going to be Alter Ego.
Alter Ego has been hiding out for the longest time, and they've been trying to basically get into the final circle for the longest time. They flushed out 4 rivals from this entire sector, leaving no points behind for the Malaysian team. Now they have to deal with the Savior, best team of Vietnam.
Oh, Frankie now waiting for the right moment. The spray coming in from Frankie onto Potato. Potato seems to be able to get away, but he's going to land onto the other teams. And now D-Xavier, they do not have time. Circle will arrive onto them very, very soon. They need to win this fight quickly.
They're crashing in as well.
Oh, Lamborghini?
All in. Lambo doesn't see anything. What's going on?
Yeah, it will be, can't see what is happening, but then it will be taken down. And that is it for them. But Buriram United will be the next team to try to eliminate them. So it's going to be D-Xavier going up first.
And they arrive being all too surprised by Elder Eagle. How did they manage to defend that Jack? But the rest of Geek Fam, they're in a turmoil where FaZe Clan is tagging them through the smokes. Infinity as well. There's not much vision left for the side of Ventori's Geek Fam now. Out and about, but no points for themselves in 9th place. And over on 8th, we got TEM only securing 1 point. Hasn't been their best run for today, but for BRU, they are on that perfect streak, 6 points secured.
Oh, what a messy 5th circle this is. Look at the amount of teams eliminated, and this is happening really, really fast. But now, coming back to the two Vietnamese teams, SLD and also the Eagles. Looks like Transit will be nailed down. The Eagles, they have the advantage. Are they going to go in for it? But Newsy's waiting for the right moment. He could take advantage of securing those elimination points. They got to be careful. The Eagles, they know they have the compound. They know they have something. And Spam will be the one to take down option.
And now they managed to go in for some revivals as well. But Twa, he pushes a little bit outskirts. He's trying to get those angles right. Playing by Knife's edge once again. F1 holding on to DBS if they were ever to push into the compound. Infinity, they're about to strike from the back end of the entry points. And SLD, they're still holding on. And someone gets bombed Twa. And there's a grenade coming from BRU. Where did he even toss that from?
Yeah, where did it come from? But now Newsy is going to take advantage of that. He's going to secure those elimination points, starting with Gosu. And Drogs in as well. Oh, looks like Newsy managed to steal them away and make it in his own.
And look at that, 5 points in for Infinity, and they have managed to crush players from SLD.
Ooh, Newsy coming in just at the right timing, and now Mela can be picked up. But they're not done yet though. Kwang Ji is still waiting at the corner. At the same time, you can see that Yoodo Alliance number 6-1 elimination point for them. Kwang Ji with a European hand. SLD managed to receive or find 5 elimination points in this round. But Buriram United, let's not forget about the 10 at least.
Newsy, with quick thinking, he moves up into the sniper tower for a little bit, but he gets bought out by Kwang. He's got that AUG with some red Tiger that cleans that point instead from the back. Buriram United, this time you said we didn't do enough work. How about that now? 12 points in for BRU.
That is Eye of the Tiger for you to secure that elimination point, but they're not done yet though. Now it's on to the Eagles. But FaZe Clan arrive. It's going to be about fire at the forefront. My AP will be gunned up, but Sky only will counter fire onto FaZe Clan. And now Tiger tries to find the target. It's going to be the Eye of the Tiger or Eye of the Eagle to secure the next elimination point.
The grenades are flying directly at C-Sky only. I don't really think that he does have much chance to actually hold on, but he does get the full health being healed up with the med kit. BRU, they have 4 members in play. They can overwhelm all the other teams if they take out FaZe Clan first. And look at that, another special delivery sent towards the way of BRU. Could this be their story of a comeback? 2 back-to-back chicken dinners here in Grand Finals Day 2.
And the circle right now belongs to BRU as well, so they have a good chance of securing that double chicken dinner back-to-back and probably be the first team to get a back-to-back chicken dinner as well. And FaZe Clan is still alive. They are in the circle, one of them down, however, they need to be picked up. But the worst case scenario is going to be the Eagles entirely on the outside of the circle.
C-Sky only, calm and collected. Not really inching all too far wide against FaZe Clan. And Ego Esports, they're currently stuck. They need to make a decision whether to move from the back to face off against FaZe Clan or deal with Buriram United. There's a little bit more of a wide angle if they still went up ahead to challenge BRU. They expect retaliation from 2 members at the very least. MR5, he spots him out.
Twa? Oh no, Twa now knows that there's a snake coming in from behind. He would need to be prepared for it, but at the same time, he'll be pressured by the blue. And now Chua moving in. Chua with the jump shot, and Chua onto F5. Chua wins that elimination point, and Chua will manage to get that one in the bag. Probably another one as well. It's going to be FaZe Clan facing the wrath of Chua.
And BRU, they still have the members here to plan it all up. 1v, 1v3, this thing's going in. BRU! 2 back-to-back chicken dinners for the PMPL Thai squad.
Wow, what an ending that was. I mean, this round is arguably the messiest round of all so far. That was action-packed to the end.
Every corner of each respective face of the circle, we see fights after fights after fights. We couldn't even keep track.
Yeah.
everyone's just battling for position. And this was just a lot of open ground terrains where everyone's just hoping to go for trades. I think by the end of this round, we'll see, of course, Buriram United over on top of the table with 12 eliminations. And everyone else are just sharing different kind of points.
Yeah, it's really hard to keep track, like what you say, right? So it's hard for us to tell, like, okay, who exactly
is the biggest winner?
Is the biggest winner in this round. It feels like, you know, it's just everywhere. But okay, to be fair, the biggest winner is Buriram United, no doubt about that. And it feels like they hear our criticism as casters, right? It's like, yeah, they had the circle, they had it easy in the previous round. They're like, okay, I'll show you without the circle, how will I do it? And they showed us. So kudos to Buriram United.
Now that they've managed to get a double chicken dinner, is the treble possible heading to the final round? I'm just putting a little bit of possibility out there. But also kudos to Outer Ego Esports. They put up a perfect defense where DX just arrived at the scene and they absolutely got crushed. That's also with a little bit of help coming from FaZe Clan, I do believe. But this trade, Infinity did so well.
Oh my goodness. The Infinity, they only had Newsy and Mela, and they fought like nobody's business. Of course, a little bit of help there from Buriram United, but then again, they did a lot of work to secure those elimination points. And this jump shot from Chua is legendary.
Yeah, and he managed to not only get one, but piece this two together, where Ego Esports once again secure a top 2 finish, but impeccable work. You know, we complain there's lack of grenades. Look what they've got. Like,
I know, right?
I take back my words right now. BRU, you guys are the best.
Yeah. He's taking back his words. I'm taking the jersey from Buriram United, just saying.
I love their jerseys.
I've tried to get it for the longest time. In fact, I messaged the social medias of Buriram United to try to get it.
That sounds very desperate.
Yeah, I am very desperate, but they told me that it's not shipped internationally. I was a little bit disappointed.
You can cut across the border with a passport.
Yeah, I just renewed mine, just saying, for reasons that you know.
You're good to go.
Yeah.
Celebrate the 29 points that they've managed to achieve with that jersey then.
Or maybe if anyone from the management is listening to this cast, you know, you can always send one to us. Just saying, just putting it out there.
Yeah. You pay for the shipping charges though.
I wouldn't mind.
Anyways, back to the charts. We have 3 Thai teams at the top 3, and most of it is due to the fact that they have closed out with high frags. FaZe Clan has done it again, this time with 20 points, Infinity with 15.
Yeah, but on the other end, so Geek Fam 1 point. Again, Geek Fam is sliding down. I worry that, I kind of worry that by the end of the finals, Geek Fam might be at number 16 because like even Boom has 3 points at least. But it's been a while since we last saw Tony K on the charts.
Well, a while meaning to say 1 day ago. But it's been many maps, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like Tony K, you tend to see him every day.
Exactly.
Yeah, but 1 day and we already miss him.
Yeah, we always miss all these players. We wish that we're in an offline event where all of you guys can join us too. I mean, Tony K in person, but you can definitely get his voice pack because he is one of the best players that we have in Southeast Asia, and I think the numbers on the charts have already told all the tale.
Yeah, 1,162 damage with 4 elimination points. We've seen a bigger margin, but anyway, just for this round, amazing play. Tony K is back on the charts, and that will also mean that FaZe Clan is up there behind the Infinity by 12 points, 22 points, getting closer.
Wow, just look at Ego Esports. Because of this top 2 finish, now they're just 2 points to chase up against Vampire Esports, and then you see that green light at the end of the tunnel. They still need to match about, what, 15 points? 15 points against GD. Should be good to go.
Yeah, they need to aim for GD, not Vampire. So the 1-2-2 is the point as of now that they need to aim for. And that is like what? 15 points difference. 15 points would mean that 1 round, and that could do the business. Yeah, 1 good round could do the business.
And that's also in hopes that the opposing team, GD, would not actually have much points to offer in some of these things that happens inside of all these maps that they will play all together. But let's take a glimpse back at the starting points once more, where we see FaZe Clan to travel quite the distance, but I think we can basically pick a point or two of how you want to play on the northern section. Like, most of these teams play by the edges.
Yeah, because like you're kind of unsure whether the circle will be like down south or up north at some point, right? But of course, the logic applied here, I believe by Buriram, and the same goes for Yoodo Alliance, is that there will be lesser teams at the northern side. Like how many towns that we have on the north as compared to the main peninsula? We have like Severny, Jogopur, Zarki, nobody goes there, and that's about it pretty much. So your possibility of having teams up there is a little bit lesser. Hence, we can see that these teams, most of them will prioritize being on the north.
That's right, and when we see a majority of these teams being directly in the center, you get all the attention coming from all the teams. And Infinity, if they didn't chime in against SLD versus Ego Esports, I think that would be these two Vietnamese teams that will basically contend for a whole lot more, but we still managed to see Ego Esports last into the very top tier.
I am very happy looking at how Ego Esports is performing. They are showing that they are not like they are not only like eagles, they're like phoenixes. They are rising from the ashes.
I love the way you put it. I mean, the way that these birds of a feather actually flock together to make all these tremendous work happen. It's the dream that they're living, right? Like they're fighting for their dreams, they're fighting for their tournament lives. They want to go to the global rounds, and we hope to see Ego Esports there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I do want to see them do the Cinderella story. But of course, SLD as well has its own Cinderella story. So they're a little bit different. SLD may be a little bit more impactful, maybe, arguably, depending on how you see it. But anyway, if Ego Esports is able to somehow climb back up into the PMGC slot, that will be great. But let's check out our two top teams in the previous round. Of course, Thailand's back on the map.
That's right, and actually they are equally matched in terms of damage numbers, though BRU have the edges as they manage to conquer into the late game stage, and they spend the least amount of time by the blue zone. FaZe Clan had a little bit of a time from Georgia Pool to travel into the circle itself, and the fights were unfavorable for FaZe Clan the moment that some surprises came in from Twa, bringing that DBS, but Tony K will now take over the screens yet again. Instead of Newsy, he's chasing up against Infinity.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see that by the end of the day, who is currently at the #1 spot for the MVP, because Newsy had his moments earlier today, and now Tony K is coming in to claim his moments as well, so they might balance off each other. So it's going to be really, really tough to even guess who might be at the #1 spot. But it's also interesting to see that MyNP, we don't often see him coming in our charts.
That's right, and it's great to actually see fresh faces out there, and look at BRU skyrocketing their way with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and just even tally up the elimination points itself. That's over 27 points, and I would say this is quite the leapfrog over the course of the battle that we've seen so far. Other than Ego Esports, I think if you just add today's tally, these are the two teams that have done so well.
So well, indeed. And yesterday we talked about like the Thai teams having an off day, and basically today they're back.
Back to work.
Back to work.
Crunch time.
Yep, exactly. And there's no way that any other region can overtake them in terms of the amount of chicken dinners today. So Thailand is back on track.
Exactly, and of course, nothing to worry about for all of you fans of PMPL Thailand. Rejoice once more, because likelihood of all the teams to qualify is very high, and VP is definitely going to be there. So now we're down to our final map.
Oh man, I mean the day just passed so fast. I didn't even realize that we're down to the final map until the graphics showed up, of course. But
that's right.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of action, and it was very eventful as well. We saw a lot of big plays, and hence that's why we didn't really feel it.
Yeah,
that
like
fast.
It's just a very fast pace compared to day one. Like we thought it was fast enough, but apparently by 22 minutes, a lot of teams were basically taking everybody out, and there was only so few left. Where even on that chicken dinner moment, it passes by so swiftly. BRU, I think like they just have the power of Zeus. Like they just snap and the thunder strikes. Boom, chicken dinner.
Do they snap it again after this? How you feeling about the match?
There's a potential, honestly, because like they've been able to read the circle twice around that northern sector, and I think like they are so familiar with playing that form of a region where even if it does go towards around prison, Milta, as well as mansion, they have also shown that they have been living and breathing that vicinity. Like, they are basically the hometown heroes of that section. So I guess the only challenge for Buriram United heading to the next game is when that circle moves in towards the far west end. So that itself will possibly see them struggle a little bit more.
Something really different, right?
Yeah.
Like either on the far left.
Military base,
yeah, I love that kind of circle. I'm sure Alter Ego does as well.
Yeah, Chicha was complaining to me that, hey, you guys all had the military circles when you
Which true.
Like Contra and Attach, they get all those games. And you know what? We do get our predictions to be true, I hope. TEM, I think it's been a really rough day. What about Four Rebels? What do you think?
I think both of them have similar feelings. Because yesterday, okay, TEM, obviously they were number one yesterday. 4 Rivals had the most points collected in a single day out of everyone else yesterday as well. So they were in the same situation. And it just so happened today, both teams didn't really show up as well. So I guess it's more like us supporting you to get a chicken dinner.
That's right. And we hope that it will basically spark a fire for them to move into the very final day to go all out and claim all the points necessary to get into the PMGC. Though some of them have already gotten those slots, but we really want to see who lifts that trophy by the end. Now, I think like after so many of all these games, Infinity have shown up yet again to be the most consistent team of them all. Though day one, it may not be their best showing, but now back on track. I hope to see more of it.
Yeah. Oh wow! If you want to see more of it, and if they give you more of it, they will be unstoppable at some point.
It feels so too. And now we're preparing ourselves for our final round. So, any thoughts before we move into the map?
My thought is that I want to see the bottom teams actually rising up.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see like Eagles continue on their momentum. I know I predicted 4 Rivals, but I want to see the Eagles.
Yeah, I feel like it's about time they celebrate their chicken dinner, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot of effort for them to not only come in with predictions, they had hard-fought battle by the warehouse against SLD. They also managed to trade out against players from FaZe Clan. And also there was Infinity charging from behind. So it's definitely going to be interesting for our final round in the day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship.
Yeah, that's what we hear every day for the past 1 month. And this is, of course, the final game for today. And Erangel is going to be the battleground. Let's see who will take home the final chicken dinner. Will Buriram United be able to break the record and bring home a third chicken dinner back-to-back?
This is where we see a little bit more change coming into our Erangel round, with only the flight path that has, skewed into a different sector where we start off from Sugarpool, but we're still headed into the Milter sectors. And there's also access to the Milver Noye. This time, I think it's kind of all-rounded, where everybody gets to choose a different location. Direct access coming in from Bacon Time. We'll see them get into town with ease. Empire Esports could have actually dropped to Zarky, but they opt not to do so. They hope that the circle will move further down towards the south side, perhaps. SLD, I wanted to highlight the fact that players that usually start in Gatcut doesn't really have the best amount of food because of the little amount of compounds that they have in the area. Though in competitive scene, we have increased drop rates for weapons so that it's definitely easier for them to go in for all those loots. But then again, even so, it's all about getting just about the right amount before you go into a location. And I guess many of them have been able to secure the very first phase of the circle.
Wow, you wish for it, and you got it. Like the circle more towards the left side. So let's see if Buriram United, who are masters of that upper left circle, now how are they going to deal with this? Keep your eye on that.
Yeah, and it's still very interesting to note for the fact that after 2 chicken dinners, Buriram United have been tying with DX. So DX have been silently putting all these numbers back.
Oh yeah, that's a really, really good point. I mean, Buriram United, they were at some point towards the page 2, and they slowly climbed their way onto page 1, earlier parts of page 1, and now they're number 3. And the difference between Buriram United and FaZe Clan, which is number 2, it's 16 points, which means that in this round, anything can happen. They could climb up against above FaZe Clan, but of course it depends. But mathematically, it's possible.
Yeah, and Infinity, they usually secure an average of 15 to 20 pointers for today. And it's just impressive to see how well this team does on a round-by-round basis. There was not a single drop-off rate coming in from all their players, where we need to see more teams to be as effective as Infinity to be able to secure the 5 slots into the PMGC. And it's definitely vital. Like, we see a lot of fighting spirit coming from Ego Esports. We definitely need more of that too.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, they're starting to lose consistency. Yes, they did fairly well in the previous round, but they need more if they want to challenge like a team that is fairly consistent like the Infinity. So it's still like what, a 22-point gap. Mathematically, it's possible for them to overtake the Infinity, although it's a little bit steep. But let's not how should I put it? Let's not they put aside like the number. Let's not forget about the possibility. That's what I'm trying to say about that. Yeah.
And I think by the end of the round, Infinity just needs, like, what, another 11 points to break that 200 margin.
Oh, yeah.
And if they actually do that, the only team that is capable as of the current is actually FaZe Clan. And a lot of times, FaZe Clan have tried to challenge for trophies, and there's always one team that will try to stop them on their tracks. Maybe it's also going to be a redemption arc coming from Tony K, and Torres, MR5. And of course, Beer 11 is part of the squad. We do see him play from time to time. I missed out one player. Did I skip one name?
Yes. Lycan?
Lycan.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
Yeah, don't forget about Lycan though.
He's great.
Yeah, he was the one actually trying to fend off Yoodo Alliance all alone in the first Erangel today. So that was a remarkable move from him, trying to fend them off. And he almost got it, if not because of Olio shooting from afar. So, yeah, and that was almost impossible for him to spot out Olio because he's on the other side. But for him to go up against 3, he did the job.
And also keep in mind, FaZe Clan, they put 20 points in the past round. And the only way to chase up to Infinity is to consistently do that. 10 elimination points at the very least. 10 points coming from ranking, hopefully into the top 3.
Okay.
Straps coming with a target practice. I love this. Can we get more? Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
There you go. You asked for it.
Okay, this is how you guys really want to practice. Control your taps if you're on any sort of weapon, and you got to practice basically pickle picking.
Yeah. And that's where actually the pro players, they spend a lot of time on. Like, putting aside scrims, right? Obviously, naturally, if you play scrims, it would take like, what, 3-4 hours of your time. But other than that, they spend a lot of time on the training ground actually doing that. Jiggle picking, like what you said. Just doing all those, flexing all those moves that require like, what, 3-4 taps or even 5 taps just to ensure like they complete a single move or single step. And that's what they do on a regular basis, just to get that muscle memory in.
That's right. For Rivals, though, a very drastic fall from a top 5 finish. And now the ones that will fly the Malaysian flag in the top 5 will be Yoodo Alliance instead. It's like they basically switched position altogether. And it seemed like it was just them losing very untimely battles, calling for rotations in a very untimely manner. Just like the past round, they have great ideas. They were hoping to take that area where Alter Ego has won against them. And they arrive at the very same time that Voki says, okay, it's clear. But when they do arrive, apparently not. Alter Ego came in. It was just a happenstance. And we can't blame 4 Rivals for that, right?
Yeah.
Like, they don't have the angles from the back of the hill and things like that. happens from time to time. So all the teams from phase 4 onwards will always have to be very watchful. Be watchful on the watchtower. GD hunting out.
Wait, it's against Boom. Let's see. Boom is against Boom. Boom Esports. Almost said Boom
Happens
United.
a lot in Indonesia.
I know, right? It feels like we're watching PMPL Indonesia all over again. Now the nade will be tossed out by Booms onto the other side. And looks like it's going to be 2v1 at the lower ground, though. They need to come in with a backup quickly.
It's a little bit of a goose chase going on, and somehow he survived for so long.
I know, right? Wow. Okay, Yummy still all alone. Finally, Hexas comes in, but Yummy with the nade onto Alan. Beautiful.
What a nade indeed.
Oh,
Yummy is going to be promised one more in. And GD, they took too long.
Only one guy.
I can't believe it. Yummy survived.
Yeah, for only one guy. Can you imagine that? But now it's down to Daybot, the last man. And looking at how the situation is it for GIDS, unfortunately, he has no other choice but to play for placement points.
My goodness. This is a disaster for GD. Ego Esports now sees a lot of opportunity in this map itself. And what they needed was what we mentioned. 14, 15 points. And if they have been performing on a consistent top 2, top 3, I think Ego Esports can do it.
You know what's cooking?
What's that?
Boom! Okay, that's a meme reference, but never mind. But you know what else is scary is that between Boom and Geek Fam right now, with 3 elimination points in the back of for Boom, now their gap is only 7 points. There is it enhances the possibility that we may see Geek Fam at number 16 by the end of the day.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not really certain what has not worked out because we haven't seen many glimpses of Geek Fam. They were trying to do some early cutoff points over onto the bridges, and other than that, they did manage to survive into the middle of the pack a couple of times. But I won't really say like it's really the worst, but in total of the day, they just don't put points on the table. It's really worrisome, even when they do get into PMGC. But I think by then they should be very well ready to prepare against all the global teams.
But if we think about what has changed with Geek Fam, right, what I noticed is that during the country leagues, they put Mika and Yuhai at the front. But for this finals, what I noticed is that they put Snipes and Yuhai at the front. Mika will be at the back together with Damroot. So I know that they have something in mind. I'm pretty sure they have a reason why they do that. But as a viewer, it also there will be a question in my head like, is that even working out? Like, if it's not, then they might want to consider to change back to their country league formation that worked out so well for them.
Yeah, I guess when you do put Micah as well as Yuhai together, yes, they've been quite the unstoppable force. It's just like Nuzi along with Gatsuni for most part, or Nuzi has also worked very well with Mela. So I think like you really want to create that bond where eventually they could just have any duo to fend off against everybody else. Not to say that Snipes is lacking in terms of firepower, but it seemingly seems to be some players not feeling the most comfortable being put into a different formation.
Yeah, and it worked out for them in the first place. So not too sure why they decided to do this kind of change. If you look at what's happening right now, is Yuhai is together with Snipes. And that obviously means that Damroot is together with Mika. And this has been the trend during the finals. And I know they already have a solid PMGC, understand. But you know what, as a team that's well known, you have another obligation to fill, which is the obligation with your fans.
That's right. But then again, like you think about why they have done that is also due to the fact that if they were to go into a 4 versus 4 or even on the split sector where they're scouting out, if you lose both Yuhai as well as Mika, immediately the effectiveness of firepower dwindles down from Geek Fam. And then they're just playing for survival. You know, like you want to have a safety net of a plan where maybe you could still trade off with certain teams when things don't go all too well.
Fair enough. Snipes is more of a support player. So he may be the one to like, okay, you can do whatever you do in front, you high, you're the entry fragger thing, and I'll support you from behind because naturally support players, they would do support stuff. I totally can relate to that. And yeah, it does make sense as well. I'm just worrying that is it working out for Geek Fam? Obviously, points-wise, it's not. But if I want to think positively about what they're doing, it's in preparation for them to be in the PMGC.
That's right. And I think it's also vital, where even if you remember back in the past, we've had Damroot also leading the charge. Comparing to that. So I think like there's a lot of versatility when they want to organize a certain strategy of an attack at the very least, or even on defensive lineup. It'll definitely look very interesting. As for TM, I think like they're going to see a little bit of a scuffle, but this is between Vampire Esports versus Infinity. They just crack right in, and the nades are falling in the perfect spot.
As usual, the Infinity, they are masters of the nades. And now, Infinity, they're moving on to the Vampires. God2ni will be gunned down by Shrubs. Blue Cave tries to find the next target. God2ni finished off by Shrubs, so it's confirmed that the Infinity will play the rest of the round with 3 players.
Shrubs now popping another grenade over the lower side of the kill. Well, right out the window it goes into the containers, but they won't be able to find the mark against Mela, who's been able to do chip damage, and that circle will move forward into the forest region of Quarry. Now, this is definitely going to look hectic, where Infinity has been able to find one. Mela goes for another one, and he will fight the dust instead. Through the smokes, Ravenclaw still survives though.
Newsy coming in, and Newsy secures that knockdown. Mela could be saved, but now Newsy needs to win the fight first, unless he chooses to pick up Mela, which he can, and he will.
And now Infinity has been able to clear out the entirety of the space. Vampire Esports with so little health left. We also do see another fight break loose between TEM and DX is going to be taking out players coming in from BRU, and the struggles are starting to take effect when they rotate into Gatka.
Well, we didn't want to see Buriram United challenge, and now looks like the challenge it will be coming from D Xavier. Duke is the last man standing, though he needs to pick up his teammate quickly. It looks like it will not be possible to pick up Lamborghini and Rabes, but at least he has one. So they're going to play as a duo, but Buriram United resetting as well.
Yeah, Buriram United can still stand a chance. They managed to take down Lamborghini. So this looks like a 3 versus 3, but low health members of EX have to quickly recuperate, where Razy is managing some shots against Yoodo Alliance. We see Binary P taking out Rabis. So this is only going to be 2 more members available for DX.
Oh, Frankie tossing nades onto the other side. Hopefully be able to land a knockdown. At least that gives them a little bit of a slight edge to take over their opponents. But looks like everyone is holding still. But at the same time, the next phase of circle looks like D Xavier and Buriram United not in it, but Geek Fam is.
Geek Fam finally getting the advantage here, but remember, it's open grounds for the taking. There's going to be many teams that will be playing over the hillside, but Geek Fam, I think they do have a little bit of compound to work with. So that's going to be good on them. FaZe Clan will come in from the northwestern end. Same goes to NFT Esports, but they will have 4 rivals accompanying Geek Fam. So Yoodo Alliance, they've trailed their way in. There's a lot of Malaysian teams already involved in this Phase 4. Shots being fired, but no members dropped from members of Yoodo Alliance.
Times putting pressure on the Yoodo Alliance long range, but let's not forget as well, another team is coming in from the northern side, and right now Geek Fam, they asked to split it up. They need to be careful of one of their teammates who is all alone. Hopefully Damroot is able to give support onto the northern side at least, but Snipes is not letting Yoodo Alliance go as well. But then again, he doesn't need to force the fight. They're all in the circle. They need to be a little bit more worried of 4 rivals that just came in.
And they will be having a little bit of a safety net by playing onto the sewers itself. Yuhai will never be able to find that angle against Appy if he turtles inwards. So 4 rivals, they can take their sweet time. They don't have to rush things. They just got to wait for other teams to come right by, and by then they should be battle ready.
Oh, speaking about battle ready, 2 of these teams definitely have to be battle ready because the Eagles, they're on the outside circle. They can choose to crash in onto SLD, who has a compound. And it's going to be worth it if they can take over this compound as well because it's in the circle. But at the same time, Alpha Style being shot at by Trongzin. But because there's a tree in between, it's not going to be easy to land those shots.
Not at all. Trongzin just fancying his chances there. Making time a little bit further away. Many of these teams are hoping to secure a little bit more of a vantage point because everywhere over on the flat grounds of Gatka is not safe. So we'll see perhaps a little bit more teams around this sector. SLD taking the further end of the town. Eagle Esports, they'll be neighbors. I mean, they're from the same nation. Probably just a few kilometers away. But here in game, less than 100 meters.
I'm waiting to see what are they going to do. Are they going to just crash in? Or are they going to rotate away? Well, if they choose to rotate away, we are talking about the fourth phase of the circle. There should be still some space for them to play with. But if it's the fifth phase, no choice. They have to crash in onto SLD. So that means that SLD need to be prepared for those possibilities that might happen. But now we move over to Boom. Speaking about their movement, they are going to move on to the side of the Xavier. But like minor accident there by the driver Hexus, but should be all right.
Boom Esports taking a really wrong route into the circle. And they're just driving by. They're slowly running out of gas, it seems. But it seemed like the tire might have actually popped for a little bit, where SLD would eventually get to where they need to be. But they will have to take their sweet time.
Oh.
Esports left, but they met with Infinity instead.
Here we go. The Eagles against the Infinity, but the Infinity seems to be disengaging. But we need to wait and see. Oh, looks like it's because the circle moved up and Geek Fam has the circle together with Yoodo Alliance.
Both Malaysian teams inbound. Same goes to 4 rivals, just by the edges as they were by the Seawers itself. NFT will be trailing up ahead as well. But over the south side, it seems like there are ways to cut through. Eagle Esports trying to quickly resuscitate their fallen members, where other teams are just circling around. SLD is about to take the fight outskirts.
The Eagles, they need to reset quickly. SLD is coming for them. At the same time, they need to be careful. The Infinities on the right side. But Renari will be naded out by TEM Entertainment. Tuan Z will be naded out by Kwang Ji. And that could be an opening for SLD to take over them. But SLD is going to prioritize the circle.
Mela will try to propel ahead. And we have Logan, who's been able to hold out over the south side. But eventually they have to push in within less than 2 minutes. There's still a little bit more time. But Mela is going to be able to find one more pick against Gosu. Infinity will draw it to 5 points if they do get this pickup. Here comes the Molotov.
Oh, that Molly is going to force Smap to move. But then again, Mela will take down Smap before the Molly does anything to him. At the same time, we can see the GIDS is out number 50 without any points in this round.
There's more taps coming in the way. Eagle Esports seemingly couldn't move out of this situation. They're just cornered out by all the other teams. Let's see how they make the cup. They want to leave one member behind, but they're still thinking about it. There's still 1 minute to go, but Mela, he's holding 2 teams back by himself.
I know, right? Like the Infinity, they can spend off 2 teams at the same time, but they also need to prioritize the circle. Now they're starting to move in. The Eagles, they're still on the outside of the circle. They know that the Infinity is right for them. And they're on the lower ground as well. Boom Esports will be rooted at number 16 by the end of the day, unfortunately.
But they did manage to secure 7 total eliminations by this round itself, so it's a respectable round, though they finished on the top 12. And there's going to be 5 elimination points coming in from Buriram while Eagle Esports fight for their tournament lives. This has been the toughest circle for many of all these teams, a fitting way to end day 2. Nuzi is just keeping them at bay.
Ooh.
Chances are it's going to be rough for them to survive. Mela holding them back.
Oh, Mela 1v1 and Mela will finish off Namchen. And F1 will be down as well, and that's going to be it for the Eagles with only 1 point in this round in terms of eliminations. Now 4 rivals. They will be around the areas of Gaka, but I can't wait to see whether the circle will favor them. And happy together with the combo. His teammate April will take down Ramones.
but they really have to find ways to get out of this area of play. They have to cut through the blue zone, and look at them. They're losing so much health trying to do so. April does find a way, but they will have to go through the rest of NFT Esports. And Voki, he's trying to take that risk. He will run into 2, and now he invades to the compound for Rivals to get caught out.
Oh, Boysil needs to fight his way through as 25 more seconds on the clock before the zone closes. Boysil will be nated down. Where did the nade come from? Is it a nade or what is it? It's going to be Happy, the man himself.
And there you have it. 10 elimination points for the Infinity, but they will be taken out by Buriram United. Here we go. Abby now goes in for the trade. April does find a catch, and they will go in shredding their armory. NFT, they could not hold back for Rivals.
And the Infinity, they're out. Although they're out, they managed to take home 10 elimination points. And now Yoodo Alliance, only Shamel and Oleo left going up against Geek Fam. Geek Fam has the circle together with the compound. They have the advantage at this moment. And plus that, they are on the other side of the road.
Buriram United playing by the edges. No, Yoodo Alliance slowly having their health bar shipped away, but same goes to FaZe Clan. How on earth did they actually get these angles through the smoke as well? And they're just pincering everybody by the edges, not allowing any form of entry. This could be a great game to close out for FaZe Clan. If they want to chase against Infinity, they need to secure, at the very least, 10 points.
And FaZe Clan, they're on the highest possibility side of the road to get the next circle. They have a good chance of still being in it. By the time the next circle closes, Pumuru, unfortunately, he will be down on his knees at this moment. FaZe Clan tossing it on the side of Bacon time, hoping to secure those elimination points on the knockdowns. But Lycan, he will get it onto 9 dots, and Shamil will be gathered by Mika from first. Nice! Go for the no Shamil.
Geek Fam finally back into the game. They find themselves 7 frags as they are the ones conquering the circle. The Malaysian team struggle in day 2. And at the very least, and the final game, they have popped off. Now down to Oleo as he will be fouled out by the members of Geek Fam.
That's going to be number 6 for Yoodo Alliance with 1 elimination point. And now Geek Fam, they still have the circle. But let's focus on the FaZe Clan versus Bacon Time. The moment FaZe Clan stands up and they move further forward, they'll be spotted out by Bacon Time. Same goes for Bacon Time as well. Bacon Time, the worst case scenario for them, as they only have 2 players left and they do not have the circle. They still need to move forward.
Like it. Rolling onto the
there you go.
The movements coming in. Noisy, he has been able to get closer, but he's just by the edges of the blue as well. If FaZe Clan don't take him, the zone will do. And Buriram United somehow still surviving. Kenzo's the only one left. And there we go. The pickoff happening. Tony K moving in with the damage, but that has been claimed by another team. And it's Snipes that steals it away.
Oh, Snipes just robbed them under their nose. And our FaZe Clan will need to move, unfortunately. Lycan will be taken out. Tony K will reset at this moment. The circle moves up the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam has the best chance of securing this chicken dinner.
FaZe Clan now getting tagged by the rest of Geek Fam. This is that perfect real estate for them to claim all these points. Yuhai with a medium 14 finds a headshot. And that will basically be trouble lying ahead for the rest of FaZe Clan. They don't really have time of the essence. 5 seconds from now, everybody gotta get in the circle.
Oh, they gotta get into the circle, especially for Kingzo from Buriram United. He's still on the other side of the road. And if he chooses to cross the road without a smoke, he'll be in an open position. But Kingzo knocked out Snipes, and now because of that, he exposed his position. Tony K took advantage of that, and Buriram United is out.
Top 5 finish. Great consistent effort, and Dameron's getting in. Is this the time for Geek Fam to pop up? And they will find FaZe Clan.
Oh, beautiful carry from Dabru. 2 knockdowns back to back, but Dabru needs to move forward. He's being pressured by the zone. He needs to bring Nico out. And now Dabru, with about 20% health, will be in an open area.
Oh, thank goodness me. I thought he's going to rush directly towards the side of FaZe Clan. But all in all, look at how healthy they are against FaZe Clan as well as for Rivals. This one secured in the bag. And for the doubters, they have to believe again. The Malaysian team will be glorious by the end of the round.
Oh, damn, Rubika gets one onto AP. 4 Rivals down to the last man. Nope. They get back. They are out at this moment. It's going to be FaZe Clan 1v4. This could be the redemption moment for Geek Fam. Securing that chicken dinner to end that day. Just when we thought it has been a bad day for them. At least they redeemed themselves in the final round.
Let's see. Could this be a great redemption arc heading into the grand finals run? where we have seen Geek Fam dominate that local competition, but I would say they will definitely impress all the audiences when it comes down to PMGC League stage. So with that, the Malaysians will bring one more chicken dinner home for the day.
We had that long conversation about are they doing the right things by switching up their formation, by switching up the way of their play, the way they play, but they are proving to us that, well, you know what, whatever that you say, we know what we're doing, and we're showing it to you guys that we can.
And what's really interesting was that early fight between TEM Esports as well as GD, where Yummy survived out it all.
Oh yeah.
And even BPE, they took some close fight with the Infinity, but they're dealing with Doozy. And after that, Infinity was taking multiple fights on the south side. Like, they are gating both SLD as well as Ego Esports at the same time.
Oh yeah, that was a very entertaining match though. 1v2 and he managed to hold on by himself for the longest time. And besides that, if you gotta think about it, this is a fairly messy round, especially on the southern side. How difficult it was for the Infinity, Eagle, and a couple more other teams from the south to actually move into the circle because they were just side by side with each other. Only a little bit of a more terrain geographical difference that differentiates them.
Exactly that. And FaZe Clan, we thought that they have gotten a lot of safety net, but then again, when we talk about safety, Geek Fam has the only realistic available, and I think that has kept them alive for the most part. And they booked this circle very early on, and every other team just have to drive towards that direction or just walk until they eventually crash out.
Well, Geek Fam had an amazing real estate agent, I must say, to book them the best possible slot.
Only the best?
Only the best to beat the rest. And of course, FaZe Clan, not too shabby in this round. Second place finish. They did work hard. Just look at the amount of travel distance is the most, and even the amount turbos used is the most as well.
Exactly that. And Geek Fam, they managed to close off this round with 29 points. And that has been able to help them sustain much better over the charts. Though we have seen GD faltered along with VPE and as well as Alter Ego in the early rounds. FaZe Clan, they put 17 points. But take a look at Infinity, another average round with double digits.
Yeah. I also want to point out, like, on the other end as well, right? So Ego Esports only managed to get 2 points in this round, meaning that they will still be on the outside of the PMGC qualifier slot. SLD 2 points as well. Second time today, Mela comes out as MVP. 949 damage, 4 elimination points for this guy, and it's amazing to see another representative of the Infinity besides Newsy on top 2.
Yeah, and we see that rotation coming into full circle as well. And most likely than not, we see Logan being a lot more on the supportive role. But we also have had Gotuni coming up, but Mela definitely have shined the brightest.
Well,
and what did I tell you? They're going to break that 200-point mark, and they did it by the end of our second day. And there's only 6 more games left before we find ourselves our champion. FaZe Clan is still chasing, and they managed to get more points than Infinity in this round itself.
And I must point out as well, like, out of the top teams, right, FaZe Clan is the only team without a chicken dinner. No chicken, no problem.
It's so amazing to see them going out high fragging into many of all these rounds and still having no chicken dinners whatsoever. And since we're talking about FaZe Clan, let's talk about Tony K, as he has been the top eliminator of the day.
Okay, with this stat, my gut feeling is that Tony K is leading the charts in terms of being the FMVP for this tournament, because Newsy, 8 difference. We're talking about 8. It's fairly big.
Yeah, and overall, we also see Mela outshine Newsy as he takes over on second spot. And I think, like, majority of the success, like, comes from them really working together. So those who say, hey, it's all about Newsy, no, we got Mela too, and he's absolutely popping off.
Yeah, it is. Okay, speaking about popping off, we will see who's popping off in our individual awards. So Gunslinger, Tony K, kind of expected that based on that previous stat. Mela is the highest survivor. Medic is Logan. Okay, very interesting. And all of a sudden you have a Daybot. Okay, no one's going to be able to beat Daybot's record. Let's be fair.
Yeah, they've always traveled through the depths of the ocean, the islands itself. But what's also interesting to see is that Newsy gets a 2.2 average eliminations per round. You know, like just slightly ahead of Tony K, but I think like, you know, sometimes it's just about landing the perfect shots at the right time.
Yeah, the gunslinger, if I recall correctly, is based on how many headshots. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. I need to double check that again. But the MVP race, so it's kind of expected. Tony K is still in front because of however today's stat is as compared to Newsy. Of course, then you have a 0.3 difference with Mela, and then it goes at 0.3 difference in Mormon and Onsen. So I still feel that it's a two-way race for the MVP.
Yeah, it has to be between Tony K as well as Newsy. For now, like, you know, just settle the score in TDM
I know, right?
warehouse. Like,
just do it.
Give us like 5 rounds of that. We'll be absolutely satisfied.
Yeah, maybe they should do like a show match, like a best of 5 show match, just for the sake of it.
Winner takes like how many cash prize pool though?
Well,
5,000.
It depends how much the community wants to put in.
Well, I think
that'll be fun.
Just let them fight for that gunslinger title. $3,000 it is.
Okay, yeah, that's good as well. Yeah, but I wouldn't mind to see a show match just like 1v1. That's just putting out there as an idea, right? So if it happens in the future, you know where the idea came from.
Exactly, and well, Sir Cloud, I think today's journey has been spectacular. We see Ego Esports fighting for that chance of a spot, and they're inching closer and closer. Teams like GD have to be on the lookout, but the top teams will see the dynamic shift. TM not performing all so well today, and that allowed so much chances for all the other teams.
Yeah, there are a couple of teams that did well yesterday, like what you mentioned, TEM. I had to mention 4 Rivals as well. Yesterday they were super duper hard, but today it's sort of like a missing day for them too. So it's a little bit concerning, considering that they were somewhat challenging for the title at some point. But we did see a rise of some of the teams, like Yoodo Alliance as well. I don't know if I call it a rise or not, but they were fairly consistent from yesterday.
Yeah, I think like the consistency has always been the key, and I see that these players have been working so hard, and they are now planning themselves around the top 5 region, and cutting into top 3 is very, very possible. We've seen them coming out with great games. That Buriram round that they've gotten the chicken dinner, that is quite the highlight moment that was created. So I think like we should be hoping to get a little bit more words from the team.
Yeah, I think we'll be getting more insight, very likely, from Yoodo Alliance. Okay, so if we do have a chat with Yoodo Alliance, what is that thing that you will be curious to find out from?
You know, like just the journey of the players overall. Like, it's been impressive. Like, I want them to speak their hearts out about this chance here, one more final day. Like, what is their hopes and dreams when they do get to the PMGC spot?
Yeah, I do want to know that if it's going to be Yoodo Alliance, right? I really want to know like what's their target before the grand final starts, and has their target changed? Yeah, considering like the position that they're at right now, it is mathematically still possible to get the championship. The championship we're talking about.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen so many of all these competitors. It's been giving them a tough time, but they are tougher than many of the ones that we've seen. So I believe we should be having our interview lined up. So please welcome on board all our players and also the management staff of theirs.
Hello, Shamil from Yoodo Alliance. It's the first time that we are able to have a conversation. Pertama kali kita dapat borak lah, ya, Shamil. Jadi, okay, saya akan bahasa Inggeris dulu, kemudian kita akan translate untuk Shamil jawab. Okay, so this is Shamil, your personal first time playing in a professional league, which is the Southeast Asia Championship. How are you feeling so far? Ini pertama kali Shamil main dekat level sebegini lah kan. Apa perasaan Shamil setakat ni main level-level macam ni?
Saya rasa macam gembira lah dapat main kat tier yang tinggi. Sebab sebelum ni kan main yang biasa-biasa yang tu je kan. Macam rasa lebih nak ke atas lah. Bangga yang tu.
Wow, dengar dia orang tengah sambut dengan mercun Yang tu sambut Yoodo Alliance punya performance ke macam mana tu?
Ya kot.
Okay. So I need to translate that, right? So Shamil is feeling excited that he's able to play at this stage because before this he plays at a lot of amateur leagues and all that. So this is like a different feeling, and I did point it out that it sounds like someone celebrating behind him, maybe celebrating the performance of Yoodo Alliance, and he's like, oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and of course, I want to ask you this, Shamil. You guys perform really well today, and you guys are getting closer and closer to the top 5 with a really good chance for the championship title. So, of course, has the expectation changed since you guys started on day 1? Now in day 2, you guys actually get a really good shot. So, of course, you can translate it for me if you want.
Okay. Ada tak? Okay, so sebelum masuknya ke dalam Grand Finals, apakah, I'll just simplify, right? Apakah target untuk Yoodo Alliance, dan adakah target tu adakah target tu tukar melihatkan performance Yoodo Alliance dekat ni?
Kita orang just macam main biasa and target untuk champion lah, untuk ke PMGC.
Right, so
Awesome.
They are targeting the championship, and they're targeting, obviously, if you're champion, you go to PMGC and the PMGC as well.
Yeah, and overall, I think like there was a lot of spectacular plays. Nak tanya Shamil, so far you played so many of all these rounds, kan? Manakah moment favorite untuk Shamil?
Favorite. Masa moment favorite, masa betul?
Masa Sultan bagi ice cream ke, masa Repo bagi french fries ke. Dia boleh luar game juga.
Masa Sultan belanja makan lah.
Okay. So baru semangat Alright. Okay, so just to translate the question. So Contra asked, what's your memorable moment in the CE Championship so far? And Shamil answered, it's when Sultan actually bought food for them. Bought them food basically.
That's actually really important.
It gives them the strength.
That's right.
Yeah.
And of course, you can close out the final
So
question.
anyway, Shamil, thank you so much for spending time with us. Terima kasih Shamil sudi berborak dengan kami. All the best untuk Yoodo Alliance untuk hari yang ketiga nanti. All the best.
Let's go Malaysia!
Wow. Okay. I mean, Shamil, he just came as of age to be able to play the Pro League. Before this, during the country league, he was still underage.
Wow.
He was a registered player. They can register, but they can't play because you need to be 16 and above based on your birthday.
And you're telling me this is his debut.
Yeah, that hence my first question.
And that is leaving me speechless. He's too good. And it's definitely what we want to see heading to the Southeast Asia Championship and perhaps even the PMGC.
Right. Like if you look at his performance, you don't feel that he's like a new player who is inexperienced. It feels like he gels in well with the whole ecosystem. So that was amazing. But now just looking at the circle, so we have a little bit of a recap. The third Erangel, the circle, as what Contra asked for. It went on the left.
Yeah, and it's directly into Gatka and Geek Fam. After they planted themselves here by phase 3 onwards, they didn't really have to make any sort of drastic movement because every other team have to travel towards their area of play where they have gotten the leverage of basically peeking at everybody else. Even FaZe Clan, Matt was having difficulties to cut right in, which we thought they could basically stand a challenge against them.
Yeah, it was a really, really interesting round as well. FaZe Clan, they had a rough start today in general, but then again towards the end of the day, they were fairly okay. So I guess they kind of made up for whatever happened earlier on. But of course, if they really want to go for the #1 spot, tomorrow is the final day, the final chance for them to do the business.
That's right. And of course, with that being said, there's going to be more and more of these amazing games to close off the Southeast Asia Championship Fall 2022 of the PMPL. And we're hoping to see you guys there heading into our final bout to see who will be crowned as the champions of Southeast Asia.
Who will get that chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen? So make sure you tune in tomorrow, same time, same channel, together with myself, Sir Cloud, and the amazing Contra. Before we wrap up the show, thank you so much to our official smartphone partner, Realme, official livestream partner, TikTok, and our official food delivery partner, GrabFood. That will be all for us today. Tomorrow will be the finale. You don't want to miss out on all the action. Make sure you come back right here. This is the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. And we'll bid you goodbye for now, but see you again tomorrow. Down.